Hey everyone, in this project, we are going to build a food delivery app from scratch, and then we are going to deploy frontend on Vercel and backend on Render. So you can see I'm just showing you the deployed project. So if you look at, this is a modern, fully responsive. We are using in this project MERN stack for styling purpose, Tailwind CSS for state management, Redux toolkit, and for payment gateway, Stripe. And then for authentication, we are using Clerk. So if you look at, this is a modern and beautiful card. So if you click on this card, add button, so you can see a pop-up. And if you look at here, now you can see the card instantly it get updated. And let's say I click another one. So if you click the quantity, if you look at the quantity now, and just process the checkout button, and just you have to fill up the, and now just place an order now, and this is a Stripe payment. So you have to fill up the card, and then you have to pay, and you will be you will be charged. So this is just dummy card we are going to implement from scratch. If you look at the card, and this is our card, from here you can also proceed. And if you look at this UI, fully responsive, this UI is fully responsive. And this is a restaurant, so you can browse all the restaurant. And this is a discovery page. From here, whatever you want to search, let's say burger, so this is a chips, so if you click on it, you can see all the burger. And if you, and this is a filtration, so you can filter, let's say I want pizza, and you can choose the rating, even the maximum, the price, minimum, maximum price, the cuisine, and just show the result. So here you only can see the pizza, right? How cool it is. And this is a profile, means if you are a creator, like if you are a creator, so you can see your dashboard. This is a seller dashboard. And so you can update your restaurant, you can add new product, and you can see the orders. So this is the order, so how many order you get. So yeah, so this is a pending, even you can change, you can manage, right? So this is a seller dashboard panel, and even you can edit your product, or you can delete. And let's say if you are just only creator, user, so this is your order, so you order. So yeah, so this is your history. From here you can cancel, right? From here you can cancel, and yeah, this product has been delivered. So you can put a review. Yeah, so you can put a review, right? So everything we are going to learn step by step, guys. Trust me, I put everything in this project. And this project source code you can see on description, free of cost. Just go and get it. Let's get started. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. This is Injajul. So let's build the project we talk about from scratch. So I open up my VS Code editor. You can use any code editor you like. So this is the our empty folder. So let's create first our project name. We call Foodify. Inside Foodify, we have to create two folder. First is backend, and so first I'm gonna work the backend setup, then the frontend setup. So inside backend, let's create the project. So this is a terminal. cd 45 backend and then npm init -y. This is a command to build project. So our project has been created, and now we are going to install all the packages we need. So guys, my project I already deploy on Vercel and Frontend Vercel and Backend on Render, and also you can get this entire source code free of cost from GitHub. So this is our GitHub repo, and this is our code. So you can see this is the backend, all the packages and front end. I'm just copy it. So yeah, and npm I and then paste it. And now, so here I'm using Clerk SDK because we are using Clerk, and then Cloudinary, course.env, Express, Mongoose, Malter, NodeMon, and SVix. Clerk use this SVix to work with webhooks. So you have to upload this, or any of those if you want to learn more. So you can check npm. You can go to npm website and you can search this package, and you can learn from that. So and now, and it takes a bit time. And meanwhile, let's create our like all the resources we are going to use. So guys, if you don't have MongoDB account, please create. So I already have created, so I'm gonna go with sign in or login. So, and it asked me to log in. Yeah, so guys, this is the OAuth provider, and we are also going to use this type of OAuth. So yeah, because it's very easy and yeah, user friendly. So just I have to select my email, and yeah, and now everything handled by the who provide that OAuth. So I guess MongoDB use their own code system. Okay, so this is the dashboard you're gonna see, right? So you have to create the project. So and so let's create new project, view all project. So I already create lot of project, and now you can see all the project, and now new project, and you have to put your name. So I put 45 and then next, and here it asks us like if you want to let anybody own this project, you can, but I'm the owner, so I'm not gonna do anything. Just I create project, and then you have to create your cluster, right? So yeah, let's create it, and you have to select your cluster. So I'm gonna use free version, it's enough for testing purpose, and also provider. So I'm using, and this is the name, I just keep it as it is, cluster 0, and provider AWS, Google Cloud, Azure, just a keep, and your region. So your nearest region, so my nearest is India because I am from India, and then create deployment. and then you can change your password, username, but I just keep as it is. Just create just you have to create your database user. Just I click here, and then you have to choose the connection. So I'm going to choose the compass or driver. So I'm going to choose driver, and then you have to copy this MongoDB URL. You have to copy this MongoDB URL, right? And then you have to paste inside. Yeah, I think all the packages so far has been installed. Let's see. Yeah, Clerk, Course, Express. Yeah, so yeah, and let's create env file. Let's create .env file, and then put the name Mongo, and this is the URL, and this is the URL. This is the first URL, guys, and then so here so this is my previous all the data, and now we have to create the Cloudinary, and let's go to Cloudinary, and then you have to done, because you copy it and not done, and it's been created. So you can check from here cluster, and you can check the connection, the browse collection. So click here, right now there is no data, so just don't worry. When everything is completed, we come back here and then we check out. Now let's go to Cloudinary. So again, if you don't have any account, please create, and it's totally free, but I do have, so I'm gonna log in. And similarly here also use Google Auth, and this is my email. Just pick the one, and yeah, this is the Cloudinary, and it's really free of cost, and I use a lot of things. So this is the things, and let's go to home page, and we need two things: cloud name, and we need cloud name, we need API key and API secret. We need API key and API secret. So that you have to copy, but here you cannot see your copy because you have to now Cloudinary sends a confirmation message to your email, the email you use for this account, and you have to grab that code and paste here and approve, and then you can see the code. So please do these things if you want to get this URL. All right, so you have to copy. The first is cloud name. This is a cloud name. Second is API key and API secret, right? And then it's connected. But we have to also write the code. Don't worry, I can do everything from scratch. So just I'm gonna so here I have the cloud name and the cloud API secret. And I have three things. Okay, right? So I just copy and I paste here, and here you go. So cloud, these are three things we need. The first is cloud name. This is the cloud name. Cloud API key and Cloud API secret, right? And yeah, and if you want to just click, you can put here also. And now it's look good, right? So far we integrate Mongo, Cloud, and now we have Stripe and Clerk. So this is the Clerk.com, and if you don't have account, please create. So I do have, so I'm gonna just start building. I'm gonna log in. And same things. So for backend you need, and from frontend also you need something, right? So, and this is the API keys, and we already installed the Clerk, right? And this is for and React. If you want to learn anything, so you can learn from this docs. Okay, so Clerk provide everything. You can learn anything if you want. So, and we are using React. So this is the publishable key for frontend. We don't need this, just we need this public secret, this secret key. This is a secret key. We have to copy and then we have to paste, right? From here you have to copy this secret key and then you have to paste. So I'm gonna grab this Clerk. This is a Clerk secret and webhook. I'm just grab two things at once and I'm just pasting it. Clerk web secret, you have to grab also webhook secret. Yeah, this is a Clerk secret key. Just we need this one for backend, and also we need Clerk web secret, webhook secret, right? So how you can get that? Well, from here, as I told you, you can get this secret key for backend, and this is a publishable key you need for frontend. So I also come back when you are working with frontend. Don't worry, right? And yeah, so and this public key and this key it's same, right? So this is just example, and you also need webhook. So how you can get that? You can see developer, this is the API key and this is the webhooks, right? And yeah, then here you have to do all the things, but I also come here. So this is my webhook endpoints, right? This is my webhook endpoints, and I also come here like when you are working with webhook, but this is a secret key, webhook secret key from Clerk, and you have to copy this and then you have to paste in your environment variable file, right? This is a Clerk webhook secret, and this is a Clerk key secret. Now we have one Stripe, and so yeah, so we have Stripe. So this is a Stripe, and just create your account and same things. I'm gonna go with Google. It takes a bit time. And you can see you are testing in a sandbox. Right now your account is testing mode, and if you want a real life experience or like a production level, so you can switch your account to live account, right? So but now for testing purpose it's good. And yeah, this is the publishable key for client, and this is a secret key for backend. You can check that document, right? And yeah, so I already, I already create these things, and this is my account. And also we also gonna grab our web hooks, but right now we don't need this. So when we are working on, then we come back here and then we talk about, but just copy these two things. Now secret key for just backend, so I do have, and this is a Stripe secret key. I'm gonna copy it and then I'm gonna paste it. This is Stripe secret key, right? So far we grab Mongo, Cloudinary, Clerk, and Stripe secret key, and I think we are good to go with our next step, right? And when we need anything, we back to the platform and we grab that. And yeah, all right everyone, let's break down the architecture of our project so you get a clear picture of how everything works together. On the client side, we are using React for UI and Tailwind CSS for styling. For authentication, we are using Clerk, which handles sign up, logins, and session management. So in our project, we are using the Google and Apple OAuth provider. So the way you log in or sign up in real app, you can get the same experience. All the stuff Clerk can handle that. For our payment system, because in every food delivery app there is a payment system, so for payment system we are using Stripe. Whenever a user checks out, the entire flow is handled securely by Stripe's payment system. On the back end, we are using Node.js with Express as our server framework. All of our data is stored in MongoDB. So you are using MongoDB for database. For media handling, we are using Cloudinary, where you can store any images or any file. But for our case, we are going to handle only images. And Cloudinary is free of cost. You can use other media management, for example, AWS, whatever it is. Now let's walk through how everything actually communicates. If you look at carefully the diagram, the black arrows represent request and the orange arrows represents response. So first let's start with user. When a user signs in through Clerk, Clerk sends a token. We are not using cookies because our entire system uses token-based authentication. That token is sent to the server where backend validates it, and process the request normally. So this is the token, and this token Clerk regenerate and then send us to our client. So we are going to handle all the stuff. Clerk stores user information in its own dashboard, but it doesn't automatically update our database. That's where webhook comes in. So if you don't know what it is, a webhook is basically an automated callback whenever something important happens, like new user signing off. Clerk right away hits our webhook endpoint that allows us to capture that event and update our own database in real time. So if you look at the arrow, imagine this is a database, this is a Clerk and this is the database. So Clerk hit that server, that particular webhook, and it updates MongoDB database in real time. Now if you look at how we handle media, so because every image the user uploads goes through Cloudinary. When someone uploads a file from the client, that request hits our server along with the image. We use Malta to process the incoming file and temporarily store it inside server. Once we had the file, we upload it to Cloudinary. Right? Cloudinary stores it permanently and returns a secure URL. We take that URL and save it into MongoDB. MongoDB never stores the actual image, it only stores the Cloudinary URL. Later, when client needs to render something like profile, restaurant page, or whatever the data, we send the data from MongoDB to client, and then client display that particular data or image, whatever it is. Now let's move to the payment system. For payment, everything runs through Stripe. When a user is ready to pay after placing an order, Stripe provides the checkout UI. A pop-up style payment window in development mode. We use Stripe's dummy card numbers, which behave like real card details but are meant for testing. When user enters their card information, those details go directly to Stripe. So user can fill up their card, maybe the UPI, whatever it is, Stripe automatically handle that. But here's the key part. Stripe does not automatically update our database after successfully payment as like Clerk. So we want to introduce webhook, Stripe webhook as well. So the same workflow, the same things. So this is the basic our architecture. If you want to revise, if I want to revise it, very simple. First, user visit our platform. If they want to sign or log in, they can, and that using Clerk authentication system, and then Clerk sends back a token to client, and a client send the token to server because I want to know a lot of things with the token. Without the token, user cannot do anything. So that's why we need token. And server process it and then let user to do what they want to do. And if when user create a restaurant, definitely they have to pass the image. So we are not stored directly inside MongoDB, but we are going to use Cloudinary. So so first temporarily we store that particular image inside server. When we had that particular image, we upload inside Cloudinary. Cloudinary sends a URL, and then that URL we are gonna save inside MongoDB. And when client needs any data, we query from MongoDB, and MongoDB send back all the data we need, and then we can display. This is a basic architecture, and that makes sense when we are gonna write the code and writing query. All right, everyone, let's build up first our backend part. Then we can move on to our frontend part. So far we set up our basic things, we understand our project architecture, and we integrate all the resources, the things we need, and now we have to write the code to integrate the resources, now all the setup. So we install everything, and now let's go to our backend. Foodify. So now we are in the backend, and now we have to create our project file structure. So let's create first config. We need configuration of other folder. This is the config, we call config, and then we need controller to write the business logic, controllers, and we need also models where you can define our data structure, and also we need a helper function where you can write helpers, and you have to put middleware, not here, middlewares, and then routes, and we need some file. So inside backend we need file like app.js and index.js. That's it. This is our file folder structure, and now one by one we are going to write the codes. So inside config folder we have three things we are going to implement. First one is Cloudinary. So far we grab our Cloudinary three things: the cloud name, the API key, and the secret API secret, right? So you already installed and you already set up into Cloudinary code base. So let's create its code. So this is a cloudinary.js. Guys, my typing speed is very slow, but import v2. This is you can check the Cloudinary document, so you can get that, and then we name this v2 as Cloudinary. and from Cloudinary package, and that's it. This is the, and then we have to import the .env, from .env. And guys, you don't need to write code, because if you go to my source code, so you can get that. So I like, you know, put this link into description. You can get that code. So yeah, this is a backend, and you have this config, and we already write this 3 code. Just you can grab it, right? So yeah, so you don't need that stuff, because everything you can get free of cost. And yeah, so we need .env because we are going to grab some we are going to grab these 3 things: Cloudinary name, API key, and API secret. So that's why we need .env, so we can access .env URL. Then we create and then we call .env and .env and then config. And then call it. And then we have to create a Cloudinary instance, Cloudinary dot config, and then it's gonna be object. So cloud name, and this is the cloud name. So it's gonna be process dot env dot Cloudinary, this name, it's gonna be this full name, Cloudinary name. So copy this name and put here, and yeah, then second it's gonna be API key, API underscore key, and similar things, process dot, and then dot, and copy here this name, and here you go. And then we need also API secret. So say API secret and just copy from here, and we first have to put this one, and now yeah, so this instance is complete, and now we have to export it because we are going to use this thing. So that's so you have to export. So export default. This is the default. You can pass as a name, but yeah, and now it's done. So this is a Cloudinary JS, and this is a basic code. Just we create it, and now it's ready to call. So where it needs to call, we are going to use it. And now the next config is so you also use MongoDB, and yeah, so let's write MongoDB setup. So it's gonna be file MongoDB and .jx, and then we have a simple things. We have to import all the basic things. Just we have to import Mongoose. Mongoose, it's a library. So yeah, mongoose is a ORM. Import mongoose from and input mongoose from mongoose, and then we also import .env from .env, and and now we have to call .env and config, and you call it, and then we have to create asynchronous function. So we name it just connect db, or whatever you can name the put the name connect db, capital letter, and it's asynchronous function, so put async wait, and then we have to pass the callback function, and it's gonna be arrow function, and then we're using try catch block. So basically all the success we are handling inside try, and all the error we are handling inside catch. That is all about try catch block. Okay, if something is wrong, if something goes wrong, we are catching here. But if everything is okay, inside try, that's all about try and catch block, nothing else. So we have to put a await. So first we are grabbing we are connecting MongoDB. So this is a mongoose. This is a then we have some method. So mongoose provide a lot of method, and the connect is one of them. So this is a connect method, and we have to use process to access that URL from .env file, and we name Mongo. We name it just this Mongo. This is a MongoDB, right? And so, and literally now it's connected to this URL, and then we have to put a console log. So if something is good, if something is for just debugging purpose, we are so just shortcut I'm using, and so we can see this message in our console log. So connected to MongoDB, and then inside catch block we're handling same. We have to console log again, console error, and then we are just putting a message MongoDB connection error, MongoDB connection error, and then just pass that error, and then this is enough, but you have to put another line. Each process.exist is very important line, process.exist, and then we have to pass 1. So which means during our runtime, okay, if something goes wrong, this process right away throw an error. If something is wrong inside MongoDB, okay, maybe the network issue. So if you don't put this line, your code will be run. But if you put this line, if MongoDB is crash, so right away it throws an error, so your code will be crash. That's why we need this one, and it's very useful to debug your things. So this is MongoDB setup, MongoDB code, and now we have to just export. So we have to export, default export, and connect DB name, and that's it. This is a MongoDB. And now we need another config file, that is multi storage, because to handle a file we need multi. Yeah, you can use express file upload. Yeah, you can use, but I think multi unlocks a lot of features that help you to customize the things you want, right? So that's why I think 90% people use multi in this I think Munchtex system. So yeah, so write multi, so multi storage.js, and it's basically the code. But what I'm gonna do, just, and so a lot of things is out there, just I'm gonna go and just copy because this is a code, guys, because if I type this entire code it takes a lot of time. So what I'm gonna do, just I'm just copy and paste it, then I can explain it. All right, so now it's save time. So first is multi. Okay, this is a package, and this is a path from a node, and this is a file URL. Okay, so guys, we are using import syntax. That's why this ES16 doesn't provide file system. So that's why we are manually updating this file name and dir name. If you use import, so it does not provide by default. That's why we need these two things, file name and dir name, manually we are creating, right? And yeah, that is the things, import meta.url. And yeah, so in order to grab these two things, we are doing this, we are importing file and then URL, and this line of code just making sure that the temporary file exists. So when I explain the project architecture, I was saying is that when you grab file from frontend, at first we just temporarily save that file inside our system, and then we will save inside Cloudinary. That's why this code try to validate or figuring out the file exists or not. So, and we are checking the particular file inside public.tempt, and this is a file, guys. Here we don't have, but when you create, it's gonna have. And this line just checking the file name. It ensures the right file name. So this is a code, nothing else. Just we are replacing weird letter or symbol with underscore. That's it. And this is the multi storage, right? And we are passing the entire object. So we are caring about two things. First, destination. Second is file name. So this part is where we are going to store our file temporarily. So this is the temp path inside public folder. So this is the temp path, and this is the callback function. And second is file name. So first, this is a file, and then first we are getting that file, and this is the original name. and this is the name. And second, so here just we are getting the file name, original file name, and here just we are just grabbing that path, like inside file it should be jpj or maybe like web. So we are grabbing that particular extension, right? And then we are adding date to make sure each file gonna be a new, a unique. So that's why we are just adding date, and then we are just passing that multer, and then we are exporting storage. This is the our three configuration and we need, right? So, and now next things we are going to work with modals, and this is very important because it decide how you structure your data, right? So let's first work with user model. So this is a user.model.js. So first we have to import mongoose, from mongoose library. Oh, sorry, import from mongoose library, and this is a library, right? And it's a ORM, which means it's help use to write schema. And then we have to create the function. So this is the const and like user schema. So user schema const user schema, and then we are using new constructor, and then mongoose, we are calling mongoose. And as I told you, mongoose provide a lot of a method. So now we are going to use schema. So this is a built-in schema, this is schema, and this schema pass two argument. First gonna be the data structure, and second gonna be the time stamps. So you don't need to write manually. Mongoose can handle that. So first we need, this is the first argument where we can structure our data, and second argument gonna be timestamp like this. So timestamps, and then it's gonna be true if you make it true. So now mongoose create automatically create at and update at in each document. And let's structure our data. So guys, we are going to use Clerk ID, Clerk. So we need Clerk. So we have to store Clerk ID. So that is a Clerk ID. This is a Clerk ID, and so type is string. And then unique, yes, true. Unique true, and required, true. QRED, required, make true, and then trim true. So this is the first object, which means this is the first our field clerk ID inside this collection or this document. Yeah, like yes. And then second is email. So and this clerk ID email we're not getting from front end directly. User can upload, user can log in or sign up with what provider. So maybe Google or maybe Apple. So yeah, in our project we are going to use Apple and Google. So and then Clerk can store the Google information in that database, and then from that we are getting that email. So email is a string. So type is string. This is a string, and then also full name. Like the way you want to grab the data, you have to just structure here. So the full name also we are grabbing from, and it's gonna be also string. So what I'm gonna just copy it, and then the second is profile image. Profile image, it also gonna be type string, and then role, and type string, and then second is the enum. So enum allows the choice. So either you have to choose as a default. So here we can set up our default stuff. So yeah, among them you have to choose. So that's all about enum. So it's gonna be array, and first we are buyer and seller. That's it, buyer and seller. And then as a default we are just set up a buyer, and that's it. Because when a user log in into our platform, like as a default you are the buyer. So you also gonna introduce the new URL or new endpoint from where we can update buyer to seller if they want to become seller, right? And yeah, and that's it. And then we have to export. So have to export. This is a default export, and export default, and then mongoose, and then also this is another method, and this method help us to define a collection name. So right now we are just putting user. So this is the collection name. Okay, so this is the singular, but in MongoDB Atlas database it's gonna be plural. Okay, so yeah, and then we have to call that user schema here. So Mongoose can understand what type of user schema we are talking about, right? So yeah, so model accept two things. First is the collection name, and second the collection structure, the way you want to put the data inside collection. So that's why you call user schema. And this is the user models. That's it, right? So first the Clerk ID, and which is coming from Clerk SDK, means Clerk platform. Email also, email full name and profile image. These are coming from Clerk platform. And role we are defining, right? And this is a basic user model, right? And if you are writing all the like login or maybe sign off by yourself, so your user model gonna be much more deeper and complex. But in this project we are using the third party auth provider. I think if you look at most of the big tech or a company, they are using auth provider because it's very easy. Because like we are using big tech companies product like Google, Apple, Facebook. So yeah, we already have that account, just we have to log in. And yeah, so this is the user model, right? And the next model we are going to working on the restaurant model. So restaurant model. Okay, the spelling is good. .js. And I think guys, if I type them, so it takes time. So what I'm gonna do, just I'm gonna copy, so it save time. This is a restaurant model, and then I'm gonna explain. And so this is a mongoose, and same things. This is the restaurant schema, and this is a constructor, so it initiate the new things, and this is schema. And here if you look at we use type and then types object ID, which means this is another this is a reference. We use ref, which means we are referring other collection because we want to combine. So that's why we refer user ID, because this is a restaurant, okay, and this restaurant belong to who. So in order to create a ownership, that's why we are link them that particular owner, right? Because like user is the king of any platform, and based on user we are creating all the code logic, right? That's why that owner must be belong to someone, and that someone is user. And the name is that restaurant name, and the description and the image. So if you look at here, we are doing a different type things because I found if I do these things, so when you write like Cloudinary helper function, so we don't need to do manually to delete particular image. Just here, just we are grabbing public ID, and when you want to delete any image, just we have to call this public ID. Because Cloudinary, if you want to delete any resource, you cannot delete with URL. You have to pass the public ID. So that's why you need. That's why you put inside image URL and then public ID. So it's an object. So image now it's an object, and we have two field URL, and URL also gonna be type string and default as an empty string. You can put any default URL. If somebody doesn't send any image, so you can show them. But we are going to handle on front end. Okay, don't worry. And this is a public ID. And then we have cuisine type, because every restaurant we design our restaurant similar to the real world. So yeah, so and this cuisine we put a empty string. Yeah, this way, like yeah, you can also write like type a string, but it's also gonna work, right? Yeah, so you can write this way. It's gonna be object. Yeah, it's gonna be array. Then you can call type, then it's string. Both are same, and you can put required or trim. Yeah, you are flexible to do that, right? So this is the cuisine type, and this is the address. So yeah, this is the restaurant address. If you want to create a restaurant, you have to put the address. So we can in real world also tracking this address based on matching the user and the user location and the restaurant location. So it very helps who deliver, right? That's why we need address. And then rating, this is the top level rating. So as a default it's a 0 and type is number. And then delivery time, as a default we make 30. So you can control this 30 from front end when you put when you create your restaurant. And this is the opening time and closing time. So type is string and require true. Closing time also type is string and require true. And then deliver radius, which means what is the radius of this restaurant, how far this restaurant can deliver to. Maybe 5 kilometers, 6, 7, 8, 10, right? So as a default I just make 5 and then you open. So yeah, so you can play with this model, right? If you look at the Swiggy or Zomato or Uber Eats, so based on this boolean, they're gonna when the restaurant is closed, so they're gonna show a different UI. So based on this boolean flag, you can do that too. That's why we need this. And then this is the timestamp, so we already talked about. And at the very top bottom, we just export same things. This is a mongoose model, and this is the collection name, and this is the data structure. And now here just model telling mongoose, hey, this is the structure we are dealing with. This is the restaurant model, nothing else, right? And then we have the another one is product model. So user create, and then a seller create a restaurant, and now seller want to upload their product. So we need that product model too. So this is the product dot model dot js. And so same thing, guys. I think for saving time, just I'm gonna go and copy, because this is just data structuring. So I think nothing else to explain, just few things. But if I typing, as I told you, my typing is very slow. So yeah, so same things, we are importing mongoose. This is a library, I'm saying again and again, this is a library, and this library provide all the stuff. And this is the schema name, and this is the constructor, and this is the mongoose, and then this is the structure. So here this is a product. Yeah, so every product belong to a restaurant in our project and in real life as well. And yeah, so this product belong to this restaurant, so that's why we put ref. And if you look at same things, type is gonna be mongoose schema, types, and object ID, right? So it's provide a restaurant. And it also help us when you want to graph particular restaurant data. So yeah, so we can just populate this restaurant data. So in product we can grab all the restaurant data, right? So yeah, it's gonna be nested. And guys, just keep this remember I think structure, because when we are going to write the business logic, this structure is very like helpful, or it's very most important things to understand. Because when you write the code and when you get the data one front end, this nested structure is very sometimes it's make you very confused, right? Yeah, so that's why just you have to understand the structure layout, how you architecture your data, because the way you structure, the way you get one front end, right? If you put nested, you get nested. Yeah, I think, yeah, so you can also flatten from a front end back end. Yeah, you can do that. But yeah, so anyways, this is the name, and type string required true. And guys, also we can pass the validation. So yeah, Mongoose allows us to do that. So yeah, we can do that. And yeah, real world project people do oftenly this way. So required true, or if you don't like this now, you just don't you don't need to put this way, just you have to put required and then true, right? Like this stream true. And yeah, and then minimum length 2 and maximum length 100. So we are allowing seller, you can name their product, less character should be 2 and maximum character should be 100. That's it. This is a description. Max length is 500. Default we put it empty string, and then same image, URL and public ID, same reason. And then price, type number, required minimum 0. And then category, and category it's gonna be a string. And yeah, and then is available, and this is a boolean flag. So now true is default true. And average rating, type number default, and then num reviews, how many reviews in this product. So yeah, this is the top level. It's help us to show on the product. Okay, so yeah, we can get that very easily. We don't have to do manually and calculate the average. So it's help us performance wise. Yeah, it improve performance a lot. So yeah, and then review, and this is the array, because one product can have multiple reviews, right? So that's why it's an array. And this is the object, and because it's referred to review collection, right? And we are going to write that review collection very soon. And type is mongoose schema, and types object ID, and this is the timestamp. And then at the end or at the bottom, we are just exporting mongoose model. This is the collection name. Now it's singular, it's gonna be plural, and this is the product schema, right? This is the product model. And now we have another one, that is cart model, right? Because every I think most of the e-commerce platform, they have their cart, so we need that cart too. So cart model.js, and here you go. Similar same thing, just I'm gonna go and just copy, just save our time, nothing else guys, because my typing is very slow. So same things, import mongoose, and then card schema, same. This is the user. And yeah, so which means, if you understand why we need user, because card belong to someone. What's like who someone? So to identify, we need we need a reference. So that's why we need, put reference user, mongoose schema types object ID. And guys, I think most of the time, if you get some debug, if you get some error for this card, might be because when I create, I face a lot of issue. So because if you look at the way we structure our model, so yeah, let me explain you very simple way. So guys, this is a user, which means who belong to this card, and then restaurant, which means, so in your project we create like every project, every restaurant have their own card, right? Yeah, this is a real life scenario as well, because I think we want every restaurant have their own card. Why? Because their pricing, their tax system, their delivery address, or yeah, it should be different, right? So yeah, and in restaurant people order very oftenly. So let's say I like a restaurant A. So yeah, if I just put a restaurant A item in my card, so yeah, so restaurant A have their own card, right? And user can have their one card. Yeah, user have one card, but every restaurant have inside one card, right? So that's why this is a nested structure. So this is the restaurant. This is the top level restaurant, right? Inside this card, and this is an array because this restaurant gonna have multiple restaurant. So this is the restaurant, right? This is a restaurant, a singular restaurant, and this is the restaurant item. So right, this is the restaurant item, and here if you look at restaurant refer restaurant, this is a restaurant. So like the restaurant I'm just ordering from, here I can I can save their data, and the item I'm just adding. So it's also nested. It's all also array because we have two things. One is product, and product also refer to product, and then quantity. This is the two things, product and quantity, and this is the restaurant. So restaurant belong to restaurant, and product belong to product collection, right? And yeah, so in summary it's very simple. This is the restaurant. Okay, inside every restaurant have their own card, right? So let's say I'm ordering item A from restaurant A, restaurant X, and also I'm ordering a restaurant item B from restaurant Y. So here you can see the first restaurant A item, restaurant X item A, restaurant Y item 2 inside this restaurant field, because this is the array. I hope guys that makes sense. If you understand this, everything's gonna be easy and simpler. So yeah, and this is the total amount, and this is the top level total amount, because when you show the card, so we calculate the entire restaurant amount, and then we can show this. We can show here, right? And this is the timestamp, and this is the export a default card and card schema. So this is the card model. I hope you understand. It's very simple, but I think this is the toughest part, like when you are going to write code, and also when you are handling the UI, because we are going to deal these things very often. So and next we have the order model. Order model JX, same things. I'm gonna go and just copy. This is the order model, same things. This is a mongoose and restaurant order schema. You can put any name, the name you like, okay? And this is the constructor, and this is the mongoose and schema. So same things, every order belong to restaurant. Because as I told you, every restaurant has their own card. That's why we put here this way. All right. So same things. This is the restaurant from restaurant. This is the item, this product, and this quantity. And then this is the status. This is the top level status. The type is string, and enum. So it's gonna be these things, 5 things: pending, preparing, out for delivery, delivered, and cancelled. Default pending. When order is completed or order is done, then we make pending. Then seller can update their process. And then here we just calling the same structure inside here, and then we call order schema, right? Because as I told you, yeah, separately we just creating here. If you want, you can put this restaurant order schema inside a new different folder. Yeah, file you can, but I didn't do it, but I want you to do it. So yeah, you can separate your code. So then order, this is the user from it's a reference, and this is the restaurant. Here I define this is a restaurant, and then this is the total amount. Yeah, and then this is the delivery address, because if you want to order something, you have to put your address. So that's is all about. And then payment method. So here just I'm using Stripe, so that's why I put enum. So I use enum because maybe I'm gonna add cash on delivery, maybe other PayPal, or maybe Roger Pay, or yeah, something like. But Stripe is very simple, so I add Stripe, and default also Stripe. And then payment intent ID, because we need to track this transaction. So Stripe provide payment intent ID. Yeah, so that's why we need this ID. And then payment status. So if payment is got succeed, then we just update these things, right? And then main status, order status. This is the pending, preparing, out for delivery, deliver, cancelled. This is the top level status. And this is the delivery timestamp, and then we just export. This is the mongoose order, and then schema name, right? And now we have last one is review model. It's very simple. Review model, and then yes. And what I'm gonna do, this is a review model, just copy and paste here. So we have product. So it's very obvious, yeah, review belong to some product, right? And this is the product. This is the product reference. And guys, if you guys want me to explain the relationship between this data relationship, data entity relationship, so I'm gonna do in my next project. But because guys, I explained these things in my first 2 or 3 project, I was feel like you guys don't like it, so that's why I just stopped to explain this way, because that also take a lot of time. So I feel like you guys know very well, so that's why I don't need to do that. Anyways, so this is a product, and this is a product, and it's a reference, and this is also user, which means who review on this product. So we also want to know that person. So that's why we refer. And this is the rating, and this is the comment, the text. Max length gonna be 500, right? So and then timestamp, and yeah. So guys, if you look at here, I'm just doing different way, but the same things. So yeah, this is the review. So yeah, this is the review. So here I'm just doing 2 line. So you can do export default, review, and then mongoose model. But here just I defined this way. First I add const, this is a variable name, and mongoose model, same things, review, review schema, right? And then export it. So guys, this is the our project data modeling, right? And yeah, so I think so far we just complete our backbone, right? And now we are ready to write our business logic and handle all the helper and middleware, right? So we wrote user model, review, restaurant, product, order, cart. All right, everyone, let's understand our project middleware. So we have three middleware. The first one is require what, which means Clerk can verify the users, the things they are trying to do on our platform. User, maybe they want to upload, maybe want to delete, maybe want to create a restaurant. Before creating their account, they can't do anything. So how we can understand who they are? So that's why we are going to use a Clerk SDK. We already installed Clerk SDK. If you want to check again, this is the Clerk Node SDK we already installed, and now based on it, we are going to create a middleware. It's very simple, just 3-line code. Now, name would be require what. Require what? You can put any name, doesn't matter. And then we have to just import first the Clerk. So it's gonna be Clerk and then Clerk. It's very express, Clerk express require what, and then it's gonna be from Clerk. So yeah, here you go. Yeah, so this is the Clerk middleware, and then this, and then just we have to export it. That's it, guys. It's so simple. And then const require and what, just we name it a different way. We name just require what, and then we are just calling this. So just we are just and then we're calling here. So now that's it, guys. This is the require what Clerk middleware, and we have the second one, that is the Clerk webhooks, right? So I told you when user create, when user login, so the data will store on Clerk database or Clerk dashboard, but we want to grab user data in our MongoDB. So how can we update MongoDB? That's we need webhooks. So webhooks basically trigger when something happen on our server. So we are going to establish a connection between our server and Clerk, and similarly we also going to deal with same things with payment system. So we also need Stripe webhooks. So first I'm going to talk about the Clerk webhooks. So let's create the Clerk webhook. So this is the Clerk. No. Here you go. The name is, I think we name verify. Let's say verify So it makes sense. Verify Clerk webhooks. Its spelling is right. Verify Clerk webhooks dot js. And first we have to import webhooks from webhooks, not webhook. I think yeah, webhook from svx. This is the library. You can read this library. Yeah. So Clerk use this library. This is a good company. This company handle this webhook technology. So Clerk use under the hood. So that's why I'm just destructuring webhook from this package. And then we have to import .env because we are going to deal with .env stuff from .env, and here you go. And then we are calling .env and then config. And then just we create a const variable, and this is a webhook. Okay, now we have to grab this one. So this is a Clerk webhook secret, right? So yeah, let's say just make it webhook. Yeah, I hope webhook secret ACCR. Yeah, I hope the spelling is right. process.env, and then we have to call that this one, Clerk webhook secret. So if you guys forget about from where we get this, let me tell you again, so it doesn't bother you. And yeah, and we have to also set up other things. So yeah, but first let's understand these things. And then we also put a validation if webhook is missing, then we are showing some error for debugging purpose. So console error, and then we are missing Clerk webhook secret. Missing Clerk webhook secret. Yeah, in env file, or you can yeah, I think yeah. And then we have to create our asynchronous function. So that is export const verify Clerk webhooks in async, and then three things we have to pass. First request, then response, and next. I think you know how to handle the middleware. And then this arrow function, and then try block, try catch block. So inside try, first we have to grab the raw body directly. So this is the const this is a const payload, a payload. This is a this is the payload from request dot body, and second one it's gonna be header, the headers, and it's gonna be object. So this is the s, we need three things: svx id, svx timestamp, and svx signature. Three things we need inside header. So we are grabbing three things. First is svix or svx or whatever you call, svx id, and it is coming from request dot headers, and this is the array, and we name it svx id. Yeah, and then second is same. I think I have to first copy this one, then so it's gonna then timestamp times same things, request headers, and then yeah, you guys can read the document. Just this is the document I just wrote, and just I read, and just yeah, nothing is new. Just they provide this way, that's why I'm just writing this way. And time signature, it's the time signature, and then request, same things, request, it's gonna be request, then header, then headers, and then signature. Yeah, and then after doing it, we have to grab that web secret. So yeah, we have to verify that web secret. So this is the const, we name it webhook. Then this is the constructor, and this webhook. Now we are comparing with Clerk's secret ID and the secret ID we are grabbing from environment variable. Webhook, this webhook I'm talking about. So let's grab it. Oh, sorry guys, it's gonna be it should be capital. Yeah, now yeah, it makes sense. And then we are passing that the secret. So just I'm comparing, and that's it. And then just this is the sorry, and then we are grabbing event. This is the event, and wh, and then verify. Now we are verify, and we verify payload and header. Sorry, payload and headers. The headers, and then we are just passing these things to next. So this is the request dot event from event, and then we call next. So we can use this in any file, and then in console log we have to handle things. So yeah, this is the console error. No, dot error, and then push the message webhook signature verification failed. I think yeah, that message. Oh my god, man. Webhook signature verification failed. That's the message, and then this error and then we are grabbing that message property, and then we return for backend as well. This line for debugging purpose, and console. Oh, I made a mistake, man. Console double L. That's fine. Now it's okay. Then return the response status. With 404. Which means not found. JSON, and then this is object message invalid webhook signature, and yeah, guys, this is the Clerk webhooks, and we are just doing simple things. First, this is the web secret from our environment variable. We need this because to verify our environment secret to the client, which means a Clerk try to understand if I change a little bit. So here just I'm comparing and then verify. Alright, and this payload is coming from requested body and then headers, right? So, and if you go to the Clerk, so if you forget from where I get that webhooks, so go to config, and this is the API keys. This is webhooks. Just click on and yeah, this is your endpoint. I'm gonna add this endpoint too, and this is the, just click on, and yeah, finding secret. So this is the secret we have to copy, and then you have to paste here. This is the Clerk webhook secret, right? I hope now it's clear to you. So this is basic, just Clerk webhooks, and now we do have another webhooks, that is Stripe webhook. So it's similar to it's similar to Clerk, but right now when we are dealing with Stripe, where we can write that hooks, because right now we don't need that. So right now we need a Clerk. So yeah, I think yeah, let's write as well, like Stripe webhooks. Stripe webhooks, Stripe webhooks dot jx. So guys, to this I'm gonna copy the code because I feel like it takes a lot of time, and to save the time, just I'm gonna copy from here, and then I'm gonna explain to you. That saves a lot of time. So, and yeah, I think these webhooks will make sense after creating our things, because right now we are dealing with this order order logic and cart logic. So yeah, first of all, just we import Stripe, and then this is the order model, and this is the card model, because we are going to update this stuff. And this is the Stripe, and this is the Stripe secret key. And so yeah, this is a Stripe secret key, right? And this secret key, I hope guys you get from Stripe. And yeah, so yeah, I get, and I think I saw you, right? And then same things, that this is the asynchronous function, and then first we are grabbing the signature from request headers, request and response, and then just we event. Then we have inside try. So this is the first event, and this is the constructor event, and this is the webhooks. So Stripe provide these things. Webhooks, then this is the constructor event, and then we create three things: a requested body, and this signature, and this process. So yeah, we are getting that entire event here. Then we are assigned here event. In catch block, just we are writing same for debugging purpose, and this is for front end, the same things we did recently for Clerk. And then again inside try block, we also have another try block, that is switch case. So when event.type, if event.type exists, then run this switch case, right? So we have here one case, two case. So the first case is payment intent succeed and payment intent failed, right? So I think let's go to the Stripe. Okay, first, okay, let me make you understand first Clerk, because Clerk can so guys, you have to create the events, right? So in Clerk, I think I don't show you, but now it's time to show you. This is the endpoint, okay, and you guys can select the event. So here here I share three events: the created, delete, and update, right? So in this account I already have, but if I create new one, this is the event catalog, right? And here this is the user event. So yeah, this is the three event I selected and added endpoint. So you can add new endpoint, and yeah, so when you add new endpoint, then you have to select some event. So let's search user, and then yeah, you have to select these three things because Clerk need these three things: user create, user delete, and user update, right? And then you have to, and then you have to put the endpoint, right? And then you have to save these things, create, and you have to put endpoint. But here you don't have endpoint, but that's why, but you have to put. So I already put, just I'm gonna, yeah, so this is the endpoint, guys. So you have to put a backend URL. So after deploying your project in Vercel and render, then you can put, otherwise webhook does not work. But Stripe allow you to do that with CLI. So if you, yeah, but Clerk does not. So that's why we have to upload, we have to deploy. Yeah, so that's why I don't show you, but I think I have to show you. Yeah, so we have to put the Clerk, the backend URL, and then we have to put like API webhook Clerk. This is the endpoint. And right, so, and then we already subscribe this three event, and you can edit from here, but we need these three, and then this is a signing secret, right? Similarly, we need a same event from Stripe. So if you go to Stripe, let's search Stripe, I don't know, okay, this is Stripe. It takes time a little bit, don't worry. Yes, so you can see this is the developer tools, okay, and this is the home, and yeah, this is the API publishable key, and this is a secret key. This is for backend, this is for frontend, and this is the developer tools. So just you have to click here. From here you have to select, this is the webhooks, this is the event, right? So I already created all the things, and now if you go to webhooks, so you have to set up your stuff. It's a add, yeah, set up local listener. So yes, so from here, guys, you have to set up, right? So if I want to add new one, so choose destination type, your account, and start by selecting which. So here you have to select the event, right? So as I told you, I have to select the event. So we need payment. So I think I should need this payment intent succeed. This just copy here because a lot of events out there. I'm gonna just search, and then you have to select on this and also search here the fail one. Cancelled. This is a failure one, right? Failed. Yeah, payment failed. And yeah, now you also can select processing, record action, funded, right? And payment intent and payment, you have to continue, and then you have to choose webhook endpoints, right? And so let's continue, and yeah, so here, guys, you have to put the backend endpoint, right? Similarly, the a live endpoint, live URL, right? And yeah, so once you do that, then you can see. Right, so yeah, so when you deploy our code base, then we're gonna set up. But if you have a CLI, then you can do that. So yeah, you also have to put your stuff. Right, so CLI means you can call this webhook from your terminal. So I think if you don't know how to set up CLI, just watch some on a 5-minute video, then understand, then just create things. Because if you explain CLI, then I think I will divert from my project to explaining the other logic, other technology. So yeah, just you create CLI and then you can set up. But I'm gonna tell you the when you upload our endpoint here. So yeah, so that's why guys I don't explain these things, right? So but anyways, assume we have all the stuff, and then this is a payment intent succeed, and when our event gets failed, then it's gonna run. So this is a switch case. So first, when payment is successful, so first Stripe send us the data object, the event, and inside this is very nested object. We have data, then we have object, and inside object we have payment intent. That's why I'm grabbing here. And then second things, we are just finding that payment intent ID inside order, because if you look at our structure, recently we talked about it, order model, that is payment intent. So here just I'm updating. So yeah, this is the payment ID, and just here I'm just updating. And if order does not exist, then so this log. And also I'm updating the payment status with succeed, order status with preparing, and then I'm saving the document. And also I'm checking the console log for debugging purpose. And for delete, and in real life, I think when order is complete, we want to delete your item from cart as well as your cart, right? So that's why I'm just deleting here. So inside user we have order, and then just I'm delete this cart. And this is for debugging purpose. And then I break it. When it get succeed, this case gonna run. But second case, when payment intent failed, it could be any reason. So similar things, I'm just grabbing the intent and I'm updating the ID, and then order gonna failed, order start gonna cancelled. This is a console log, this is a break. As simple as it is. And then default, just unhandled event type, right, as the default. And then we just respond JSON, receive true. And then this is a for catch block. If something goes wrong, here we can handle, right? Nothing fancy. It's very simple, similar to Clerk webhook, right? But main thing is all about just grabbing the data. So that's why we are grabbing signature from request headers, and then yeah, and then all the event we just updating here, nothing else, right? But this webhook only work on real URL. That's why first we have to upload our project, then we can get that URL, and then we can put in Clerk and as well as Stripe. But without deploying our project, we can use Stripe, but we cannot use Clerk. So for Clerk, definitely we are going to deploy. And yeah, this is our middleware. So guys, these three middleware we've already set up, and now we are ready to write other business logic. All right, everyone, let's connect our project. So we have to write these two files. So yeah, you can handle all the logic inside index.js, or you can call server. But I separately create two things, two file, app.jx, all the heavy or configuration here, and just I'm gonna call, and yeah. So first let's import the express. So this is the import express, and from express, here you go. And then we have to import course CORS course, from course CROS course. Here you go. Okay, yes, course, and then .env dot import dot env from .env. I think my typing is I just make a lot of typo. .env, and yeah, and then we have to call .env config. Here you go. And the next thing is I just comment for now. Okay, all routes. Here I'm gonna all routes, and then const app express, and call express. And now the entire express become app. You can name any things you want, and I'm gonna comment the frontend URL. Here I'm gonna add the URL. So here I'm doing something interesting, that is, so this is the best URL, which means like, you know, when we are in development mode, our URL would be the local host, but when you are on production mode, our URL should be the render or Vercel, right? So that's why I'm doing something base URL. And now let's make it false. Now you understand why I make it false. And then const allowed origins, allowed origins, that is base URL. Okay, that is base URL. And if base URL is true, so run this. So here I don't have, so it's gonna be anything. So right now, just like, because right now it's gonna work this one, because now it's false. So I'm gonna put the URL http clone / then localhost let's say 5173. Okay, so this is guys frontend URL. Okay, so we are going to handle frontend, then these things are required, but now it's not. Right, and then we just call this app. Let's see, yeah, app dot, this is the use method from express, and then we can pass course, and then course accept object, that is first origin, okay, and the origin would be allowed origin, this variable, and then credential. So right now, guys, we don't need these things, but these things are need when you are integrate frontend. So we are going to integrate frontend very soon. That's why I just write this code at once. So, and yeah, so this is the app use, and then we don't have anything, just we have export. Right now we don't have anything, but here a lot of things we are going to add. So far right now it's just we call, and this is, yeah, this is the app, and now we also gonna work index.js. So, and now here just we have to import same things. This is the index.js, import .env from .env, and second import connected db, and now connected db connected, what is the name was, I don't know, I can call connected db, yeah, connect db or connected db, yeah, connect db, yeah, then it's gonna be for config, so this one, okay, and guys, remember we have to put js, otherwise you get the error. And then app from the here, and then call .env, then config call, and then call the connect db, call this one. So just put a console log MongoDB connection, and then start the server. So put a comment, start the server, and then just const put port 554, I think, yeah, 54, and then listen app listen, and then port, just pass. Well, I think I have to reload because something is happening. Okay, so app.listen, this is from express, and we have to pass port, and so it's a callback function, port, and then callback function, and console log, so for debugging purpose, and I'm going to use temple, like literal. So yeah, we can show the dynamic, and then server. No, sorry, server is running one port, and then like this, and then put passport. And now we are ready to run, but we have to change something. That is, we have to change here because we are importing. So we have to use type import. If not types, I think type, and then there is a module, and then not this one. So it's script for development. It's gonna be dev, and then node one, and node one, because we are using node one. So index.js, and for this one, okay, start for deployment. This is the start, and it's also gonna be node and index, not node one dot js. And now it's ready. Now let's run. Let's see if any error. I hope so. Okay, now npm run dev. Let's see, is there any error? Okay guys, so far there is no error. Server is running on port 5004 and connected to MongoDB, right? So yeah, right now we connect, we are running our server, and now our server is, and this is the, and also we connected to MongoDB, right? So far the logic and code is fine. All right, everyone, now we are ready to write our business logic, which means our controller. So let's create our controller one by one. So first let's begin with user. So this is a user controller, and then okay, so guys, we have two controller inside user controller. So let's import some dependency. This is the import. The first things import we need models. Oh, okay, this is the user, and models, and then this is a user model, and we have to put JS, otherwise you will definitely get some error. And then we have to put restaurant, some models, and restaurant models, here you go. And then another one is import product, models, product, okay. And then another one, it's kind of like water, and then import, okay, I make some mistake, man. models. This is the order, and the another one is import a cart, and then from models cart, and then review from models review. And yeah, and we need helper function, but I'm not gonna import it when we need. So first one gonna be get current users. So the const in st const, first we have to put export and const, then get current user. So async, and then it's a but here I think I forget to pass. It's gonna be request and then response, and now it's okay. Then arrow function, and then inside try block. So this controller basically for we want to grab the current which means login user, right? So if you're not login, this controller, it's not gonna work. So firstly, this controller is all about if you're login, then we are going to show you the data, right? So that's why we are creating this controller. So we are grabbing that we need Clerk ID. So yeah, so we can identify who you are. So Clerk ID, and that is coming from a request.auth. The middleware we use, this is coming from Clerk middleware. This middleware, yeah, so it's a very simple require auth, because when we are calling this from front end, so we are passing the token. And as we talk about when I explain the product architecture, the platform architecture, so I said every request I'm gonna put some private request where you need token, right? And that token here I'm gonna verify with Clerk middleware, and that's we wrote that Clerk middleware, right? So request auth dot user ID, and yeah, this is the Clerk ID, and then we have to find the user. Okay. And then we have to find, okay guys, I forget to put const, and then this is the user. So we are finding and this is gonna be await, and then we are finding user inside user collection. So find one method, using find one method, and then we are just passing that Clerk ID. If the data exists in user collection, then we are returning that, otherwise we are returning null. And here we are using select, which means what type of field we want to include and what type of not. So here I just care about first the Clerk ID, that is important, the full name and profile image, profile image. Guys, if you misspell, you cannot get that So make sure Clerk ID and it's gonna be capital Clerk I, guys, not the I. So I'm just typing fast, so maybe I can make mistake, but I'm gonna redefine it. So profile image and email and then role, email and then role, guys. Okay, so this type of data I want to include, but if you put -1, that means I don't like to include. Okay, so yeah, and also I'm gonna put lean because this is the get method, so it's gonna be so lean. That means convert this object, yeah, this return into plain JS object, not MongoDB. So this lean means yeah, I'm gonna convert this mongoose object into plain JS, so it's gonna be fast. And then I'm gonna check, I'm gonna add a checkpoint if user, no, if user, yeah, I think this is the, if user does not exist, if user does not exist, return response status 54, which means not found. And this is gonna be message, so it's an object. First gonna be a message success, you can pass false or just only message, right? So you can pass success false, so it's gonna be false, and then message user not found, right? 44. But okay, this is the logic. It's very simple one. And then if user exists, then just return that response status and 200, and you can pass object or you can pass directly user. So let's say I'm gonna pass only user, but if you like to pass object, so you have to pass, let's say, success true, and then message like this, user, yeah, user get successfully data, and then pass user, right? Then you pass user, but make sure the way you pass, you are passing object. So in Frontend you have to handle this object, right? So yeah, but I like to here, I don't want to mess up things, so that's why I'm not gonna pass this object for any, there is no reason, but because yeah, so yeah, here just I make it simple, nothing else. And then second controller, it gonna be handle Clerk webhook. Guys, it's not a, it's a controller. Okay, so I name it just webhook because yeah, const, first I have to export, this is a const, and Clerk handle Clerk webhook, Clerk, what the Clerk webhook, and it's a async function, and then we are passing a request, then response, and then this is the callback function, arrow function, this is arrow function, and then try block. Oh, okay. And something, and now the way we set up our middleware, so we pass event. So that's if you look at okay, here you go. So guys, we are passing that event, this request event, and now this event I'm gonna grab here inside controller, right? So event request event, and yeah, and then type. So I'm grabbing, I'm destructuring type and data. So and this is coming from event, this event, right? So this is the object, and we have these two fields inside this object. So here just I'm just destructuring. So I think guys you know very well, and now we are going to handle three cases. So as I talk about, we need three events. First is user created, second is updated, third is deleted, right? So first I'm gonna handle for delete. So user created, user created, and so I'm gonna use if state. So yeah, we can use switch. So if type is equal to user dot created, so this is the event, we already talked about it. Okay, and then first grab the clerk ID from data dot id. So we have data, so inside data we have this id type, and this is the field, and we are just assigned this id inside clerk id. So this is the clerk id, and now we are checking, and now we are finding user using this clerk id. So that is existing user. We are this is the existing user. Okay, here you go, existing user. So this is the await, and we are finding, we are using find one method, and then we are passing clerk. Yeah, okay, clerk. Yeah, the way I'm writing code, I think I can make mistake, man. Const. Okay, here okay. Const. Okay. Yeah, so const existing user, await user, find one, right? And now I'm checking. Now I add the just validation. If user is not exist, if user doesn't exist, existing user if doesn't exist, then I'm gonna create new one. So I'm gonna create a new one. So this is the const, new user id, a new user, and just create a const. So this is a user. If existing user doesn't exist, which means I'm gonna create a new brand user. So this is the constructor, and this is the user. So, and I'm gonna just passing an object, meaning I have to set up the data, the data I want to update. So here we are carrying three things. First, clerk ID, full name, and then email, profile image, and role. So here if you look at the things, clerk ID, full name, profile image, email, role, right? That are the things I'm talking about. So first Clerk ID. Okay, this is a Clerk ID, and the second one is full name. Full name, that is, and full name, like here we are grabbing full name from the data object. So this is the data. Okay, so data, and we have nested things. So first name, we have first, if rst first, then we have underscore name. So this way Clerk return that event. And here just I'm just using a ternary operator. So here I'm just using temple literal, which means so so full name, like, so guys, yeah, so this is the data, and first name, and so data dot last name, and full name data first name, and if which means if data first name exists, then grab the data first name and also data last name. Otherwise, here also I can use something like this, or I can put empty, right? And then just I'm gonna just make it trim. So just trim. Oh no. Just so it's a trim, and otherwise it's gonna be an anonymous. So this is the anonymous. So yeah, so basically just I'm using a ternary operator, which means if the inside the data object, if first name exists, so I'm gonna grab two things, and I'm using like it's kind of template literal, which means first name and the last name, or just make it empty, and just I'm just using trim, or if it does not exist, make it anonymous, right? So Clerk full name, and then we need also email, similar things, email. So email, and we also have data dot email dot underscore address. Yeah, I think address, and I'm using, so if the field exists, then I'm using so first field, and then also I'm checking again if email address exists, otherwise use, and then yeah, this way. And second one profile image, and that is also data and image URL. So we have this field image URL, image underscore URL, image underscore URL. So yeah, you can grab that. Yeah, here you can also, if you want to check that things, so here you can also console log, and then when you call it, so you can get it. So right, so this is a profile image, data image URL, and if there is no image URL, so we are using or operator. So yeah, then make it empty. And also we have role, so that is buyer as a default, buyer as a default. So yeah, so so we create that new, and now we have to save, it. And yeah, so now we create this one in a memory, okay, in Mongo's memory. So but MongoDB doesn't know what's going on, so to tell them we so we have to save it, otherwise MongoDB doesn't know what's going on. So yeah, so await new user, and then we have to call save it. So we call save method, and yeah, and now it's okay. So guys, this is the for first our case, user created. But if I type this way, it takes a lot of time. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just go, and where is my controller? So this is a model and this is a controller. Just so first one, and this is the second one, user, and let's copy. It's a very big one. Okay, let's copy full. User, yeah, now and so now guys, let me explain one by one. So I think you understand, if type is user created, which means on our front end a new user is trying to create their account, right? And then second, also Clerk also provide us to update our data. So we are going to we are going to grab the UI that is built in by a Clerk. So where we can update our profile, image, anything you want based on our user profile, right? So this is the second case. Else if type is equal to user update, then we are just grabbing that data similarly, and then just we are building the full name by using same things. And here I'm writing undefined. So yeah, you can make it and yeah, you can make it anonymous, but in this case we undefined because we need that things. And email, profile image, and then here we just we create we create our object where you update dynamically, because we don't know what type of field user gonna update. So based on that, we are update here, right? So if full name is undefined, it's not undefined, which means user trying to update full name, so update this full name. And guys, I think if you know to update the object, so this is the dot method. Yeah, we have the bracket method as well, but this is the dot method. And yeah, so this is the field name and this is the value, right? This is a field name and this is the value. Similarly for email, for profile, after doing these things, now at once we are just looking user and then find one and update. So we are finding that user and then we are updating, right? So this is the Clerk ID, and so this is the Clerk we are looking for, and this is the first argument, and this is the second argument where we pass the details we want to update, right? So and we have to put the new, which means yeah, this is the new data I'm just calling. Yeah, I'm just referring to, right? So and yeah, this is the for user update case. And if maybe user don't like the platform, so they want to delete their account, so they can. So this is the second method, else if type is equal to user delete, this is the event. So similarly we are grabbing the date id, and then we are looking for id, so where we can find the user. If user does not exist, return, which means stop right away. Okay, and then but here I'm just creating a db tags, because a lot of call is out there. So I'm gonna push that call inside, and then I'm gonna call parallelly, right? Which means yeah, so let me explain, then you can understand fast. This is the delete from Cloudinary. This is a helper function. I'm gonna explain to you very soon. So yeah, so let's assume this helper function pass yeah, accept two parameter here. Yeah, so if user profile exists, right? So yeah, so I'm passing this user profile image, and then this is the catch, right? If any error is there, then I'm catching here. So here I'm deleting the user profile image. And now we have two cases, one for if user is seller, and one for each user itself a buyer. Okay, so if role is seller, then I have to update, I have to remove a lot of resources, because user have, if he or she is seller, that means they have a restaurant, they have product, they have cart. So like we have to delete restaurant resources and product resources, right? So that's I'm looking for restaurant. So if restaurant, so here I have, this is the restaurant models, and this is the owner ID, and I'm just grabbing from user ID, right? So this is the owner field, owner ID field from restaurant, and owner means ID, user ID. So I'm checking if a restaurant exists, return that object, otherwise null. So if a restaurant exists, so delete first image. So here I'm checking if restaurant, inside restaurant, if image and then public ID. I talked about earlier, public ID is very important, because when you want to delete some resource from Cloudinary, the Cloudinary only care about the public ID, right? And yeah, similar things, just we are passing that ID, right? Because this delete from Cloudinary require one thing, public ID. That's why. And then catch, yeah, you can handle here these things. And yeah, so I'm just looking for the restaurant, and also inside restaurant if product exists. So yeah, product find and restaurant, this is the restaurant ID and media one. And then yeah, and then I'm also calling, yeah, so like we have nested product image, right? So that's why here I'm just I use flat map, because all the nested things I'm gonna flat and then I'm gonna delete. So here what I'm doing is I'm checking their array, because when we run like map, so yeah, we want to make sure these things, if yeah, and it's each array help us to prevent from crash. So here if p media if exists, then run. This is the ternary operator. Okay, if it exists, they run this, and we are using filter boolean, right? And then empty array. So basically these things, just I'm just grabbing the product image, and then I'm just updating these things. And here I'm calling image at once. So that's I'm using promise.all, which means it's gonna delete simultaneously everything at once. But if you use await, it delete one after another, so it takes time. But we don't want that. We want to delete everything at once. So that's why we use promise. And then, as I told you, we are using db tags. So now we want to delete first product and then restaurant. So yeah, we push these two things inside db tags. So yeah, product dot delete many, and then restaurant and restaurant id, and restaurant delete one, because here only one restaurant I'm talking about, and then id, and then we push these two things inside db tags. And then here I'm also pushing other stuff: order, cart, review, and user. I think there is a review. Okay, I think I made a mistake something, or like what? It's not. Okay, anyways, review, delete many, and then user. So I just push this all the db call inside db tags, and then here I'm using promise, and then I'm just passing all dbs. So if you look at the comment, run all db deletion in one parallel. So this entire delete call at once, so it don't wait for anything. And yeah, that is the helpful that is the use of a promise, right? And yeah, and then after doing it, we have to response. This is the response. I status code 200 and JSON only message. The message is webhook proceed. Now whatever you like, webhook, okay, webhook process. And in catch block, first console log, console error for debugging purpose. Okay, I think guys, it's gonna console error, and then webhook. Okay, no. Okay, webhook error, and then error dot message. Yeah, you can pass dot message. And then the response for a response status 500, and then JSON an object, the message, and internal error during, yeah, like we can call internal server error or whatever it is, right? So this is the two controller, user controller, a get user and handle Clerk webhook. And now we have to create the routes. Have to create routes. So we have to create route, first user route, user route dot js, and here we have to import express, and then import get current users, right? And make sure put js, otherwise you definitely gonna get an error. So user controller js, and also you have to import the require auth from, because this is the middleware from, oh my god, okay, middleware, okay, this is a require auth middleware, and then we have to, so this is the router and const router and express, and now we are just calling router from express router, and we are calling, right? And then we have to define our method. So router dot, we are using http get method, and then this is our endpoint me, right? And then we have to, this is a require was, this is the middleware, and now we have to pass the get controller, get current user, this is a controller, right? And then we have to export default router, user router, right? So now this require auth prevent, nobody can get that URL until they have the token, right? That's why we are using Clerk themes, right? So guys, this is the particular get current users, but for Clerk webhook we need different webhook, because if you put this if you put that controller that route here, so definitely you are gonna get an error. It's not like, because Clerk because normal route convert a JSON object into a simple JSON, but Clerk work with raw data. So but now express is gonna confuse if you mix them up in one file, because I was trying a lot, but then I figured out, okay, I have to separately put into it, and then that's why I'm gonna do a separate routing. So this is the user route, and let's create another Clerk route, Clerk dot route.js, and here you go. So here guys, I'm gonna just copy these three things, it takes time. I don't need this one, but I need something else here. Like I have to call verify Clerk webhook, Clerk webhook, and that is coming from user controller. Verify webhook. Guys, don't misspell. If you did, you wanna get error. But here it's not gonna be handle Clerk webhook. Well, okay, it's gonna be from here, middleware, and let me. So yeah, this is a middleware, and now we need handle Clerk webhook. Handle. It's gonna be handle Clerk webhook. This is a handle Clerk webhook, and yeah, it's coming from user controller. Yeah, so this is the controller and this is the middleware. So and then we have to call router. Okay, router from no. Then we have to call express dot router, and then it's a post. It's gonna be post method router dot post and then it's gonna be Clerk, because when I saw you the Clerk endpoint on Clerk dashboard, so yeah, there was webhook / Clerk. That is the Clerk, and then express, then raw. You have to put these things, otherwise you get a lot of error. And then type is here is application /JSON express raw application JSON, and then you have pass the middleware. This is the middleware, and then you have to pass the controller. Oh, webhook. I think it's not existed now. Okay, now it is. Okay, still it's not there. Okay, user. Okay, handle. So put here. Now it's fine. So this is the Clerk route and user route. Okay, so it's now okay, and now we have to go inside our app.js, and then we have to import. Here you have to import first. It's gonna be import Clerk route from from routes, and then Clerk route, and you have to put JS definitely. And second one, import, okay, user, okay, user route, user routes, user router route, user route, okay, user route from, similarly routes, okay. This is the two things so far. And now here we need something. Below app we need the Clerk webhook route raw. Yeah, so you have to call first Clerk. So this is the Clerk webhook routes endpoint. So that is app dot use, and then you have to define the base URL. So base URL is API slash webhook, okay, webhook, and then you have to call your route. So that is Clerk route. That is Clerk route. And yeah, you are good to go. And then below it you have to call, you have to parse other things. Parse JSON for normal routes. Then you have to call, okay, then you have to call first app dot use, then express dot JSON, call it. Second one is app dot use, okay, no, we don't have yeah, so we have to call now the API. So I have to put the, okay, the normal API, right? So that is app use, first the base URL is API, okay, here I think I don't put it, and then users S, and then user route, and yeah, so user route and Clerk route, they are ready to tackle with the controller, the front end stuff, right? So far we created. So yeah, and now we are ready to write other controller. All right, everyone. So we wrote one endpoint, and we are ready to check our backend, and we are ready to connect our backend to frontend so that we can check out our Clerk, right? So that's why we have to deploy our frontend backend. So let's build up our frontend setup, right? And so like you guys can test your endpoint by using Thunder from VS Code, or if you want to use, so please install a Postman, because I already tested out, so I know there is no bugs. Okay, and yeah, it could be there is a bugs, but I can fix it. Okay, but for your case, to understand the flow of data, I think you need to do it. And yeah, So let's create another folder inside this project. So then it's gonna be inside. So I think I got some error inside handle verify Clerk webhook. Okay, Clerk route. Let's check it. Clerk route. Oh, both are similar. Okay. This is gonna be middleware. So let's now it's okay. So if you check, the crash is gone. And you have to also export default and now it's good, right? So I forget to check it, but anyways, and this is another terminal. This is the backend, and now let's go to our Tailwind CSS. So here you can see just I'm gonna copy and cd foodify and then just copy and then call client. You can call a front end or so npm create and it's gonna be React with vanilla JavaScript and then no, yes, and now it's taking time. Okay, now it's running. The local host is 5173. So now it's working, right? So this is a client, and we have all the stuff. So now we have to set up Tailwind. So I'm gonna and then just cd client and then just visit the Tailwind and then install Tailwind. And also have to copy this vite.config.ts because we are using vite. Also take time. Okay, let's see the package. Tailwind is and now change the vite and just paste it. And now we have to import Tailwind and into our index.js. This is the global CSS. Just put here, and we don't need this app.css. And we have to remove all the stuff here from here and RFC, and also we have to copy this React inside main, otherwise you can get an error. And we are ready to go. So, and yeah, and inside let's check out class and then bg. Let's just for okay, here you go, man. How you doing? bg red 700. Okay, and we have to also run again. npm run dev. And now Tailwind also is established. So yeah, now Tailwind is ready, our frontend is ready, and now just we need to install some packages. So again, let's open another terminal. Okay, so cd 45 client, and then just all the packages we have here. The first one is Clerk React. Okay, so we install for backend. Now we have to install for frontend, and also we have Redux.js toolkit because we are going to use for state management. And this is a Stripe, and this is a Stripe.js, and this is a Stripe. And Axios Framework Motion for motion graphics. Yeah, not that of a level, but it help us to show our content. And this is a React icon. This is a React loading skeleton. This is a React Redux and React router, React router DOM, and React Toastify in order to show the message. So just copy all the install packages and npm I and just paste it. Here you go. Now it's check time. So all the package after installation, all the packages, we are ready to go. And meanwhile, just let's change this index.html a little bit. There is a name client. We have to put 45, and from this file, guys, you can add your metadata for SEO purpose or your project icon, all this stuff. So just I only care about this title, nothing else. So that's why I'm changing the title. And I hope all the packages has been installed. Okay, so Clerk, Redux, Stripe, Tailwind, Axios, Framework Motion, React, icon loading, Redux. Yeah, all the packages have been installed. And yeah, so now what we're gonna do, just we're gonna create our front-end folder structure, right? So inside source folder, we are going to create the component. This is the components, and then also pages. So yeah, I think here if we don't add, it doesn't matter, but let's pages. No, inside okay, pages, and then Redux, Redux. Yeah, component pages Redux. And then this is a 3 file folder structure we need. And then inside Redux we need the API, and also we need the slices. We need API URL, main URL. Yeah, it's gonna be file. Oh, API URL dot JS, and then also we need store.js, and yeah, it's a API, it's a slice. Oh, I delete that. Let's create again. Slices. Okay. API URL is true, right? And also we need app. Here we also need app inside. Oh no, inside, not inside source. We need app, this app, and yeah, so let's write this API URL. So it's very simple. Just we have to first let's const just use local, and then make first false. So now similar things we did on our backend, because yeah, when you are working on frontend production, then we use our local host. When you are working on deployment, we want to use the deployed URL, right? So that's the things. Then const base domain is equal to use local, and then I'm gonna use ternary operator, so it's gonna be the for now, and then local, that is http clone / localhost. Okay, localhost, then this is the backend URL 4, and yeah, now we are ready to go, and then we have to export. Const API, and then base URL, and then you're gonna be template literal, okay, and then base domain slash API. This API, it's a base, yeah, because on front end this API is constant, right? So yeah, that's why I make it here constant as well. So this is the API URL, and now we need so yeah, we also connect it. So this is the app. Where is the app? And we have to convert this app inside app folder. So just move this app inside. And now we have to change here. Right now, it's gonna work. Right? This is the main.js. Let's see. Still it's work. That means right. And now we have to set up our. So now here inside app, we have to first we have to structure our front-end project, a front-end project layout, platform layout. So we have to what layout, main layout, and routes, and also we need protected route, right? Let's first create what layout inside app. Let's create app what layout.js app what, and also we need an app. We need app main layout.js. We need app route.js. Also we need protected route and protected route.js. And yeah, so app what layout, it's very simple. Just we have to import outlet for, you can understand, it's a placeholder. It's a placeholder for children. Outlet, and this is coming from React. Okay. React router.dom. Yes, it's coming for React router.dom, and then we have to import React as well. React from React, and then export default function and app f layout, f auth layout, and this is the asynchronous function. It's not an asynchronous function, and because it's a UI, and now let's return the UI. The UI is first is div. Okay, sorry. And inside div we have main, and main we have layout, outlet. This is the outlet, and here the login, the login. So yeah, so in this main here login sign up, we are going to show them, right? And now let's create right now let's so it's gonna be class, it's a basic UI, it's gonna be flex, and I hope guys you know basic CSS. So if you know the flex, and yeah, because flex can decide the layout structure, right, the position. So yeah, and nothing else, and it's gonna be flex column, and then min height screen, min height screen, and then bg background and bg white, and text black, that's it. But I also show you how you can create global your project color brand or anything. So if you want to use same things, you can use same color throughout your UI, right? So yeah, so that the things I'm gonna show you, right? So you can copy that things, and here also it's gonna be class and then flex one, so it takes the remaining space, and then flex item center, and justify center, and yeah, that's it. This is the app auth layout, right? And now if you look at the app, so and RFC E. Okay, so this is the React functional export component, right? So you can get this way, but if you want like this, RFC, the arrow function way, this way, so you can get arrow function, right? So this is a shortcut, and yeah, so you can install this this extension, that is yeah es7.react, this one. So you can get this, so R, right, RFCE, so React functional export component like this, and okay, yeah, same things you can get very easily, right? And yeah, so right now just I take it the simple way, and now let's import some basic stuff, that is import React from React, right? And then import router and route from React router DOM, and yeah, and then we have to import f auth layout, and also we have to import f main layout. Right now we need to do these things, and then we have to call rf this functional React, oh no, rfc, wow, why rfce, oh my god, man. Yeah, now it's working. So app routes, right? This is a default function, app routes, and you're gonna return. So I'm gonna wrap up with routes. Routes. Oh, sorry, I not it's gonna be routes. Okay, anyways, and then and now inside routes I'm gonna define all the nested route. So first gonna be this route, and then inside we also have two route. So it's gonna be the element, the what layout, and yeah, and inside we're going to create the sign off and login page, and also and the main layout. So I'm gonna just copy these things and app auth layout is gonna be main layout, and yeah, okay, I think I make it. Let's get nested out. Okay, so now element app main layout. So all the app auth related route we're gonna handle here and also here, right? And why app auth layout? Okay, I think it's required someone. No. Yeah, why are you getting identifier expect GX element? Yeah, like it's need a GX element inside, which means I can get route and then path. It's gonna be path. So slice sign up and then element it return the GX file, GX element, that is sign up and this is gonna be route. Oh, now these are fine, right? So right now this URL does not exist, so just I need so this is a like basic app route setup, right? And as you go toward our project, so we just add up the new URL, the new the end path, right? So this is the app routes, and now we have protected route. So guys, if I type this way, it takes a lot of time, so I'm gonna just copy code to, so it's gonna take it. So inside app you have the protected route, so I'm gonna copy and then so this is the protected route. Okay, so we just input two things, signed in and signed out UI from Clerk React, and then navigate from React router, and then here just I'm passing a children, right? So and this is the React fragmentation, which means I don't need any div, so that's why this is signed in and I'm passing children, and this is a sign out. When you sign out, it redirect you to a login this URL, right? And yeah, this is sign in children. So this is the protect route, and we have also app, right? So inside the app, it's very large code. So this is the code, guys. I'm gonna just copy and I'm gonna paste. And here I think we don't need use selector, so just remove. I think this is a React use effect. This is a use dispatch, and because here we are going to handle the React very soon, so that's why this is the browse router and app routes. This is the toast container from React Toastify. Then this is the fetch current what users. So we're not handling. So right now I'm just remove these things. And that you're gonna confuse, and these things as well. And now it's doesn't make sense at all. Yeah, so just keep these things back. So anyways, because right now I'm not going to run my code, but this is the app, right? And this is the browser and card pop-up and app routes. So like, and this is the browser router, and this is the main thing. So we wrap up our entire app inside browser router, right? And this is the card pop-up, and this is the app routes, and this is the toast container. So position top right and auto close after 3 milliseconds. Yeah, this is after 3 seconds. And this is a fetch users. So right now I'm not going to talk about it. When we integrate, then we can. So this is the app code, right? So far we just create our app, all the logic, right? So I hope that makes sense to you. All right, everyone, let's now set up our Redux. So inside Redux folder, we already create the API and slice. So let's create user API dot JS, right? So inside this API, all the user related API we're going to handle. So let's first import Axios, because we are going to use Axios for handling API requests. And from Axios, and then import the base API URL, API, and then base underscore URL from this API URL. Yeah. And then we have to create a Axios constant, like it's a instance const API Axios create. This is a Axios create method, and it accepts object, and this is the base URL, and this is a temple literal, and then URL, and then we set these users on our backend, like API/users. So inside here, so you already paste that API. So because it's gonna be same for every API endpoint. and yeah, and then it's gonna change. And yeah, that's the things. And then we have to pass another credential true. This is a API instance, access instance, and now we have to define our API function. Export, then const current what user, current what users, and then we have to pass token, because this is the protected route, so you have to pass token. And it's the arrow function. And then we return API. Yeah, so there is a fun fact. Here, if you use a bracket, a curly bracket, then we have to use a return keyword. But if you don't want to use a bracket, so we don't need to use return keyword. So API, and then we are using HTTP get method, because this is the get method from and this is the same endpoint we wrote in our backend. And then we have to pass another object where we are passing just only header. So here we don't need multi-part form, or like, because Axios handle all the stuff. And we have to pass just no authorization, and then bearer token. Bearer, and then token. That's it. Now user API is completed, right? Now we have to write the slice. This is the user API, and we have to write the user's slice. Right, user slice dot, and then we have to import create slice, create slice, and create thunk. Create slice and create thunk, create async thunk. Async thunk from Redux, from Redux toolkit. And yeah, then we have to import, and we have to put asterisk for, we call it anything from that user. Then API URL, no, API, then user API. And then we have to define our thunk function. Export const, then fetch current what user, and then we have to call that create async function. So create async function, create async thunk accept two argument. First is name, second is async function. First is action type, this is action name, user, and we can put any name, fetch current user, and second argument is all about async function, async function, first token, and then reject with value. So I think thunk API, so like you can write this way, thunk API. Okay, sorry, thunk API. This is the thunk provide, and then you can get all the value. But I'm just directly grabbing reject with value. So right now I'm just getting one thing, so that's why yeah, it's okay, because the rules here is if you get an object, you have to handle this way, object way. If you get one thing, so yeah, you have to put this way. And then I'm gonna pass a callback function, like it's an arrow function, and try catch block inside try. I'm just grabbing the response from backend. So because Axios return promise, so I'm just assign the promise, inter promise inside this variable res. So API, just we are calling this API, and we have this current auth, and then we have to call it. So we have to pass token. Yeah, we have to pass token, and then yeah, and we can console log, right, for debugging purpose, and then we have to return this is the res, and this res we have data, right? So this is the yeah, so Axios return a promise, and inside promise we have data object, and inside this and data we have all the data from frontend, right? So I'm gonna just return entire data. So yeah, and inside in catch block we can handle yeah, so return the reject. Just copy this value, and then I'm passing just error dot, this error also have response, full response, and just I'm checking if the data is there, and I'm also checking if message is there. If it is, it's okay, otherwise I'm using war operator, and then I'm just putting the built-in message what check fail. what check failed. Yeah. So now the thunk function is ready, right? And then we have to create a slice. So const user slice, and then we have to call create slice, and then create slice accept the object. First it's gonna be initial state. First it's gonna be name, the name what user. This is just name, and then the second gonna be initial state, and it pass our object. It's our object. So first users is array, because inside user I'm gonna store all the users. And then viewing user, viewing users, the current user, or like viewing users null. You can get the idea when you are working on UI, why you call viewing user. That means right now you are seeing and then current what user, no, current what user null, and then loading also false, as default false, error null, and also I'm gonna put this is the user slice initial state, and now we have another reducer. So I think you know reducer. I think if you want to handle the thunk related things, you have to use extra reducer, or if you want to handle the platform, like these features related inside this slice, so you can use reducers, right? So I'm gonna use extra reducers, and that is extra reducers, and then extra reducer pass a builder, so it's argument builder. This is the builder, and then it's pass a callback function. It's the arrow function, and then first it's a builder, and then this is a what check. So what check. So now we have to handle the add case. So first it's a add case for pending. So we have 3 cases, right? So I hope guys you know how Redux works. So if you don't know, okay, so just I'm gonna telling something very basically by saying, so I think Redux, so when user call the thunk function, call the reducers, so reducers back to this thunk function, and this thunk function call this current users, and this current users call response, a request to backend, and then backend return a promise, and then we so Axios return a promise, and we handle here, and then we return. When you return, then the first case would be pending, and that is the things I'm handling. So yeah, so first case fetch current user, and the first is pending. So and then you're gonna be first state, and then also it's passed arrow function, and here state, I'm just updating the state now, and this is the what user loading. It's the loading, and now loading true, and state is on null. Oh, sorry. So state is null, and that's it. This is the pending case, and now we have fulfill case. So we have fulfill case, and then again we have to call, and this is gonna be the fulfill case, fulfilled, and here I have to pass the two things, first state and then action. So action gonna be, and here also arrow function. So first state, then I'm gonna update the current state, current auth user, and the entire data action dot payload. So because we return the entire data, so that data become the payload, and then we update this entire payload inside this current auth user, right? So this is the fulfill case. We have also the reject case. So and now we have this is the reject case, and here also this state, sorry, state and action. And then you also update the state. So here we also update the error. If error is there, then also we have action type. This is the error. It's a payload. So inside payload we have also state error, and then we have to make the loading false. So this is the extra reducer, and now we have to export. So if you write something inside a reducer, then we have to also call that action type, but here we are not writing anything. So yeah, we have to export this default, export default, then user slice, and then reducers, and that's it. This is a user slice, and yeah, nothing else. And then just we have to create our restore, and then we have to restore. So just we have to import first configure restore from Redux toolkit, and then we have to export the entire const, then restore, then we have to call this configure store, and then it's accept the object. So first reducers, and this it's also accept object, and then the first is users, and the user first we have to import the user reducers, and from not no use user reducers, it's not from our slice, that is user slice, and then yeah, now it's ready. So our store is ready. Just first we import configure store from Redux.js, and then just we just call that configure store by passing reducers and user reducer. Redux toolkit handle all the heavy tasks for us, right? And easily we can handle these users. When you grab these users, so we can get all the features, all this field. If you grab this user, so we can handle all this step, right? So yeah, so if you look at our app.jx, so yeah, that is the things we are calling. Yeah, this is the fetch current user from user slice, and like forget about this card pop-off. Like right now I just remove. I think it may distract you. For now it's like, yeah, also fetch card, I think fetch card, it's like now remove. Now yeah, now you can understand. So yeah, all the things I already talked about. This use dispatch from Redux, browse the router from React DOM, and this app routes from app route, and toast container from React Toastify, and this is the fetch current user from user slice, and this is from Clerk, this auth use. From here we can get that token. So we just call use dispatch, and here right now we don't need. So and then from use auth, we just getting two things: get token and edge load, right? And this is the use effect. So I think, as you know, inside use effect we cannot run asynchronous function, right? So but inside use effect we can, right? That are things we are first define another fetch function, right? Fetch users. So this is the asynchronous function, and then if load is not there, just return nothing, and inside try block just we get the token, and then we are passing the token, and because we are calling this fetch current user by passing token. If something goes wrong, here we are handling, and then we call this fetch users. And yeah, this is the dependency, like if dispatch change or get token change or edge load change, this use effect run, right? And yeah, this is the fjx, right? So yeah, it's pretty much, now you get the idea how to but there is a catch. We also have to change this main.jx, right? Because now we're handling, so here we have to change, and we have to wrap up something, and we have to grab some API, like secret key. So let's create our environment variable. So I will talk to you because we need also publishable key from React, from a Clerk. So this is a Clerk, and you have to go like API keys. Sorry, API. Yes, and this is the choose React, and this publishable key you need. This publishable key. So you can copy this or you can get from here. Just copy, right? Just copy and create publishable key. So I already have here. So this is so we need Vite stripe publishable key and also Vite Clerk publishable key. So just I'm gonna copy. Yeah, we need these two things. So first, yeah, just focus now Vite Clerk publishable key. So just we copy. Right, that are the things we need. And in main.js, so we have to wrap up our app with Clerk provider. So just import Clerk provider, import Clerk provider from Clerk, Clerk React. Right. So just know. So provider, it's a wrapper, and then we have to pass this publishable key, const. This is the const okay, publishable, and then this is the import. Okay, import from meta dot env dot, then just copy these things, this variable name, and yeah, and then just we have to pass these things here, publishable key, and no, so pass this publishable key, and now, and also as we are using Redux, so also we have to wrap up our app with Redux. So also Redux also provide a provider. So let's import Redux provider, import provider from Redux, and then we have to wrap up and we have to pass the store. stores, but store. So let's import the store from our store.js. This is Redux and then stores. Now you have to pass this store, and now then you can, yeah, now it's okay. F, yeah, now it's now your main.js is fully connected to. Okay, I think this on. Yeah. So yeah, now the main.js connect with the Clerk and the Redux, right? And yeah, let's see if I run, I can get any error or not. Right now, I think we got pop off where. Yes. Let's see. API URL. Okay. Error says API is not defined. API URL.js. API URL.js 6 export cons API base URL, then oh, we made a mistake. This is a huge mistake. Now it's okay. User not defined user API. User API. User API. User not defined. Same thing, so we made a mistake. Here also, yeah. Same thing, we made a mistake. That is gonna be here. Same mistake we did, but yeah. Yeah, now poet is okay. That there is no error. Right? And yeah. Alright everyone. Now we are going to deploy our project frontend on Vercel, backend on Render, because Clerk doesn't allow us to create user into their dashboard without deploy URL. So we have to pass the URL inside Clerk so we can call the webhooks. So let's first deploy this project into GitHub. So we need a Git repository, then we can access that repo from Render and Vercel. So just we have to add the git ignore file. Here we have to add git ignore, git, have to add git ignore, and then just we have to just node underscore modules slash and then dot env, and also if you want like this client dot build. Right now we don't have, but if you can like this. Right, so these are not required right now because right now we don't have these two things. Just we have node modules and environment. And right, and also we need the readme, but right now we don't need that. So this is a git ignore, I think. And now we have to create a repo. So I already name it foodify2. Alright, so just some copy and then so the cd foodify, right? And then I initialize, and then I'm just checking a git status. Oh no, git status. Yes. Now backend client git ignore. Okay, here you go. Then git add everything. Now I add everything, and now let's just commit fast. Fast commit. Just copy this entire things and then just git main branch. Just convert and then just copy, paste here, and then git push. Now check here. Sorry. Now you're getting backend. You cannot see the .env because we just stopped, but we need also inside client we need another folder is Vercel.json, because in production, if you don't put this one, it's not gonna work. So we have to put Vercel Vercel.json. Just very basic. This is the object, and rewrites and then also array, and then source, and then source, and then asterisk, full stop asterisk, which means all the endpoint, and the destination is destination yeah, this is the code. Now just you have to commit. Yeah, so yeah, we can commit later. And now let's go to Vercel. Let's go to Vercel first. Render first. Let's render first. So I already open up. I have a lot of project. Let's create new one. So yeah, select web service. And yeah, this is the recently 3 minutes ago. Choose this one, and then you have to put all the this is the name. Okay, project node main. It's a project optional name, project optional language node branch main region, yes, branch. Okay, and directory we have the backend one, and then free one, and here we have to add all the endpoint variable. So go to, okay, so we have all the variable we need. Just paste here. Yes, this is the MongoDB, Cloudinary, okay, Clerk web secret key, Stripe secret key, and yeah, so even we can modify if you want to. So add, sorry, don't need this. Just deploy web service. Now it takes time. So meanwhile, we're going to, okay, so this is the Vercel, and now you can see I have my previous project. So just let's create new one. So you can land this overview page So you have to go this overview page, and then you have to get a new project. So this is a Foodify 2. Just I have to import, and I have to choose a framework. So I'm using Vite, and this is the Vite. I think I have to comment here something. Now it's okay. So we select Vite, and then we can have to select the client. This is the client. Choose client, and we have to add a variable. So here we have to graph the variable, and these two variable copy and then paste here, and then deploy. So read client, and let's see the front end, backend. So backend now on live. So this is the render URL. Just you have to copy, and you have to visit client, and then Redux URL. So you have to just pass, and yeah. So then you have to change false to true. When it's become true, then that means this is local true. Run this, right? So it's a ternary operator, I think Let's, and this is the hard shell domain. Yes, inside app, and here just paste. Oh, okay. You have to paste like this. So https clone // yeah, then this is the URL, and then you have to copy this inside Clerk. So I hope it makes sense, right? And now we are ready to go. All right, everyone, let's build Clerk UI. So where user can register themselves into our platform. So inside page, let's create a register page, and then we have to create two component. First is sign up, signup.js, and then login.js, login.js. So let's first build our sign up. So RFC, here you go, and also we have to import use effect. So use effect, and then we have to import the Clerk sign sign up, it's gonna be uppercase. No, sign off use user from Clerk React. Okay, and then we also have to import the use navigate. So use navigate spelling is not navigate from React router DOM, from React router DOM, and yeah, and inside, okay, export to fall, and then we have to call use user in order to get is logged in property. So const, then we are destructuring is login from Clerk, is signed in from, and then we use user, and then we just call, and then also we need const navigate, and then we call use navigate, and then we also now we have to run the use effect. So use effect, and it's the arrow function, and if is login exists, then that means user already logged in or signed in on our platform. So we just navigate to our home page. So if user try to go to login page or sign up page, we instantly navigate to this home page, because you don't need to go again, because you already log in user. If you log out, then you can visit, right? That is the basic logic. And then we have to pass our dependency. So if is login changes or navigate changes, then this use effect run, and then we have to, and inside, and then this is a div, and this div gonna be the class mean height is screen, and then flex item center, and justify center, and then background bg gray. This is the background, and then we have to call this Clerk sign off UI. So this is a UI, a component sign off. This is a component sign off, and then inside, oh well, I think, yeah, just we can pass like this, because here you're not passing any. Just we have to call it, and then the sign in URL. So we can, so in sign up page, you can see a link, a login link. So you can see the sign in. So if you click that link, it will be redirect to login page. So that is this line is all about. And then second, also after signing So after sign off URL, then we navigate to a home page. That's it. And yeah, this is the sign up code. And now you copy same things for login page. You copy same thing for login page, but we just change the name. Login page, and here just we have to import sign in from Clerk, and just I use multi cursor, so then just sign in, and everything it's gonna be sign off instead sign login, sign off, and yeah, it's the same thing. Sign in, each sign in, yeah, and now everything's okay, right? Now, and it's gonna be not sign off, sign in after sign in URL, so it redirect to login page, a home page, right? I hope it's now we have to import these two components inside our app route. So, and I already have this one, so just import. So sign off, and then also we need another one, login. So just make it login, and now if you go to sign off login, then you can visit. So let's check them out. So I already ran my code, so let's see what happened. Yes, guys, this is the Clerk UI. So now you can use the Google Auth provider or GitHub. I'm gonna use Google. So let's see. Now it redirect to the Google Auth page. Now, so I'm gonna select my account. Now, and now continue. Now I'm in home page, right? So let's check the Clerk dashboard. So this is the users. Just refresh. Now you can see, and now Clerk is working. So now this is my account. Recently I just log in on my platform, and now you can see. Let's see our database. So let's see webhook. Oh yeah, I hope webhook does not work. Let's see, because webhook does not work. Guys, you cannot see any data. There is no data. I think let's refresh. There is an email. Wow, webhook works. Okay, yeah. Email, there is no email. Full name is there. Clerk ID is there. Yeah, I think webhook is work. Right? Yeah, because we put the URL. But there is no email. I think we make some mistake. So yeah, we can solve it, no question it. But yeah, so now our database and Clerk, they are connected each other. So if I create a new account, so I can see the user collection, right? This is the user document, right? So now it's works, right? So far we create this sign up and login URL, and now if you want to, so if you want to go login page, you cannot, because you are already login, so you cannot visit. Oh, sorry. If you want to go login, it redirect to home page, right? So now you cannot go to login page because we set up like this. We set up like this. So each sign in. If you are each sign in, then you cannot. Yeah. So all this stuff, Clerk can handle that. You don't need to that because we use this after signing a URL and this signed URL, right? Right. So this is the pretty much of our front-end setup, right? And now we have to finish our wall backend. Then we again visit this front end. That makes sense because just I want to show you we can work with Clerk. That's why we first deploy our both project, both parts, and then then we set up our front end, right? And now just we want all the endpoint and just we fetch the data and show on our front end, and then we can build. Now let's back to our backend code. All right, everyone, let's work on backend. So now I'm gonna build our helper function because we need. So first gonna be upload to Cloudinary because we are going to use multiple times. So that's why we need this upload to Cloudinary, upload to Cloudinary.js. So let's import some basic things. First import fs file system from Node. This is a file system from Node, and then we have to also import path from Node. This is a path. These are from our Node system, and then we have to import the Cloudinary instance where we just Cloudinary from our config file. Okay, this is our we have Cloud.js, and I just put JS, and then create asynchronous function that is upload upload to Cloudinary, and this is the async function. And then this function accepts two parameter. File is file path, second is option, and option okay, no, okay, I just make a mistake, man. It's gonna be just file path, not file URL. Just file path is fine, right? And option gonna be empty object because option I want to store a folder name, and then it's the arrow function, and then try catch block. So all the success code we are writing inside try and catch, and an error inside catch block. So first let's grab the extension. So that is const extension e for ext extension. You can make it full name, and then just path ex. This is the ext name. This is a method, and just pass the file name, and we are grabbing that extension from this file path, and just we're gonna make it to lowercase. So I'm using to lowercase and then call it. This is a JavaScript function. And second, and then I'm gonna check in the option. If option is not present, so make it option. If option dot resource type resource type. This is the option resource type. If not present, that means I'm gonna create my own. That is so. So I'm gonna write general, so you can use multiple for other cases, like if you handle some video, right, or audio. So this code gonna be work as well also for images. So yeah, so I'm right for that. So yeah, this is if, and this is again if state, if the file extension is dot mp3 or maybe sorry, I have to put like this, and then dot m4a, or you can add others, right? So you can search on Google or ChatGPT, and you can get whatever things is out there, and then you can handle. And then here we use include, so we are checking that is extends, passing extends ext, and then if these are exist inside ext, that means it's a video. Option type is video. Option type is video. So guys, here just I'm doing manually, right? So if option, yeah, if I send option from frontend, yeah, so like the backend, yeah, if I grab these things from backend, then this code, it's not gonna run, right? So this is for like edge cases. If somehow we cannot get the resource type, so we are getting from the file path. So we are just manually creating that by getting file extension, right? So yeah, so just we are guessing things, not we are guessing, just we are just manually doing things, and it is video. Otherwise, inside it else, it's gonna be image. It's gonna be image. So option dot resource type image. So Cloudinary treat audio video as a video, and except these things treat image. This is a basic code, and then just we have to call the Cloudinary method and function. So first let's store that result. This is the result, and it's await, and then Cloudinary, and this is the upload. This uploader is a API. Uploader, this is API, and then upload is a method. So yeah, so it upload this file. So we have to pass two things. This upload method accept two parameter. File is file path. File path, and second is option. Option means the folder name where you want to store. Options, yeah. And then we have to return the result. I think we have to write this way: option, option, and option. Now it's okay. And then we have to return that result. We have to return result for return the result, and inside catch block, if something goes wrong, then just console log for debugging purpose. And then error uploading file to Cloudinary. Okay, flying to Cloudinary, and then just show the error, and then just throw an error. Okay, throw an error, and finally, okay, we have to delete. Finally, we have to delete our temporary file. So we have to unlink sync and then call file path, because as I told you, temporarily we store the file inside our system, right? And and then we have to export default upload Cloudinary. And this is the upload to Cloudinary, and we also have to create same things just for deleting. And it's very same, like delete from cloudinary.js. So first import the Cloudinary config from config, and then just create delete from. This is asynchronous function, and this function also accept two things. First is public ID. Accept two things. First, public ID. Public ID, and and a resource type. So as a default it's image, because and then arrow function. So then we have to check if public ID is not present. If public ID is not present, then we just throw an error, because we need that, otherwise we cannot do anything. So throw the error. This is a new error. And so this is a message. Public ID is required for deletion. Right? And then we have to handle try catch block. So first we call await, and then cloudinary. So we have to call the cloudinary, and then the API uploader, the API function, the API uploader, and then we have to call the destroy method from cloudinary. And this destroy method accept two parameters: first public ID, and second is option, like this, and it's an object. So resource type is equal to resource type, this resource type, right? And we have to return this, so that's why this is the result, and we have to return this result. And we are and we return this result, and if anything goes wrong, just we're gonna handle it. Console dot error, the message error deleting file from cloudinary, and then error, and we have to throw error as well, that is throw error. And then just we have to export default and delete from cloudinary. That is helper function. And yeah, so we are going to use these two things multiple times. That's why we don't have to write same things again and again. Just we have to call this delete cloudinary and upload cloudinary. That's it. Now let's build our other controller. So first I'm going to start with the restaurant controller. So restaurant dot controller.js, and I have to import first user from models, and but I have to put JS, otherwise you're gonna definitely get the error. And then restaurant, you have to restaurant god man restaurant from models restaurant, yeah. And our first function gonna be the create restaurant. So we are going to allow a user so they can create a restaurant, and when you create a restaurant you become a creator. So here from this account, this controller, we are converting you from a buyer to a seller. So yeah, const create restaurant restaurant. This is async function because it takes time. And here we are just passing two parameters. First is request, which is coming from backend, frontend, and then response, the things we are sending to frontend. And then inside try block, we are gonna handle all the successful code, and if something goes wrong here, right? So that's the thing. So first we have to grab the Clerk ID from Clerk middleware. So request what, and I'm gonna checking it because sometimes we cannot see ID, so we can get, so our app gonna be crash. So to prevent that crash, we are putting an optional chaining. So this is the question mark, so we call optional chaining. And then also I'm putting check if Clerk ID does not exist, then show the some message, because we need this. So return some status 404, 401, 401, and then JSON, it's an object, unauthorized. You only can pass success false, and then message unauthorized, unauthorized, and yeah. And then if Clerk ID exists, then just call the user and just find the user from the user collection. So I'm calling the find one method. This is a find one method, and just this is a Clerk ID. This is a Clerk ID, and if the document I'm looking for here, if it exists, it returns the object or the document. Otherwise, it return null. So based on our user, I'm just checking if user does not exist. Sorry, if user does not exist, then just return 404 response dot status 404 404, and then it's a JSON message like this: success false, and then message, oh my god, man, message user not found, right? So yeah, just I'm checking my spelling because now I'm just making a lot of typo. So, and then if the user exists, then we can move on our next things. That is we have to grab all the code. So just guys, to save our time, what I'm gonna do, just I'm gonna so restaurant, and this is the things. Just copy these things and paste here. So I'm gonna paste, on above, because that organize our code. That is so I'm just grabbing all the information what it take to create this instance. That is name, description, cuisine type, deliver time, opening time, closing time, and deliver radius from request body, which are coming from front end. So I'm grabbing all the data from request body, and here also I'm putting the required field. These are required, right? And yeah, and also I'm also creating the checking the address. So here you have also grabbing address from request body. So here we have this address field, and so I'm going to just paste here. So this is the address. So here I'm just grabbing from request body. This is the street, city, state, zip code, country. If request body address exists, then just keep it. Otherwise, make it empty. That is address, right? And then we have to get our image. So that is image URL, and just I initialize as a empty, and I use late because I'm gonna use later. And also for image URL and image public ID, image public ID as a null as well. So image public ID, and then I'm checking if request which is coming from Malta, if request file exists, this is from Malta. If request file exists, then call the Cloudinary upload. This is uploaded, and call upload to Cloudinary helper function. And as I told you, these functions are require two things. First is file path. So I'm going to pass file path. That is request dot file and then path. This path is from Malta, and we've already set off. And then second is resource type, and that is folder. This is the name, and we just put a name is restaurant. So if you look at Cloudinary, so you can see this restaurant folder, and okay, I forget to create. That is, yeah, and then I'm gonna call this to image URL, and we have uploaded, and then this return secure because Cloudinary return secure URL, that is URL underscore URL, and also the image public, it's also return uploaded dot public id underscore id. And yeah, so we handle our file. If file if frontend provide file, and file is required, right? So so first we are calling that Cloudinary helper function, and because Cloudinary helper functions are required two things. First is file path, so this is the file path, and second is resource. And then we have to create our restaurant document. So just I'm gonna copy these things to save our time. And yes, that is, so this is the new restaurant, and this is the instance. This is a constructor, this is a restaurant, and this is coming from above, right? So this is the restaurant document, and this is the entire object. So this way we want to have in our restaurant collection. So that's why this is the owner ID. This is the field we define in your restaurant model. So owner ID is coming from user ID, right? So this is the user, and we have ID because user now become a document. So we have this ID, name, description, and image. So this is the nested object. So I'm just using ternary operator. If image exists, that means this image exists, then create this entire object. Otherwise, make it null. So URL, this image URL, public ID, this image public ID, address null. And then cuisine type. So I just make sure it's an array. That's I'm using is array method, and I pass in cuisine type, and then this is also nested ternary operator. If it's exists, that means if it's exists, so which means it's true. So run this. Otherwise, this one. And also, if become it is, then make this is. Otherwise, this one. So this is the nested ternary operator, and just pass this address. So here you already handle, and then the delivery time. So delivery time as a default 30, opening, closing, and delivery radius as is open true, right? Yeah. And then we have to just save it. Now we have to save it. So because now we create in Mongo's memory, but we have to update the MongoDB. So that's why we have called save new restaurant, and then call save method, and then now we save. Now MongoDB understand, and then we have to update the role. So as I told you, when user create this restaurant, so they become creator. So you have to update the role back to seller. So now if user role is not equal to seller, that means user is buyer. This is the means, but just I'm saying indirectly. So yeah, I can say if user role is seller, but I'm not. I'm saying user not seller, which means user buyer. So yeah. So I can write this way: user is equal to buyer. If user buyer, then make it seller, right? So this is the best way to make team member understand. So update just seller role is equal to just to make it seller. And remember, on our models, we just keep two things: buyer and seller. Don't misspell, otherwise it's not gonna work. And also we have we have save. Then we have to save user document and then save, call it, right? Yeah. And then for catch block, let's console log console error for debugging purpose, and that is restaurant creating error during creating restaurant. Yeah, we can put a good error during creating restaurant, or you can put a good message and then pass this error. And also we have to return the response for backend. Return response status code 500 or 00 JSON, and then subject. Just I'm saying you can say success, false, or message, right? Yeah, so just I'm passing message, so you can try it fully. Internal server error. Yeah, this is now. Yeah, so we just wrote down create restaurant controller, right? Yeah, just it is very simple. And the second gonna be export get all restaurant. So after creating, we want to fetch all the restaurant in our platform. So like export const get wall res. You can make it full. Async and then request response. This is the arrow function, and try catch block. So just I'm gonna go and copy to save our time. I can give us some message, you can see, right? It's very simple, but so I'm just fetch all the restaurant from our database, right? So yeah, this is a restaurant and it's a find method, and just I'm populate all the data. So this is the owner ID and it's a full email. Why I'm populate? Because owner is just it's the ID, and inside we are fetching full name and email. So we need two things, full name and email, right? So if you go, so fine, like we are fetching all the data, but we also fetching owner details. That's why we populate owner details. So if you don't use populate, so you only see owner ID just as a string. You cannot see the its ID, its data. That's why you populate, and now owners become actual document, or actually become object, right? And then we respond. This is success, true, and this is a count, restaurant length, and then this is a data, restaurant, right? And same things just for just copy this message. So yeah, the same things we console error and then return this message, right? So this is the get And now this is second one. Now third we have the export const get res by id, and then async request response arrow function try block, right? Same things. I'm gonna just copy. That is. So first I'm grabbing the ID from params because frontend send ID through params. That's why we are grabbing this ID from params, right? And remember, we are just destructuring, okay? And this name is very important because the way we wrote down inside our routes, we have to grab same things. I think as you know the destructuring. So destructuring means we have to put the same name, right? And the same things. We just restaurant and then find by ID. We are passing ID. So here we are only care about the singular or the single restaurant. So that's why we are passing that ID. And from this restaurant or collection, we are finding that particular restaurant, and then we can fetch. And also we show the owner ID, full name, and email. If restaurant does not exist, then show this return, and that is 404 restaurant not found. And this is the success response to backend 200 success true and data restaurant. And for catch error, just copy this entire. Oh, okay. So yeah, so this is the console log for debugging purpose, and this response internal server error, right? So this is the third one. Let's create fourth one, that is update restaurant. Export const update restaurant async request response arrow function. Okay, I export try block, try catch block, and let's grab some code. So we have, it's a huge code. So I'm grabbing, and then I'm just copying. I can fix it. Yeah, so these are not. So let me explain you. Because guys, it takes a lot of time to write typing code. So I want to save time. So this is the same things we are grabbing ID from params, and this is the Clerk ID from Clerk middleware, and this is the field the field we need, and these are coming from request body, that is name, description, cuisine type, all the things. And we are going to update field dynamically, which means if you want to update name, you're ready to go. If you want to update any of those, you can, right? So that's why we are gonna write this way and that way. So I'm just finding that particular user document. So I'm passing Clerk ID. If user does not exist, then so is not found. And also I'm also checking the restaurant if restaurant exists, and that's why I'm looking for restaurant by passing ID. and if restaurant doesn't exist, then so. And just I'm checking if restaurant owner ID and the user ID, if they are, which means the person are trying to update, they belong to this restaurant. So I'm just checking that authorization. So how? So we have owner ID on restaurant. We have So if this ID is not equal, that means you are the not to belong this restaurant. So I'm just return unauthorized. And also if they are sending any file, maybe restaurant image. So here I'm grabbing from Malta. That is a request file. Restaurant image public ID. So I'm just checking inside restaurant image public ID. If it exists, then I'm gonna call delete from Cloudinary and delete that public ID. And also I'm gonna upload the new one. So this is the older one and this is the new one. So first I have to delete the older one and then I have to upload the new one. So that's why I'm just calling that upload to Cloudinary. And then I'm just creating this URL and public ID for new image, that is restaurant image, and then passing two things, URL and public ID. Right, and we are grabbing these two things from upload Cloudinary, right? So we are updating image in our restaurant document, and then if image provided or maybe description. So that's why guys I'm using if state, because it's not compulsory. So whatever you pass, I'm just take it and then I'm gonna make it happen. So if and if you look at we are using the way we are updating object using dot operator, like dot approach or dot. So you can also update using square bracket, right? So that's called bracket approach, but here I'm just updating this way, because this is the name, this is a value, this is a property, and this is a value, this is a property, and this is a value, right? Because we are updating object. And also cuisine type. If cuisine type is provided, then we want to make sure is it array or not. So just we convert into array. We are not converting here, just we are checking so that it's not gonna crash. So yeah, same things we're using alternative operator. If it's true, just accept it, otherwise make it this way. And this is just all the address, delivered time, opening, closing, and this is the boolean flag. Is open, it's not undefined, then make it true. And then after doing all this stuff, remember one thing: if you change anything into document, you have to save it, because without saving it, MongoDB cannot understand, right? And then we're just passing, just we respond to frontend, that is message and then restaurant, right? And now we have another one, that is last one, delete restaurant. So export const delete restaurant. Restaurant. This is the async function and request response and try block. So what I'm gonna do, I'm just getting the code, entire try and catch block. Try and catch block. Delete restaurant. Okay, so first I'm grabbing the ID and then I'm grabbing the Clerk ID and just I'm checking here. So and then I'm checking user. If user does not exist, so then show this message, and also I'm looking for restaurant. Same things as we did for a restaurant, because this is a basic thing. Just we are checking the validation, and also here ownership, and then also same things image, right? So these are same as like a restaurant, as like update things, right? And now I'm just removing all the product linked to this restaurant, that is product. So I have to import this. So let's say import this model from here now, because we are dealing with product. Now we have to import product model, yes, and then also we have to import the order. So now we need order, and also now we have to import this. We don't we have to import the Cloudinary, upload to Cloudinary, and then that is from helper function, helper, and import it from Cloudinary, same thing from helper, and yeah, so everything is imported here. So just here I'm just explaining this stuff. Yeah, so we are just looking for a restaurant. This is the restaurant ID, and then we delete all the product. Right, because if you look at the restaurant model, we have this is the restaurant, right? So I'm just deleting all the product. Then I'm just deleting all the order regarding this restaurant, because if you look at the product, so inside product model we have the restaurant, right? So that's why I want to delete. If you look at the order, we have the restaurant, right? That's why I have to delete all the stuff from that collection. And then here I'm just deleting restaurant itself. So restaurant, find by ID and delete. And here, if you look at, just I'm checking if user owns any restaurant. If not, then downgrade the role back to the buyer. So now I want to change the role. If let's say if user now seller, so he delete restaurant. So now I want to make him from seller to a buyer again. That's I'm checking these things. I'm finding owner ID, yes. And if remaining restaurant length is 0, that means update this role again and make it, and then save it. And then I send this is a restaurant. This is a delete ID, because frontend need ID, and this is a message. Error deleting restaurant, and then 500 internal server error. And then we have another controller is that is get for this is for a dashboard. This is for dashboard, get restaurant by owner. So this controller, we are going to fetch all the data inside our dashboard. So here this is a clerk ID, this is a users, and here I'm checking the restaurant, same things. Now I'm finding the product. So restaurant, and inside product, I'm just finding the restaurant. and then this is a product, and this is success, and all the restaurant and all the product, right? And then this is a catch, right? So same thing, guys. I think just you have to practice, and then yeah, the more you do, the better understanding you can get, right? Because there is nothing, just the way you want the data, just you are writing the code, and just you are checking the validation. If they are not exist, that means you have to return the message. So yeah, and then you have to update. But you want to deal with a lot of things when you write a deletion, right? Because if you delete something, you have to delete all the data related to that particular controller, particular features. So in our case, when you want to delete restaurant, that means all the resources you want to delete. Otherwise, you should have much more resources. So your cost will be higher. That's why you want to clean up the things, right? If you don't want to, it's totally okay, and your database can have all this stuff. But yeah, so this is the restaurant controller, and now we have to write its routes. So we have to write its route, that is restaurant route dot js. And so what I'm gonna do, just we have to import express, and then from express, okay, I'm just gonna go and copy, because copy, and here you go. Yes, so first is I import express, then all the controller, right? From this restaurant controller, this is a middleware from this is Clerk middleware from require auth, and then Malter, and then storage, and this storage coming from Malter config, right? And then we are calling router, and just here you want to handle, we want to allow 10 MB. That's why just we pass the storage and limit. So this Malter provide a lot of field. So here just I'm handling storage and limit. So that is 10 MB, and this is the router. First router is the get method, get HTTP method, that is /my_restaurant. Then require, this is the middleware. So if you are not passing any ID, you cannot get this restaurant URL. So you have to pass token, and then get a restaurant owner. This is the first one, and then this is a post require, and then create a restaurant, and upload single image, because here we are handling single image. So that's why we are passing single. This is a built-in Malta. If you want to handle multiple image, so you have to write fields. But if you remember, you put image. So when you pass the image file name from frontend, you have to put same things. If you misspell a little bit, it's not gonna work. So just keep remember, if you work with Malta, you have to put same name. And second one is get, just get all the resources. This is not private, this is a public. And get also, it's a this is the parameter, and yeah, so this is the name ID, and when you are destructuring, so we put ID, right? Yeah, that is the things you have to keep in mind.
and this is the put. So here you can write patch. So I think patch is because put override the entire document, but patch does not. So the patch, like, whatever data you want to update, patch only care about that particular field. But if you use put gonna override the entire document. So here patch is best. Yeah, update restaurant, and for image, and these are private, and delete also private. So you have to send the ID. That's it, and then you have to export, right? Yeah, then we have to save, and then you have to call inside app, that is import restaurant routes, and this is coming from okay, routes, yes, and then here you have to write the, so this is a user, and you have to write restaurants, and then this is a user restaurant. Now this is your base URL, API/restaurant, and then right. So this is the restaurant controller and its endpoint. All right, everyone. Now let's build and work on new controller, that is product controller. Product controller. So let's import some basic dependency like product from models.js, and then create and then also import upload to Cloudinary. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just go product controller and just copy entire controller. We have some controller, and then just paste here, and I'm gonna just describe one by one. That makes sense. That saves a lot of time, because so far it's been 6 hours. So yeah, so I just import all the basic stuff like product models, card models, order models, restaurant, user, and this two helper function. Upload to Cloudinary and delete from Cloudinary. So this already we import a restaurant as well. Okay, and this is our first create product controller, right? And same thing, just we grab Clerk ID and the restaurant ID from params, and this name, description, price, and category are coming from request.body. And here just I'm looking for user. If user does not exist, then user not found. So this message. Same for a restaurant. Just I'm looking for a restaurant by passing a restaurant ID inside a restaurant collection. If it exists, return a document, otherwise null. And then if it's null, then show this restaurant not found. And here I'm checking ownership. If restaurant ID and user ID they are same, that means you are the one who are creating the who belong to this restaurant. So you can add product into this. And now I'm also checking if upload image Cloudinary. If so, here I'm just want to make sure uh, image file is required. So product image is required. So if there is no file, so you cannot get that. And yeah, and then just I'm calling upload to Cloudinary. Same things we did similarly on restaurant. Like when we create a restaurant, same things. Just we're passing two things. First, this is a file path, and this is a resource type, folder name. And here I'm grabbing the secure URL and public ID. So this is the image and public ID, and this is the document. Okay, this is the product document. So this is a new constructor, and this is the product models. This is a product model and all the data the way I want to insert. So restaurant ID, name, description, image. Like if image URL exists, create this object, otherwise make it null. Price, category is available true, and then I have to save. So here I'm saving, and this is the restaurant. Just product create successfully, and then response this product, the new product, and then here handle the error. Then get all products similar like we did for all restaurants. Similarly, all products. So and it's gonna be query based, like so you can pass like data like the filter you want. So that's the restaurant ID, category, min price, max price, and this is a filter empty object. So now the things you provide from front end, we just take it and push here, then we can search, right? So first restaurant ID, we update this filter with restaurant ID, then category, we update this filter, and also we take a price or min or max. You can pass both are, or like but you have to pass one. So these are optional. If you don't pass any filter, still you can get the data. So here how. So find filter. If filter exists, then I'm just finding so populate restaurant and name, and then nested I also have review, right? So this is the review path, and inside review this is another next document. So we are just this is the comment and it's a rating. So we also have inside review we also have user. So I also want to I want actual user document, that is full name, email, profile image, and this is a restaurant. Then we just respond. We response to backend like this: success true, count, products.length, and then data. This is a catch block, and get product by ID. So here I'm just talking about a single product, as we did for singular restaurant. Similarly, so when you are dealing with singular things, not only this just product ID or restaurant, anything. So you have to find that particular ID from that crowd, right? So if you want to find that one, how could you? That is the question. So we have to pass the ID, and with that ID, we can figure out. So so we take that ID from params, and then we're looking for. So just we find that product ID, and then we have that nested restaurant. That's why we just populate. If product does not exist, then product not found, and just we respond this way: success true, and then data. And this is a catch error, and this is the update. So we take it, we grab ID from params, we grab Clerk ID from Clerk middleware, and all the data we want to update. And it could be name, description, price, category is available. And then we are finding user using Clerk ID, it does not exist. So this message, also we are looking for product. If product exists, then we just populate restaurant, and also and if product does not exist, then product not found. And here also I'm checking ownership. Inside product we have restaurant, then inside restaurant we have owner ID, and this is a user ID. So the person is trying to update the product details if they are not belong to. So I'm gonna show this unauthorized message. And also I'm handling image. If they want to update the image, so I'm just grabbing the request file from Malter, and I have to delete the previous one, the older one. So I call delete the helper function, and I'm passing the path. So yeah, I'm just calling that image URL. Sorry, this is a public URL, public ID. Like this is a public URL. And then after deleting this one, I'm just calling the upload to Cloudinary, where I'm passing two things. First, the file path. Second is the resource. And this is the image, product image, upload result, and then secure URL, and then all the stuff: name, product description, price, category, and is available. This now, guys, I think you observe we are just repeating the same things we did the previous controller, right? So if you understand one controller, you can write others control, right? Just you have to understand just data flow. That's it. Then we have to save, and then we have to response message, and this enter product. This is the product, right? This is the product, and this is a cat block, and then a delete product. This is a delete product. Similarly, we are just grabbing ID and just we name it product ID, right? We can do that in any. So if you want to distracting something, but if you need to change, we can. And then also you also verify the seller. So we are looking for the clerk, and if user doesn't exist, then user not found. And we are just looking for product. So I think user, product, and restaurant, we are doing in every controller, because our platform is all about user, product, and restaurant, right? That's why we need these three things. So I think, guys, you observe the pattern. So if user doesn't exist, so and similar things product for here I'm checking the ownership, and then also I'm deleting that image, because this product I have to delete image. And if you look at this, and now we have to also calculate. So remove product from items, and then recalculate totals and auto delete, which means I have to now when you delete some product, okay, so you have to recalculate the because maybe let's say you are the seller and I'm the buyer. So I already saved your product in my card. So let's say you delete your product before I ordering. So I have to calculate my card number or card values, right? That are things. So here I'm finding, just I'm looking for card and item product and then product ID, and then just I'm looping. So like when guys I talk about we have nested a structure inside restaurant, that's why first this is top level a loop. So here I'm just we have these cards, and this is a document, and we have card, right? And then inside cards we have this item product, right? If product ID is not equal to product ID, which means I want to remove all the product from this card item. So I'm just updating this card item field. So filter, I think if you don't know about filter is like, return new array with match data. So here just I'm flipping the things. So here I'm using not operator. So if they are equal, that means they are match. So keep it. If they are not match, that means remove it. That is the things I'm doing here. And then we have nested. Then I'm checking if length is 0. So delete that card ID and then continue. Here I have to recalculate the products. So here I'm running map because item is a nested array, because we have documents, like, yeah. So each item itself document, because item have product and quantity. So I'm just mapping through if product ID, and then here just I'm finding the product, and I'm just checking remaining product they are included inside. If they are, then update this product doc, and then price map, and then and again I'm just looping for each. Then price map in ID is equal to price map. If they are, update this price map, right? And then compute new total. So card total amount, and then card items. And I think reduce is very reduce past two things. So first one is a accumulator, and second one is a current quantity, or like you can say item, right? So this is the accumulator, this is the item, and it's returned. So this is the sum plus, and it's return accumulator and then current item. So this is the sum, this accumulator, and this is the item. So in our case we have price and then item dot product, but 0 multiply item quantity. This is total amount, and then we have to save. And now we have to delete the resources. So we have to delete the order, because inside order we have also cart. So I'm just looking for, I'm passing the product ID, and then I'm deleting. And also I have to delete product itself, and then the message product delete successfully removed from cart, all this stuff. And then I'm just passing handling error, right? So as I told you, when you write delete controller, for any things you have to remember all the data it's linked to, right? So in our case, product link with order, cart, restaurant. So we have to remove all the resources. Otherwise you can delete the product, but it would be still in the cart, in the restaurant, so user cannot order it because there is no database inside our, right? So that's why, right? So yeah, this is the product controller. And now we have to let's write our product routes. So this is the product routes. This is the product routes. And I'm gonna go grab product routes. And yeah, first I need to import express, all the controller, the middleware, Clerk middleware, Malter storage, and I call the express router, and then also I define the upload, and I make it limit 10 as I did for restaurant, and then these are public, so get all product. And yeah, so I want to say something, guys. If you look at all the, like here I'm not using params, but if you're using params, so just put params below the, like, all the things. if you put this get here, definitely you can get some bugs. So if you want to check that out, you can check that out, but definitely you can get some error. So this is the public route. So all get product and get product by ID, right? And this, it's passing param, and this create product. So these are not public. This these are protected. So require what? This is the restaurant ID and single. So we are dealing with a single image, and then this is a controller. And here I'm using put, but I like to use patch because, as I told you, put override the entire document, but patch only care about the things you want to update. Right? So upload dot single image update product and delete. This is the our product route. And let's go to app route and then import product routes. Okay, routes from routes product.js. Oh, products. So product routes. Here you go. Now, yeah. So we wrote down product routes as well. And I think if you check our backend, we are crashing something. Let's see what we're crashing. Next, I think cannot find helper ordinary. There is a box here. In helper, I think click from Cloudinary. Okay, so we forget to put the JS. So JS. Yeah, now it's working. Everything is working fine. Let's build up our next controller, that is cart controller. Cart dot controller dot js, and similarly I'm gonna just go and then grab, and just I think we don't need this. So this is Stripe. This is the Stripe SDK and cart, order, product, users. And this Stripe is coming from our environment variable, new Stripe and process env Stripe secret key. So you already set up. If you want to look up, this is the Stripe secret key, and we grab it from our Stripe dashboard. And yeah, and this is the add to card. And yeah, so we have some controller. Add to cart means we are adding some product into it. So first we're grabbing Clerk ID and then the restaurant ID and product ID from params, and then quantity from our request body. And similar things I'm looking for user. If does not exist, then show this response. Similar for product. If product does not exist, then show this message. And here just normalize it. So I'm using math, and this I'm just converting parse int quantity 10, otherwise 1. So 10 means whatever data I get, I just use that 10. Like it's yeah, we are using number system, like so we just make it this quantity, right? So like we avoid the invalid values. That's why we just normalize it. And then just here just I put code, because this is very important, because if you don't understand, then you can get a lot of error once you debugging, and yeah. So that's why I want to explain one by one. So first I'm looking for card, right? So yeah, by passing user ID, and then there is a step first. So if you understand simple way, okay, first user can have multiple restaurants, okay, inside one card. Because when I explained to you, I said that each restaurant have their own card and user have the card. Okay, so let's say if you want to add something from restaurant A, so sorry, so we just grabs that restaurant item inside our cart. So that are the things. Each restaurant has multiple products, right? And each product has a quantity. So the logic has to figure out like, does the user already have a cart, right? So I'm just checking. If yes, does the cart already contain this restaurant? If yes, does this restaurant already contain this product? If yes, increase the quantity. If no, insert the new product. If restaurant doesn't exist, create restaurant group. If cart doesn't exist, create cart. So this logic gonna be inside these things. Okay. So first I'm checking does the user already have card? So I'm checking. If there is no card, then you create new card. So here I'm creating the new card. I'm creating the new card, right? So here, this is the constructor and this is the card model. So I'm passing user and then restaurant. So as I told you, if you look at our restaurant model, this is the nested data. So restaurant, this is and the nested restaurant and item, right? And then quantity. And inside item we have another object, that is product. This is object as well, and quantity. So restaurant and then restaurant and item. So restaurant is the restaurant ID and product is the product ID and quantity. And then total amount, price, product, price, multiply quantity, and then save it. Then second, if card doesn't exist, create it, right? It's complete. And now card already exists, update it, right? So this is a question. Does the card already contain this restaurant? So for, yeah. So here I'm update the card. So in else block, so first I'm finding the restaurant group inside card. And here you have to understand, does this restaurant already contain this product? If already product exists, then increase the quantity. If not, then insert the product. So here just I'm looking for the restaurant, find the restaurant group inside card, right? So if it is, then update this group. Otherwise, create this new group. So here group does not exist, so I'm creating the group. So cart restaurant, and then I'm pushing this restaurant item. So now I'm just updating this group, right? And then if group exists, so update product quantity or new product. So here, if does restaurant already contain this product, so I have group, but if the product is exist, so I have to just update the quantity. If if product doesn't exist, I have to create the new product. So here what I'm doing, I'm just update the product quantity. So if existing item and then group, I'm just finding group item and then product ID and then product ID. Then if it exists, then just return the document, and then here just I'm updating that quantity. Else here the product does not exist, so I'm creating new one. So here what I'm doing, I'm just push this product ID and quantity. So this is a new product, and then I have to recalculate the total amount. So reduce. So reduce first pass two things, accumulator and then current item. So yeah, also it's pass other things like accumulator, current item, index. So index it's optional and array these are optional, but here we only care about accumulator and current item. So this is a accumulator and this itself a current item, because we use also nested reduce, because we have the nested data. So this is the upper level reduce. So card, restaurant. Inside card we have restaurant, this one, right? And then inside card we have also these two things, other things. So here I'm returning this entire these things, sum and then item. So this item reduce. So this these things, product and quantity. So using this is the accumulator and this is the item, current item, and item accumulator plus current item. So the current item is like item quantity multiply product price, and yeah, this is 0. So this is the syntax of reduce. So if you don't know the reduce, I encourage you just go to ChatGPT and understand reduce, then you can understand these things. It's very basic. Then just I update the cart, and here just I have to populate cart, right? So I populate cart with restaurant, item, product. This is the field name and all the things, name, price, image, category. I need these things. And here also I'm just this is the cart populate, and inside restaurant we have restaurants. This is the things, restaurant we have restaurant. So that are things, name and image. That's why we populate 2 times. First one for product, second one for a restaurant, and then we just send response this card, and this is just catch block, and then similarly remove from cart, and this is the Clerk ID and this is the params, and we are finding user. If user does not exist, then return this, and then we are just finding cart and with passing user ID. If cart exists, then show this product, then a name, price, image, category. If cart doesn't exist, then cart not found. And here also I'm looking for a restaurant group, cart, restaurant, and then restaurant ID. Restaurant group not found, right? And then also remove product. So now I'm just filtering. So restaurant group item. If this this inside item product ID doesn't equal to product ID, which means keep it, because filter return a new array. So just I want to remove that particular ID. I'm just getting from a Frontend, right? So I'm removing that ID, that particular product, and then if the group is empty, then remove the restaurant entirely. So if the item is the last one, then I want to remove from this entire restaurant group from that cart. That is the logic. So here just I'm filtering this entire restaurant. Then I'm updating that restaurant, and then again we have to recalculate the same logic we did on card, nothing else. And then we have to save, and then so after doing things we have to import again, populate again, because Mongoose memory understand confuse if you remove something, if you manipulate something, right? So you have to update again, you have to populate again. That are the things I'm populating. First restaurant data, and then second is product data, and then I'm returning here item removed from cart, and then this is a message, and this is a cart, and 200, and this is the inside catch block, and update cart quantity, right? So this is the third one. So first I'm grabbing the clerk ID, restaurant ID, product ID, and then body. And similar things I just know, normalize the quantity and also safety quantity, right? So I'm doing two things, finding users and then fetching cart details. And also if cart doesn't exist, so this message, and find that restaurant group. And if restaurant doesn't exist, then show this message, and also find that particular item inside that restaurant group, right? So restaurant group item find, if they're match, then return true or return that particular item, right? And if item doesn't exist, so item not found in cart, and then remove item or update quantity, because this update gonna use like a toggle. So if quantity less than 1, that means update, that means remove that particular ID, that particular item, right? So which means I want to delete that restaurant group again, else update the quantity. And yeah, similar things, if restaurant group empty, then remove that restaurant group and then recalculate the total amount, and then save the card and populate the card data. First restaurant details, and then product details, and then send the card data and get the card. So this is a clerk, and it's a clerk ID, and then we are finding user, and then here we just checking user. If not, if it does not exist, is not found, and then here I'm just populating all the data we need. So this is the restaurant. Yeah, we need two things, restaurant and total amount, and then restaurant details and product details, and we use lean to convert Mongoose object into a normal JavaScript. And if cart doesn't exist, then so cart is empty, and yeah, so the empty cart, and otherwise response this way. It's a message and it's the card. And here I'm just handling the error. And this is the last one, checkout card, and we get card, and this is the checkout, right? After adding the card, then we want to check out, right? So I'm grabbing clerk ID and then also user, and here if you look at, I only care ID. That's why I don't need the entire user document. That's why I select this underscore ID. And yeah, here I'm also verifying all the delivery address, right? And I'm returning the complete address is required. And I populate cart. If cart doesn't exist, cart is empty. And then total amount, same things I use reduce to calculate the total amount. And this is the payment intent, right? So I'm using Stripe. If you look at Stripe, this is the Stripe. And yeah, so this is the payment intents. This is from Stripe, and create. This is the method, and I'm just creating this entire payment intents. Just I math round total 100. So this way Stripe suggests us. So currency USD. So we are dealing with a cent, and automatic payment method is enabled true. Whatever you pass, maybe card, UPI, or cash on delivery, right? So Stripe can handle that. And then metadata. Here we are need one thing, user ID. And after doing it, then we are creating the restaurant data. So card, restaurant map, and then restaurant item, this item, and then we have product and quantity. This is the restaurant data. And then we are creating the order instance or order object. So this is the constructor and this is the order models. So we have the user ID, restaurant, total amount, delivery address, payment intent, payment status now pending, order status is pending. Then we save it and we return two things. First, orders and client secret, because with this client secret we can get Stripe UI. That's why we are passing payment intent. We have this client secret, and that's it. This is the card controller, right? And now we have to handle the route. Card route. Card dot route. Same things. I'm gonna go and grab card route. So I import Express, and then all the controller, and then the middleware, and this is the router, and first it's the well, why I'm not like, yeah. Now I think my VS Code is behave like weird. Okay, so first is get. So we need this is the middleware, and second is add to cart. So we need restaurant ID and product ID. Similar for update, we need restaurant ID, product ID. Remove item, we need restaurant ID, product ID, and this is a checkout. And now we have to integrate inside app. So let's say we call import. This is a cart route from cart routes, and yes, and then here just copy. It's gonna be carts, and then and now let's see. I got some Stripe import. Cannot find package Stripe card controller. There is no Stripe. Let's see, package is there. No Stripe. So we have to install Stripe. Okay, I do not have Stripe, so we have to install Stripe. So okay, anyways, let's cancel and npm install Stripe. And now npm run. Now so far is everything is good, right? And it's right. All right, now let's build up our next controller, that is order controller. So order dot controller dot js, and same things I'm gonna go and grab order controller. So these three are basic dependency, like order model, user model, and restaurant model, and then also Stripe. And the Stripe secret key. This is a cancel order. Alright. So I'm just grabbing the ID from params, then Clerk ID, user, and yeah. So if user does not exist, then so this message, and fetch order details. The first is restaurant details, second is product details. If order does not exist, then order not found. And here just I'm checking the ownership. If order user ID and this user ID, they are not equal, that means you're not the guy who belongs this order, so you cannot cancel this order. And then final status, so delivered and order status cancel. If you cannot delete or you cannot cancel if already order is cancelled and delivered. So that's why I'm just creating these things. And if order is status is cancelled, so here I'm just now, if they are not, then just I make it status cancelled. And also the order status is cancelled and payment status is a refund. And here just I'm calling this refund Stripe. And make sure guys, if you want if you want to if you want to integrate your real Stripe payment method, right, then a refund is required. So you also need that refund event, because right now we only care about two events. First is a successful event and second is failure, right? So you are not handling for a refund. But if you want to handle you have to handle in the webhook, right? So where is the webhook? Middleware Stripe webhook. So here we are just handling two cases: payment intent succeed and payment failed. So you have to handle for refund, then it's gonna work. But now I'm just doing simple things, and then await order save, and then just populate all the order related data. This is the order user full name, email, restaurant data, and the product data, and then response populate. You can also pass like object, not directly, but yeah, you can do that. And but there is a reason, right? There is a reason because the way I want to handle in front end. Yeah. So, but yeah, so you have to handle for that as well if you want to pass object here. So this is a catch block. The second one is get user order. So that means on front end, so you order something, right? So now you want to see your history, right? So for history purpose, we want to track all the order. So yeah, this is for this controller. First, I grab the Clerk ID, and I find the user. If there is no user, then show this, and then populate order details, and then return orders, and here handle the error, and get order by seller ID. So also this is for dashboard, right? Yeah, if you want to create separate dashboard controller, you can, but I think, yeah, like if your project is very large and larger, larger and larger, then you can separate. So yeah, first I grab the Clerk ID, and then I name it seller. If like, yeah, because it's a seller, that's I name it seller. If seller does not exist, so this user not found. And then I'm looking for a restaurant, and then just I grab that restaurant ID, and then I'm just looking for a order by passing a restaurant. This is the MongoDB operator, and all the sorted data. So this is the ascending order, right? And this populate restaurant details and item details, like product details. And here, so here only I'm just filter that particular seller, that particular seller restaurant details. So in order we have multiple things. So this is a seller block. In order, I'm just looking for restaurant, and then I filter restaurant includes restaurant ID, right? So it's written that particular restaurant order inside orders collection, and then I return this way. This is the previous order, and this is the new seller order, and then I just filter it, right? And update order status. So this is also for dashboard. I get the Clerk ID, and then I just found the seller, and then I'm just handling seller, and order ID. You can put these two things above if you want to. So this is the order ID, restaurant ID from params. Okay. And this is the status. And yeah, for debugging purpose, I'm going to remove it. Status is required. So valid status, pending, preparing, out for delivery, delivered, cancelled. And invalid status. If you pass others, you cannot do anything. So you get this error or this message. And then just I have to populate order. So this is the restaurant related data, and this is the product, and order not found, right? If order doesn't exist. And then so here I'm just finding that restaurant block, particular seller. So order restaurant, then I'm finding block restaurant ID and this restaurant ID. So this restaurant become that particular seller restaurant. If restaurant doesn't exist, seller not part of this order. And I'm checking that ownership. If this restaurant owner ID and seller ID exist, it means you are the one you belong to. Otherwise, unauthorized. And then I update the status with this status, whatever I get from backend or frontend. And then I also have to update the next level status and lower level status. Because inside order we have multiple. So there are things. First, order restaurant map. I'm just mapping all the restaurant, and then because in one card we have multiple because if you look at from card perspective, user perspective, so user have multiple restaurant, right, in order. So yeah, so here I'm all delivered, so I'm checking using every method. If the status have delivered, then update it. If have cancelled, update it, or preparing, update it, or out for delivery, update it. And then I'm using if block. If all delivered, update order status. Else if out for delivery, update. And also preparing, cancel, pending. And then save the order. And then repopulate order. This is the user regarding details. And this is the restaurant, and this is the product. And then response. This is the order controller, right? This is the order controller. And now let's build up our routes. So this is the order routes. Order route.js, and I'm gonna go and grab. So this is the express, and this is the controller. This is the middleware and express. So the first get method is this is the private, and also ID cancel order, and this is the get user by ID, and this is the last one, update order status. So we are using patch here, also we are using patch, and then we just export, right? And then here we have to import here. That is I'm gonna do import, then order routes, and from routes order status, and then this orders, order routes, right? So yeah, and this is the order. Now we have another thing is that is we have review. So this is our order, and let's check. It's okay. Can I zoom a little bit? So now guys, I zoom. I don't know US, right? Guys, sorry, outside people are shouting, so sorry for noise. Okay, so let's build our next controller, that is review controller. Review controller.js, and I'm gonna go and grab review review controllers. So here I just import three things, that is review, product, users. These are models, and this is a create review. So I grab the clerk ID and then user. Just I'm finding user. If user does not exist, so this message, and this is product ID and request.body. So you can shift if you want to, like above. Yeah. And then also I'm grabbing product ID from params and rating comment from request body. And here I'm checking rating if not exist, or rating less than 1, or rating 5 than is rating greater than 5. Rating must be between 1 and 5. And then I'm looking for product. If product does not exist, so this message, and then create a review instance, or like review object, right? So I'm just checking if the user already reviewed, then just update it, review product and user. If review exists, so yeah, if review does not exist, then create this instance. But if review exists, just update it. So here just I'm letting people so they can't update their review again. That is the things. So I'm just updating rating and comment, and then I save again. Right. So here just I'm just I create an instance and then I'm just updating. Here, if review does not exist, then create new one. Right. So here I'm creating a new instance. That is constructor. My bad. Like I just yeah. Here I'm creating a new review by passing product, user, rating, and comment. Then I save it. And here just I'm pushing review ID inside review. And then here just I'm calculate average rating and total reviews. So I'm finding that product inside review, and then total reviews. So review.length, this is total reviews. And then just I'm updating average rating by using reduce. So yeah, so I think this is the accumulator and this is the current item. And then I'm updating the product, num reviews and average rating, and then I'm saving the product, right? And then I'm just returning that review details. So this is the entire review, and we have inside review user. So I want the actual data of user, so that is full name, email, profile image, and then I'm returning that. I'm just responding this review. So this is the review entire review data, average rating, and total reviews, and this is the error handling. And here I'm just first on the create review, second on the get the review. So here I'm just grabbing product ID from params, and I validate the product, and then I just fetch the actual data. So this is a review model, and I'm just looking for a particular review inside review collection with product ID, and this is the user details, and this is the product details, and we have nested a restaurant name and ID, and we just sort it latest fast, and then we just response success true, count, and reviews. So count, reviews, length, and reviews, and here just handling error. This is the review controller, and now let's create review route. So review route. I'm gonna go and grab review route. So this is the express, create review and get product review, and this is a middleware. So I have two. This is the first one, post, and this is the second one, get. First one is create review, and second one is get product reviews, right? And then we have to import inside app, that is import review product routes from routes, and then review, and here. So let's make it reviews. This is the reviews, right? And now now let's create another one, that is search controller. Search controller, search controllers, that is search controller dot js, and then grab search controller, and then we have this fast. We import these two models, restaurant and product, and this is a fast controller is global search, and this is the yeah. So global search, this is the query. So yeah, so user can pass, this is a query, and it's gonna be each string, like each string, and then cuisine, rating, delivery time, category, min price, max price. So these are optional, right? And then we create a restaurant filter empty object, so where you can update this filter, and then we can find that document based on the filter. So here just I'm updating based on the if and here I'm using regex, MongoDB regex. So it's gonna convert any lowercase, uppercase, it doesn't matter, everything gonna be lowercase. So name, and then query, and then cuisine type. Just remember, this is the name, which means property, and this is the value, this cousin is value, right? So this is the rating, this is the rating, and restaurant filter, deliver time, and then less than equal to, I'm just not updating this way. And this is the product filter. So this is the restaurant filter, and this is the product filter. Same things. This is the query and product filter, and then category, mean price, max price. It's product filter dot price. So here I'm just making empty. If I provide mean price, update this. If I provide max price, update this. If I provide both, update this, right? So it's very basic things. And now we create the restaurant filter and product filter based on our query, right? And these are coming from query, right? And then we are looking for the data. So first, I'm just passing the restaurant filter, and I limit 20. Second, I'm just finding product and passing product filter, and then I just return restaurant, right? And then limit 20. And here I'm just getting fallback. If user writes something but that data does not exist in my database, so we can show default. That's the fallback restaurant and fallback product. If restaurant length is 0 and product length is 0, then run this fallback. So I'm just finding the top restaurant 5 and product 5, and then I just response success, restaurant, product, fallback restaurant, and fallback product. And this is a catch handler. And the next is get trending restaurants. And yeah, so high rating and newest fast. So based on high rating and create high rating and newest fast, we are just showing this get trending. You can add a different logic. Okay, just it's a it's a basic logic, and then just I response, and then I response, and then this is a catch handler, Yeah, so here I'm handling just this message. You can write the way we did for this way, right? You can write here, and also you can write manually, but I'm just showing you. You can also grab that message from this error, right? Yeah, and then get trending products. So this is a restaurant, and this is a get trending product. So here I'm just passing, and is available, so true. And then average num reviews, and then 15. You can make it 10, 20, and then here I'm a response. This is the catch block, right? So this is a search controller, and we need search route. So this is the search route. Search route. Search route. So this is fast express and 3 controller, and then this is a 3 router. So search, global search, restaurant, get trending restaurant, product, get product, right? So yeah, search controller. I think I make it yes, so I think it's gonna be yes. Now it's work. Yeah. Now we have to input here inside app. Let's import search routes. Search route, and then search reviews. Oh, sorry, search routes. Search routes. So yeah, these are things, and we have, and so far we complete all the controller, and we have just one thing left, that is a stripe route. So just make it happen. Stripe dot route dot js, and just grab that. So stripe webhook, and this is the express, and this is the stripe hook webhook from middleware, right? So yeah, it's kind of like you can say it's a controller, but I make it just stripe hook from here. This is a stripe hook and router, and then it's a push stripe, and then express stripe hook. Now we have to call this inside this app. To call this inside the app, and first I call above this one, import, that is stripe routes. This is the stripe route, and that is routes, and then stripe routes, and then we have to call here above Clerk webhook. So this is gonna be Stripe. This is Stripe. So we have dot use, and then I'm gonna use /API. This is the base, and webhook, right? And then Stripe route. So Stripe route, and yeah. So this is our Stripe route. This is the Clerk route, and this is the Express JSON, and this is a normal route. So now, so far, everything is connected, and yeah. So this is the index.js. This is the app.js, right? This is the, and everything is connected. So now our backend is fully completed, and now we are ready to fetch this entire endpoint into our frontend. All right, everyone, let's fetch all the endpoint. Let's connect all the backend endpoint with our frontend. So far, we create user API, right, and also user slice, and you also call it. So let's see the data and just console log here. So and so it's gonna be fetch current user, and then pass this response data, and let's see. So let's see. Yeah, because right now we don't have any UI. So yeah, let's build up our UI, right? So let's close our backend. So let's create the new. We have the register page, and now let's build cart, dashboard, home. Let's create our first cart, and then we also have home, and also gonna be the order, and then also dashboard, and also product, and then restaurant. Oh, sorry. Restaurant, and then also search, I think I make zoom, but I hope search, and yeah, all the components are done, and let's start our API. This is a user API, right? This is a user API, and then let's build up one by one. Let's build first the restaurant API. This is a user API. Let's restaurant API. Restaurant .js, and also restaurant slice. Restaurant slice .js. So we have restaurant API. So it's the same things. If I type, then it takes time, but I'm gonna just go and copy, so it saves time. Restaurant API, and then just I copy. I think it's let's make it a little bit. I hope it's now it's visible to you. If I now it's not. No, yeah, now it's okay. So what I did, just I import Axios, and this is the base URL. I think you guys know. So this is our base URL, and now I make it false because right now I'm on development mode, so that's why I make it false, and on backend as well. Alright, so yeah, and this is the restaurant, and this is the Axios instance, and yeah, so I think I don't need to explain again these things because we already explained when I write user API, and this is the first endpoint, and you have to make sure the way you wrote in backend, you have to just do the same thing. This is a post method. We have to follow same things. This is a post method, and backend, and also we did post method, right? And here this is a form data, and this is a token because it's a private route in backend. That's why backend I want token, and this is a header. And now here we don't need to pass multi-form data because Axios can handle that. But if you use fetch, so you have to pass manually the content type multi-part form, right? But here we don't need to because Axios can handle that, right? So this is the create restaurant API, right? And then we have to build. Then we have to build user slice. So user slice, restaurant slice, guys. Now you feel like it's annoying because guys, if I type, it takes a lot of time, right? Because it just yeah. So I just input all the things, or you can do just import asterisk, and then here you don't need to call this. You can call API, and then you can call this, right? So yeah. So here I import just all this stuff from restaurant API. So this is the first one. Yeah, create. If you click right this, you can navigate to here. And yeah, first is create. So yeah, so this is the thunk function, and create async thunks accept two parameter. First argument is a name, second argument async function. So this is the object, and this is a form, and this is a token, right? Because when you call this this create when you dispatch, when you call this reducer, and we pass this way form and token, and just you can see in minute, and this is the response, and this is the create restaurant, and then we are just calling this restaurant API. Okay, this is a restaurant API, this one, and we are passing form data and token, and this form data token are coming from our component where you call this reducer, right? And yeah, thunk function. This is a thunk function, and then we return, and because Axios return promise, so we assign inter promise here, and then we have this data. So we are passing the entire promise to our extra reducer where we handle state, right? So this is a create restaurant, and here just we so this is our initial state. This is the all restaurant, single restaurant, current restaurant. So all restaurant means here we are push all the restaurant data, and this is a single restaurant, and this is the current restaurant ID, and this is the seller product. This is for dashboard seller product, and then loading and error, and this is a reducer is empty. We don't need reducer here, that's why. But inside extra reducer, our first is pending, and then I just make it loading true, and then when fulfill is succeed, then I made loading false, and then I push entire payload this restaurant, right? So the response data now become entire payload, and then this is a reject case. If you talk about the second one, that is get all restaurant, right? So this is the get method, and yeah, and here we don't need that other things because it's a public route. That's why we're just calling. This is fetch all restaurant, and here just we are put underscore. Pretty much you can put anything, but developer put because it's very convention, right? And yeah, because we are not passing anything, so just we are, because we have to tell asynchronous function, because just we are telling, okay, because first it's gonna be a payload, and second gonna be error handler. Error handler. This is the first argument, and this is the second argument. So like if you don't want to pass anything, but you have to pass something, right? So so the sequence it still makes sense, right? So create async things can understand, okay, this is the first argument, this is the second argument, but I don't want to pass anything, that's why I pass underscore. Just keep in mind. And then Axios return the promise, and we just assign here, and then we just return that promise. And inside catch, we just handling the error. And then in extra reducer, just for pending, we make it true, and then we update the entire payload at this all restaurant. And for reject case, we just update error, and then the state loading is false. For update, so here we are passing three things: ID, form data. So so we are receiving three things: ID, form data, token. And yeah, so here I have to make it patch because on front end we are using patch, and this is the slash, and then this is the ID, and it's the form data, and it's the token, right? Here I'm just passing content type for showing you can do this way, right? But Axios can handle that. I don't use anywhere, but here I use because yeah, we don't need this way. If you remove, it's gonna work still, right? And yeah, this is the restaurant. So the restaurant, then this ID, right? So this way we handle our backend. And then slice. And yeah, so three things we are taking from component, and then we are passing these three things, and we're calling update restaurant API, and then Axios, if it gets successful, like yeah, if it gets succeed, then we get promise, and then we assign here, and then we return the entire response, and then we handle that here update. So yeah, so we make it loading false, and this is the index. So we are using find index method because find index method looking for that particular item and then return the document, right? So yeah, so here also I'm trying to match if inside restaurant ID and the action payload ID, if they are equal, then return that particular document. Or yeah, and here I'm checking if index, like yeah, if it doesn't match, so it return -1. Find index return -1 if it doesn't match with anything. That's I'm checking. If index is not equal to -1, then update that document with action payload, right? And this is a read case, just update the error. Then we have the delete. So yeah, so we are receiving two things, ID and token, and then we are passing token, and yeah, this is the token, this is the ID, and we're using delete method, right? And yeah, similar things here. Just if you read this comment, backend sometimes sends delete ID, sometimes just ID, right? Yeah, you although handle it, but somehow like it not expected like the things we want. So here I'm just handling action payload delete ID, and here I'm using nullis operator. This is called nullis operator, and this nullis operator means if the left side is true, right, then keep it. If left side is false, then run this one, right? If you want to achieve these things, you have to use a nested ternary operator. Yeah, double nested ternary operator. But here just I'm using very simple way. So that is all about a nullis operator. So let's say action payload is ID, then this code is not going to run. But let's say it's false, then and then I'm checking action payload if is string, then keep it this action payload, otherwise make it null. And here if delete ID does not exist, then return nothing. That means stop right away. Then remove the restaurant from list. So I'm using filter, and if restaurant ID and delete ID they are not equal, which means delete that particular things, because filter return a new array. So in that array, this ID it's not gonna include, right? That the things that means it's removed, right? And yeah, so we are updating this all restaurant. And now last we have And then this is the if currently selected restaurant was deleted, remove it from the state. But let's say the restaurant you are in, so now if you are delete, so it should be deleted. That's why I'm checking inside. If current restaurant ID is delete ID, then make single restaurant null as well as current restaurant ID null. That makes sense. And then also remove all seller product related to this restaurant. So yeah, so let's say restaurant owner A have multiple product inside that restaurant, but we want to also update that seller product field. So seller product is the array, and just I'm using this is array method. So I'm just making sure if it's not, so it's not gonna crash because of these things. So here I'm using filter. If product restaurant is not is equal to delete ID, then update this seller product, which means remove that restaurant. And then this is the restaurant delete reject case. Now we have another one, that is get restaurant by owner API. So this is the this is a single restaurant by owner, right? So yeah, and it receives token, and then I'm passing token, and this is the endpoint. Now we have this slice. This is a single restaurant, and it receives two things: ID token from a component, and then we call get restaurant by ID by passing ID token, and then we assign the entire promise, and then I just put the console log. Yeah, you also have to put, because when you are facing some error or you want to understand the flow, and you have to do it. And then here I'm just passing data because this data is coming from backend, and this is this data Axios provide. So right, so here just I'm grabbing that particular field, and then I'm just return it. And then here I'm just handling, and yeah. So first I update single restaurant with action payload, and then I'm just grabbing that ID. So maybe payload ID, underscore ID, or just ID or null. So I'm just updating this current restaurant ID, and this is a reject case, right? And this is the and where is the this is a single delete update get one, and this is a reject case. And then we have also another one, that is fetch seller restaurant, right? And here also I'm grabbing action payload, and then from restaurant and product, and then I'm updating the this restaurant, and then updating current restaurant ID with this current restaurant ID, and then I'm updating the seller product, right? Product and product. So if this exists, then product, otherwise empty, right? And we have this fetch restaurant, fetch restaurant by ID, and fetch seller restaurant, right? This is the right. And here, if you look at, we are using a thunk API because this is the, and yeah, this is the method, right? This is the, and yeah, this is a properties, right? So if you do this way, like here I'm doing reject with value, so this is a property, and so here I'm just destructuring. So you do need to write this way, thunk API and then thunk API, right? So yeah, so this is the our restaurant slice, right? So far we make it. All right, now let's start creating our restaurant created component. Okay, so inside restaurant, let's create our first component, that is create restaurant. This is the create and create restaurant dot jx and rfc, and yeah, so this is the, and we have to import some dependency. So just I'm gonna go and just copy, because all the things I need, yeah, so just copy, and yeah, done this. This is all the import. First is react, use state, and then use dispatch and use selector. Just, and yeah, so I forgot, guys, I have to put here, I have to update the, yeah, here I have to call, I have to update the restaurant user and slice, and then restaurant slice. Here also, okay, restaurant, and then let's call this. Now yes, use this, and yeah, so use dispatch, dispatch the thunk function, and use selector, read the data, and then use navigate, use auth from Clerk, because from here where, yeah, we will get the token, and this is the motion for UI, and all the icon from React icon, and create a restaurant. This is a thunk function from restaurant slice, and it's a toast, right? And now, so yeah, first let's count, guys, this is the UI, right? So let's see if you want to see the our project UI. Let's see. Okay, this is the project we are building, right? So yeah, and restaurant. Now it, guys, this is a skeleton, right? And I think it's not loading because it's not. yeah, because data is not fetching, because we have to make it. And this is okay. So anyways, like this is the UI. Okay, so this is our deploy Foodify. But the things yeah, let's build our own. So const navigate, we have to call navigate, then use navigate, we have to call it, and this way. Then const dispatch, and then call use dispatch, and then get token, const get token from use auth, call use auth, and then and const loading from use selector, and state. This is the state dot restaurant restaurant, and this restaurant name is this is yeah. So put the s, and here you can access like this, right? So all the property from, if you look at this property, this all restaurant, single restaurant, current restaurant ID, seller product, so you can now access that. So this is the loading, and loading is one of them, right? And now I'm gonna grab some code from and some code that is first. This is the use state, a custom cuisine, and then set custom cuisine and empty state. So first I make it like empty string, and this is the empty form data, because we are going to use this 2 times. That's why I create as a helper. So I'm gonna call first here. So this is the second form data and set form data. I think if you know how to use state, so this is the form data. This is the state, and this is the setter function. So this setter function update this form data, and as a default, we just put this entire empty form data, like name, description, cuisine type, address. And address also, it's a array object, and then delivery time, delivery radius, opening time, closing time, image null, and image preview null. So as a default, right? And now we have to write our handle change, because we have to grab our form data. So I'm saying that handle change. So like if you go to this is our project. Okay, this is our project. So and let's say and create, and yeah, this is the input field, and we are going to create this beautiful form, right? And just if you understand one form, because we have create form, restaurant form, right? So you can handle very easily. So yeah, this UI we are going to achieve. So yeah, handle change means whatever you write, we can grab, right? Here, anywhere, right? So yeah, so const handle change, and then just this is the event, and now we are grabbing, we are just destructuring name value, two things, name and value, from e.target, and then we are just updating our use state by set form data. This is a setter function, and we can update state in a different way. We have a bunch of ways. First way is that directly, second way is by passing object, and third way is like by using in a functional pattern. This is a functional pattern, set form data, and this prev, it's a previous data, that's we call prev, whatever you can name it, what I call prev, and this is the arrow function. Sorry, oh my god, man. And then I use split operators, which means I just keep the previous data, and then address. Sorry, I forget, man, what I'm doing then. Like, I think I make some mistake. Let's fix that. Okay, now it's fast, and then object. Yeah, now it's good. So I keep first prep date, previous data, and then second is and name, so it's a dynamic, and just I take dynamic value, that is value, right? So this is the name and this is the value. So we are passing array because this is a dynamic. And so yeah, this is a handle change, and now we have same things for address handle change, but I'm gonna just grab it because it takes time to write. So I'm gonna grab the entire address, and now the handle address change, it's the same for, if you look at here on this form, yeah, this address, this field, we have 5 field, right? So here I'm separating and handling. So name, value, and then e-target, set form data, prev, address, and we have this address inside this form. So that's why we just call prev and dot address, and then this nested value. Yeah, that is, and handle file change for this image. This is the handle file change, and if you select anything, yes, so we change the file, right? So this is the file and e.target.files. So we have 4 things: files and files, data. So yeah, first is blob URL. So here just I'm grabbing that URL, and then if file exists, then update the data. So this is the previous data, this is the image, and this is the image preview for, yeah, like this. So to see these things, this is the image preview. So yeah, URL, this is a JavaScript URL, create object URL. So it create a blob URL. You can see this is a blob, and this is a file, and this is handle file change, and we have remove, and yeah, same things. This is the previous data, image null, because if you click here, now it's removed, right? So yeah, that's the things we're achieving. So make image null and preview also null, and then a handle remove cuisine. If you select this handle remove cuisine, you can, yeah, like this, and you can remove, right? So that is the handle remove cuisine. So I'm just taking index, so I'm receiving index parameter. So when you call, then we are passing that index. So here I'm just receiving. So this we are updating that form. This is a setter function, and similar way, this is the previous data, and this is the cuisine type, prev cuisine type, because we have this cuisine type here, array. That's why we are just we access that array, prev dot cuisine type, and then filter. I think because filter return the match themes. So here just I only care the ID, and yeah, so here I'm just going to ignore it, because filter care 2 things. First gonna be the current item, right? And then index, but here I'm carrying only index, right? So this is the index, and if this index and this index are not matching, that means remove it and keep all the things, right? So so it's indirectly just remove that ID, because yeah, here you can see I'm just remove that particular element, right? And yeah, handle cuisine select. So yeah, this one I'm just selecting Mexican. So this is the handle cuisine select, right? So this is the value e target dot value, right? And I'm checking value exists, and if form data cuisine type include value. If not, this is a value exists, and which means, let's say if I want to select again the Chinese, it not added because of this reason, right? And then update that form data, prev, cuisine, and this is the array. That's why I kept the previous data and then value. I just add the new one, right? So I kept the previous one, I kept this 2 one. If I add new one, let's say America, this is unique, so I add it, right? This is the logic. And then just e target value, make it empty after, yeah, if you now it's removed. Why? Because of these things, right? Yeah. And then add custom cuisine. So yeah, we can even add here. Let's say we add a Thai, it's gonna add Thai, right? So yeah, that's why we need this handle function. So first value and yeah, custom cuisine trim, and then similar things. If we add this, if you search again, it's not gonna add. Let's see Thai. It's not gonna add, but we can add other Indian, right? Yeah, that's cool, right? So yeah, and same thing, just update, prev, cuisine types, and then previous data and value. Then set custom cuisine, make it empty. And then lastly, handle submit data, this one. Now you can see the error. Please fill out field, right? So yeah, we use prevent default, and this is the form data, because when we want to pass text as well as file, we have to use form data. And this is the constructor, and fd means form data, and we are using two entries object. So here I'm converting object into array form, because we have the nested things, so that's why we want to convert this entire form into array. So if it's array, then we can look through, right? Because for each for array, and that's why. And if you look at, we have nested loop. Okay, first key value, right? So and then this is the first loop. First I run the for each element. It's gonna go and see take it, right? That is the loop is all about. And then this is the key. It's not address, and key it's not image preview, which means because address is there. Here address is a nested and image preview. So because right now we don't want to deal here, because for address we have another things, we have another, right? So that's why we just remove. If key is not address and is not image preview, then run this key cuisine type. So in this loop, we only care now cuisine type. If cuisine type, then run this loop, run this nested loop, right? So yeah, if key is cuisine type, then just append. This append is from this from data, and we are doing cuisine type array because of there is a reason. We are doing this so our backend can understand this is the array. That's why we have to tell it. If you don't tell it this way, backend get confused. And this is the value, right? So just we are updating that particular array, right? This form data. We are just updating this form data. This is the form. Just we append inside this form and cuisine type and then value. Else, if key is not cuisine type, then just update all the normal field. It could be description, deliver, but not address. Yeah, and that's it. This is for yeah. And here we have if key address or image preview, if key let's say address, then it's gonna run. So similar things we also entries, right? Object entries. So we have, because here you only care about two things, key and value, but object also provide other two things, keys and values. So we can also handle separately, but here we need both. That's why we use entries. Form data, address. Because address we have nested. That's why we look through. And here also we care key and value. And it's gonna be dynamic. That's why we are using backticks, right? We called template literal. We append dynamically key value, right? and then we have to pass the token. So that's why we grab the token from get token, and then we call dispatch. This is the create a restaurant, and we are passing object. This is the object, right? Form data, this form data and token, and this is unwrap, because unwrap unlocks to handle the error or other stuff. So, and that's why we are using toast, and then toast the success, and then message restaurant create successfully. And after completing this successful, we want to make set form empty. That's why we are passing this empty form data. That's why we already make it already empty, right? And yeah, it's the form data. And then after successful this form data or restaurant, then we redirect this to the previous page, and then here we are handling cache, right? This is our logic, and now we have to deal with a UI. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to guys just copy, because this is just UI, because there is nothing to explain. This entire return, let's grab, and same, it's a very huge. And this is a restaurant. Yes. Okay. Let's just go through. This is the container, right? So we have overflow hidden, min high screen, and then background BR, and then form select 50, and VI purple, and then pink, this, right? And then we have the sticky header, and then main form. So these two are child. So this is the container, this is the child, this is the child. Sticky header means, if you look at my platform, so this is the guys sticky header, right? So yeah, this is the sticky header. It's not fixed, right? And yeah, so, and then header is like sticky top 0 Z50 and all the backdrop. So just you can copy, okay? And then inside we have motion button, and then max with all the just basic UI, and open your things, start selling your food today, and this is the main form. If you understand one form, then you can handle other form, right? Fast, double full, and so this is the responsive, because our platform is fully responsive, okay? If you select any mobile version, okay, let's say, so yeah, this is our responsive, okay? And if you look at the other device, this is a Samsung. You can see here, if you look at the tablet, yeah, you can see this look in tablet, right? Yeah, so yeah, it's so cool, right? Yeah, this is just UI. So, and yeah, this is the name and description, this is the form, and we have the form, right? And this is a div. We have first div, second div. First div for this name, these are div, right? These are div. This is the second div, like this, all the div. And then cuisine type div, and here just I'm handling the form, cuisine type, map, and yeah, cuisine I, and I'm just calling, right? Handle cuisine, add cuisine. Then this is another address. This is the input field. We have a lot of input field, and the delivery time, this is also div. If you look at input, so this is the value, and this is the name. So when we handle change, so we are carrying two things, name and value, right? No one change means handle change. So here we are calling that handle change, right? So yeah, so we are grabbing these two things, right? I think guys, you know that, so I'm not explaining because I'm focusing business logic, not UI. So yeah, and then image upload. So restaurant image, and if from data image preview, then show this image, and this is the button. So otherwise, so this upload image, click upload, right? So right now you can see your icon, but if you put any this one, so right now run this one. If image preview, then otherwise show this one, upload image, click to upload, and this icon, and this class is hidden, right? And this is submit button. It's loading, so this, right? Otherwise, so this create restaurant and create a restaurant, creating restaurant and create a restaurant, right? This is the create restaurant UI, right? And let's see what we get. So then we have to import this inside our, we have to import this restaurant inside app route, right? And so we have to import here. So it's gonna be so let's, yeah, I have to call here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna copy some things. So I don't have to write fully. First, it's gonna be create restaurant, and then all these checks, create a restaurant. Now it's imported. Right, from this file, components, restaurant, create a restaurant, right? And now if you go here, so let's see what you get. App main layout. Okay. Oh, okay. So now we have to set up. I forgot to. Yeah, we have to also write this app main layout, right? So just I'm gonna go and this entire code, and here just React sidebar. So right now I just know don't call sidebar. Let's move this sidebar for now, and now let's see. Yeah, now you can see, right? Yeah, so yes, the UI is very cool, right? So yeah, and because the way we design here, we have sidebar, right? So that's why, and this is sidebar. Definitely we are going to write the sidebar too, but let's understand. This is the use state and this is the outlet, right? Because all the main things, all the main file here we are going to deal with. And yeah, it's sidebar open and it said sidebar, right? And then we are passing these two props. This is a sidebar and set sidebar from here, because from here we are going to handle it, right? And this is the main, and here we are using these things. If it takes the full width, transition wall, and duration 30, and then we are using template literal, which means if sidebar open, then our margin left would be 0, and our in mobile margin left 0, larger screen margin left would be 64. But if it's false, margin left 0, but in larger screen it will be 20, right? This is the logic, nothing else, right? Let's see, test our restaurant name. Let's say Burger King, and we put the, and the, let's say details is Burger King, Burger King, Burger King, and the cuisine type is Indian, Chinese, American, and then radius is 5 kilometer. Time, let's fix time. Pick any random, I don't care. Select, and let's see, get error or not. Failed to create restaurant. Why? Let's see. Internal server error. Let's check our, because we are getting some backend error. And yeah, because this, I think it's not provided, because backend on a token, but this is not provide the token. That's why we are getting error. Alright guys, we found issue is that like now I forget to log in. Okay, so I didn't log in, that's why we got the error, because we cannot send the token, because as I told you, uh, Clerk middleware requires token, otherwise we cannot let anything, right? And now also I changed something, that is a name. I name it like, this is the create loading. Okay, so I have two loading, create and loading. So just change this, and I have, yeah, I can just name it this way. I can name it okay. I just, and then name it like this. Now it's on, right? Now everything is fine, right? And yeah, and just I just add some a check like this here, and so now let's check. This is the Burger King restaurant name. Burger King. Burger King is the best. The best, and cuisine type like Indian, American, and let's say this is the address or time address. I just pick anything, and time is gonna be 8, and close gonna be 11 o'clock. And let's put a picture. And now the UI is creating a restaurant. I hope yeah, the restaurant is created. You can see the data. I think we have also loading regarding something. Yeah, we can fix that, but this is the our data. It's working fine, right? Everything is okay. Just we have loading regarding issue, so we can fix that. And yeah, so our logic is fine. All right, let's create a new component inside restaurant, that is get wall restaurant dot jx rfc. And so, and this is just UI, nothing else. This is just UI, and I have to, so I'm gonna go and get all restaurant, this entire UI. And first I'm gonna copy the import, and yeah, this is all the import field, like use effect, use dispatch, use selector, and then fetch all restaurant. This is the thunk function, and that is coming from restaurant slice. And then use navigate motion, right? And then we have to call const dispatch and then use dispatch and then const navigate use navigate, and then we have use effect. So, and we have to like this, and just copy, and then so this line is all about loading and all restaurant, and then error. So from restaurants, these are coming from our store, and then we just call this fetch all restaurant. It's a use effect, right? And let's see, and that's the data, right? App routes gonna be the so wall restaurant gonna be wall a restaurant like this. I call race, and this get wall restaurants. And now, so, and we want to see the restaurant slice. Let's put some comment here. I want to see now. If you see the UI, where if you call this, yes, and now you can see the console log. All this is object, and we have count and data, right? This is the data, and yeah, so this is the data, and then we have this entire object, right? So, and that are the things we are just passing this entire data, and then here just we update the get all, this entire action payload, we update this all restaurant, right? Yeah, that is the things. And now we're going to create a skeleton, right, like this. So if I go to the my live URL, not like yeah, this is a skeleton. We are going to achieve this skeleton, right? And so that's why we are going to use yeah, it takes time because now the data is fetching, because this is our, you can see this is our uploading parcel, so it's deployed, so it's take time, right? And now you can see the, because render takes time 45 minutes, because now it's a free version, that's why it's take time, and you are seeing that skeleton. So we are going to achieve that, right? And this is the data, and now you can see the amazing UI, right? And so that are the things. And here just this is the skeleton, this is the error, and let's first paste it, and then so this is just a spanner if you are getting nothing, right? So loading all restaurant, if all restaurant is 0, then we are showing this if loader and finding the best spot near you, right? And this is the error handling. Oops, if you get something error. And then and this is the skeleton, right? So here this is a all restaurant, and we have data, right? Because you see we have this entire data, right? So this is the data, and so that's all restaurant data, right? Otherwise empty. And then now we just grab entire data object inside restaurant, because we just update this entire. And if you want, you can also update here this way if you want. So you can put dot data like this, so you don't have to do here data. But yeah, so just I keep previous one. All right, so when you have entire object, So you have to you have to update the data the way you want. So yeah, and this is just if restaurant length and loading does not exist, then no restaurant found near you. And this is just a skeleton. So we are using skeleton, so we import this and this is the icon and this is the motion, right? And we are creating this skeleton card, and here we are creating manually, right? Here we are creating manually, but here we are creating manually, but my other stage where you are creating by using skeleton library. So yeah, you can use this manual stuff or you can use library. So I have both option. Yeah, this is just basic just UI, nothing else, right? And then we have entire return. Just copy and then so let me explain. So this is a we use section. You can put div, right? And this is the responsive UI, you can see, right? And this is the motion div, and so this is the first child and this is the second child of this section, because this is a parent and this two are, so this is the header. If you look so this is the header, right? And yeah, so yeah, all restaurant, and we are using gradient scalars. So and if loading is there, then we show this, otherwise restaurant length. So if you look at here, not here, we have 3 restaurants, that's why you can see 3, and then grid with skeleton, right? And if loading is there, then just show this skeleton. So we make it 8, because yeah, we create 8 and then we fill and then we map through and then we just pass this skeleton, so it's become a card 8. And if restaurant is false, then show this entire yeah, so we have this data now. So inside, if you look at, we have 1 data, right? This is count 1, so we have only 1 data. So this is an image. Let's image with overlay. So this is the first div and then card body, right? And so just this is the image and this is the body, right? And this is the layout, entire layout. This is the card, and you can see it's amazing UI. So and this is the image and all this stuff, like this rating badge, open status, and this is the card body. And we have div, we have h3, right? And here just I'm using slice to use this dot cuisine type. Yeah, this is the things I'm using. So here just I'm only grabbing 3 themes. Maybe cuisine have 4, 5, 6. It doesn't matter. If the length is more than 3, then I can see the more icon. This is a multi cuisine, right? And yeah, and all the stuff, view menu. This is a get all restaurant, right? Now let's create the next component, that is restaurant details, restaurant restaurant details.jx rfc, and this is the one. And also we have to create restaurant card, and that is restaurant card.jx and rfc. And then we have also update restaurant.jx. Let's create that. Update restaurant.jx. This is the three component we need. First, restaurant details, and so let's import the basic stuff, restaurant details. So I import all the stuff. So this is the React use effect, use state, then use dispatch, use selector, and this is the fetch restaurant by ID, right? So this is a thunk function, and use params, use navigate, and then use auth, motion, animated presence, and all the icon, right? And this is the restaurant product. So this is the child component, and we are going to use this one. So, and here we are just creating a helper function where you are returning a label and icon, and this is the restaurant, but we call it rest. So we are receiving this as a parameter, and this icon, value, and label, and then we have import. So here just we import all the we grab first ID by using use params, because we are just destructuring, which means when you write the when you set up the endpoint, the route path, definitely we are going to write this one, and we are grabbing. If you look at we have this one, all restaurant, right? And yeah, this is our one we have right now. And yeah, so let's say if you click on any of these, so yeah, right now go back, right? I'm getting go back. Again, it's take time, because but here I'm grabbing that ID, right? And then dispatch, navigate, get token, and show info, set show info, and then single restaurant, and then we make it just rest, right? And yeah, so we just we are grabbing this single restaurant and error from restaurant slice, and this is coming from our store, right? Yeah, so we just rename it here, rest. Yeah, so like if you click on it, now this is the card we are going to build, right? This is the card we are going to build. So yeah, so info, so you can see all the data. So this type of icon we've already defined here. Yeah, this icon. And then if you hide, now you close, right? And this is the image, and you can navigate to back, right? If you click here like this, so it's very modern UI, you can see, right? And now it's open. So right, that is the UI we are going to achieve. And then we have to just copy this section and paste. So here just I'm using use effect to call the fetch restaurant ID, right? And you call it, and now let's see the data, because we want to, and let's import here app route. Oh, okay. Get to our restaurant, just copy again, and then here it should be restaurant, restaurant details, restaurant details. Ooh, okay. And here this is a restaurant, and then ID. So this is the restaurant, and now let's grab it. So restaurant details exist, restaurant product, okay. So here you're using restaurant card, restaurant details. Right now we're not using, so okay, right now just comment it, and let's add a console log. Restaurant, fetch restaurant, fetch restaurant. Now you can see we are getting that data. We put a console log as well, and now if you click on it, so restaurant details, right? So this is the restaurant and this is the ID, and now yeah, this is the restaurant, and now yeah, we have all. This is the data we are going to fetch here, right? So yeah, you have to keep this data structure, and then based on this data structure you have to show the UI, right? So that's why you have to put the console log inside your slice. Or if you want to test, like if you want to test Thunder API or maybe Postman, so you get the idea, the way you are getting that structure, right? Yeah. Now let's build the UI. Right, so just now we have to build the UI, and this is the UI. Just copy this entire and copy and then paste here, because I'm not I spent much more time on UI. So this is the I just go through. This is the container, and we have this is the first child. This is the second child. We have two child. This is a hero section top banner. This is the top banner. This is the top banner. This is the top banner, and this is the info section collapsible, right? So hero section we have this div, an image, back button, and dark gradient overlay on the top of banner image, and this is the header text and open close status. This is the restaurant name and cuisine, and this is the status badge and info toggle button, right? And this is the show hide info button. So this is the set show info, and based on it we are just handling the UI and icon. So this is just basic ternary operator, nothing else. And this is the info section button. So this is the animated presence. So we are getting from a motion. That's why you are seeing this amazing UI like this. Yeah. So alright, smoothly we are getting this, right? And if so, then we are seeing the entire data, right? And this is the motion div, and this is a restaurant description, and I'm just map through all the icon here, all the icon, and this is the item icon, and this is the label, and then address and owner info. Alright, so I'm just addressing the next street address. So rest address and then street, right? Nothing else. And then owner card. So if you rest owner ID, then show this this on. And yeah, then menu section. So this is animated, and this is the menu section. So we have menu, and then here just we are calling this restaurant product. So right now we don't have. When you have, then we can remove the comment. So right now it is comment out, right? Because we have to build that restaurant products, right? And but yeah, so far let's see what we get. We get nothing, because let's check it. We can get the error. Restaurant is not defined. This restaurant is not defined here. So we have to define these things, otherwise let's if you comment out. So now you can see only oops, right? Yeah, and you can see menu, but you can see this on, because yeah, when you create a restaurant product, then you can see all the data. Now yes, you can see only this, right? Yeah, Burger King, Indian, American, and then so it's very amazing, right? So this is the restaurant details, and now we have restaurant card, right? And yeah, so just I'm gonna go and grab the restaurant card. So copy the entire the restaurant card, and then just paste it. So this is the motion, and this is the icon, and use navigate, and this is the restaurant, right? And so as I told you, this is the child, right? And we are using this restaurant card inside our product or any, so we can use this. This is the yeah, so we can use this component in multiple places. So we design this way, right? And so this is a restaurant we are receiving from parent. This is the user navigate, and here I'm just handling all the stuff. It's a rating, so I'm just calculating. If rating is greater than 0, then just call this restaurant rating. So we have inside restaurant we have rating, similar delivery time, cuisine release, and then go to restaurant. So we are creating a clickable back button. Alright. So if you click card, you can back to that particular previous restaurant page, right? Yeah. Because if you go to details restaurant, where is a and just we are use one click and then go to restaurant, and these are motion property, and same things rating, optional live, open now, card body. So we are showing the three things, and yeah, this is the restaurant card, right? And now so now we already built now we have only a restaurant update. So update and create restaurant are same UI. If I go if I go to my main file, and then let's say restaurant seller dashboard, update restaurant, so you can see the same UI, right? Recently we just built up this UI, just only change, just we already fetching the entire data, nothing else, right? So I'm gonna just go and copy this entire update restaurant, and I'm gonna paste here, and same UI, right? Yeah, same things we import, right? So we can, and this is the icon. Here we have update and fetch a restaurant by update restaurant and fetch restaurant by ID, because first we want to fetch the data, because without it you cannot see this already data, right? And ID, navigate, dispatch, and get token, and then single restaurant loading from our store, and this is the use state, and this is the default form, because we are going to use after creating it, updating it, form data, and then the default form. Similarly guys, the way we explain our create restaurant, right? Nothing else. So just here we have new things. So already we just fetch our data, single restaurant, set form data, this is the name, right? If data exists, then show, otherwise empty. Similarly all the for all the field, and then this is a handle change, address change, handle file change, remove, handle remove cuisine, handle cuisine select. We have already discussed, right? There is nothing is new, right? Everything is, we already talk about it. And yeah, so let's, right, so it's kind of like same as we now, just we have to import here app, let's restaurant details create, and yeah, then that is update a restaurant, and the URL should be like restaurant id slash edit, or you can name anything, right? And let's put, and the challenge here, under routes, so we have to put, right, here put like this way. So let's say we are gonna work, but now the difficulty is, so we have to put and then we have to paste this is the restaurant ID, but anyways, so I'm gonna copy and paste, and just I'm gonna copy, cut, I'm gonna put here, and let's click. No, okay, I think we have two things, delete one, and then yes, now we reach our updated restaurant, right? Yeah, so let's say Burger King, we can update our description. Let's see, Burger in the base, okay, nearby you, nearby you. Let's see, save changes, request fail is we status 44 not found. 44 not found. So we have restaurant API. ID, check our backend, our restaurant route, that is ID, right? Update restaurant slash ID patch. Okay, I have to update patch. Here we have to update patch. Yes, here I have to update patch. Yes, patch. Let's save it. The base, okay, one. Now it's work. Yes, but it's make it previous page, that is but if you look, you can see now Burger King is the best one, right? So the updation is worked, right? So so far our all the restaurant related features are working. That is the good news, right? All right, everyone, let's build up our next features, that is product API. So product related component and slice we are going to build. So let's call product API.js and product slice.js. So let's go to and copy. So this is the product. This is the product, and so this is the Axios. This is the base URL. The base URL is same, and this is the Axios instance, and then this is a product endpoint. So we have base URL same for every endpoint, but and then we have these products, right, for this particular product, and this is the first create product API. Alright, this is the first create product API, and now let's see the slice. So I'm gonna go product slice and copy, and so here if you look at, I import create slice, create async thunk, and all the endpoint. So first one is create product. Alright, so here just I am passing two things, ID format token. This is the object, and this is for the second argument for error, and then here just I'm calling that create product API function, and it return a promise, and then I return promise to, and then here we just initialize all this stuff. This is the initial state list. This is the product list, so I call list, and the empty, and then by restaurant list, single product null, loading, false, and error. So here all the product, and this section is just only a restaurant related product. Alright, and single product, loading, error, and this reducer is doing nothing. So first I'm grabbing the loading, and then just I push that entire product into list, and then I update the error. This is the first API, right? So here I'm just grabbing three things as I told you, ID, format, token. Three things I'm just receiving. Then get all product. Just I'm just receiving params. Second is fetch product by restaurant. Fetch product by delete. That is fetch product by restaurant, right? So which means get all product API, and so just I'm taking params, and then I'm just calling get all product API, and this just I'm returning the entire promise, and returning response data, right? And then so here just pending case, update loading, and fulfill case, update restaurant, and for reject, update loading, and also error. And third one is get product by ID API. This is a single product, right? And I'm just receiving two things, ID and token. And this is the get method. And so fetch product. So I'm updating loading, single product, I'm updating action payload, and then reject loading error. And the next one is update product. So I'm just receiving three things, ID, form data, token, and this is the put. So I want to see the backend, what put or patch. This is the patch, and so here I have to put patch. This is the patch, update product API, ID, form data, token, and so this is the update. And I told you, like, when you are updating something, we have to grab the ID, so then we can find whose product we are talking about and updating, right? So that's why here we are just finding, we are using find index. So it's return that particular index, right? So inside list, I'm finding that particular that product ID and action payload ID. If they are matching, then return that index, and then just update with that action payload. That's it. And also for reject case, right? And then delete. Just I'm receiving two things, ID, token, and then just I'm calling delete. And yeah, and just here I have to so state seller product again. So I use filter, and then inside seller product and action payload, if they are matching, then return except this product, which means filter return new array, right? And here just I'm just deleting that particular the match section, the match product, right? So yeah, if they are if they not match, right? So I'm not gonna keep that UI, keep that product. So here I'm returning new things, right? So that's is filter is all about. And then here also I have to remove from. So here I just remove from seller product, and also have to list, right? And yeah, then this is the delete product for reject case, right? So this is just product related, because if you understand fast things, so that's why I just go through fast, because same things we are just repeating here also. Just one things we have to understand, we have to get data from a component, we have to pass, and then we have to call this API function, and then we have to return this data, and here we have to first initialize our data, and then we have to update our data. That's it, right? And we have to remember that when you want to update and delete, because this is a two edge case, we have to manage the yeah, it's related data, right? Yeah, not only frontend, but also we have to maintain the backend. So that are the things just we have to keep in mind. Now let's build product related component. So inside product, let's first create our create product. This component gonna be same as create restaurant, because we are also handle the form. And let's see our product profile, create restaurant, create add new product, right? The same URL, same form, right? So yeah, if you understand one form, so all the code UI, it's kind of same, and it's look like this. Yeah, that's why what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go here and create product, and then just copy and paste here, and I just go through. So here I just import all the basic stuff, use dispatch, and then same things, use navigate, use params, use auth, motion, create product, this is thunk function, and toast, and all the icon. And then this ID, this is the restaurant ID, navigate, dispatch, get token, loading from products. And yes, I forget, I have to also update our restore, that is just import product product reducer, and slice, product slice. And here also products, and then now it's good. So yeah, that is the products. I'm just grabbing from our global store. This is a form, so name, description, category, price, image profile. This is the handle change, the way we handle it's gonna be same. The handle file change to also same, remove image also same, handle submit, it's also kind of same. This is the object, and the way explain same way. And then create product, and we need this, we don't need this result, so we just, so yeah, we can do that. And this is the success toast, and then we just reset form by doing this, and then go back to a previous page. When it gets successful, then it redirect to the previous page, and this is the UI. So yeah, this is the RTK header, and this is the main form. The same things we did, right? So we have, so this is the main form, and this is one submit, handle submit, right? We're just calling this one submit, and this is the first div, product name. This is the second div, description. The UI is same, and this is the text area, name, value. This is the value, form data dot description, one change, handle change, and this is the 3 row. This is a 3 row. We have 3 row. That's why you can see the width is bigger than this one, because these are default as 1. The placeholder is rich, creamy, pack with flavor, and then class. And this is the category, this same image. If images exist, show this, otherwise show the drop image here, and the submit button. If loading exists, create product, otherwise create product, right? So this is the create product page, and now we have product details page. Second component is product detail. We also have to import here and it's gonna be same. So I'm gonna copy and then I'm gonna do here, that is create product, and then create product, right? And yeah, and second component gonna be product details, this one. So if you click any component, yeah, this is the product details page. So just basic, and we have two reviews. That's how we show. Yeah, so product details.jx, and also we have another product card.jx. Also we have restaurant product, and that is we're gonna also update on our restaurant page. Restaurant products.jx, and we have also update product.jx. So in total we have 5, right? 5, and just so let's check first our create product, it's working not. So we have let's check create. Yes, so this is our create product. So name it I don't know, just I put random name, random things. And price, let's say category burger, this is the matter. $10-12. This is a burger. Burger. Okay, here you go. This burger. And internal server error. Let's see internal server error. Why? Yeah. Now I get that. So this is a create restaurant model. The ID is undefined. Because right, we are doing this manual way. That's why we are not getting this. Yeah, I understand the things, because we are not passing that ID. That is the things. So let's build up our entire flow. So yeah, so let's just update our update product. So this is the update product. Now update product and create product are same. So just I'm gonna copy and paste here. And if you look at the UI, go to this is update restaurant, manage product. Here you have edit product. So if you click, yeah, this is the UI, right? Same UI, edit product. Just here, just we have already pre-filled data, right? So yeah, all this stuff we import, and here also we update the product, and we also fetch product by ID, and we call ID, navigate, dispatch, get token, and this product is coming from our global store. And here we care about single product and loading, and default form is this, and we pass this default form because form data and set form data, and this is the use effect. So we are running fast fetch product by ID. Then the second one is we are just just we just filling the input field. So if single product exists, then update the entire form by set form data. This is the setter function, and just I'm grabbing if single name is exist string, otherwise empty string. When single product changes, then run this use effect. This is the dependency. Handle change, similar things, file change here, remove, handle submit, right? And same thing, just and then UI. So yeah, same UI, nothing new, right? The main form, the handle submit, just it's a copy paste of create product. And now next, and also you have to update here. Yeah, like so you already create update restaurant, right? Restaurant product, now product details page. Description, product details, and if you go to our then you can understand. Check our app.js. Right, then you can understand why we are getting that error. If you look at these three things, create product, then ID, create product, and also these three things. So I'm just copy and I'm update here, right? So yeah, now it's gonna work. So I told you I get the idea why it's failing, because if you look at our route, then you can understand. Product, update product need ID, create product need restaurant ID, get product need ID, right? Delete product need ID, except get all product. Everything need ID, right? Yeah. So that are the things. Now, and we have to pass that restaurant ID. If you're passing this restaurant ID, then you can create Oh, okay, yeah, I got it. So that's why here update product also not there. So let's update it. Update product, right? We have update product, right? Yeah. So no, update product. It's not suggesting why, man. I have to import manually. Then import update product from component, then product, then update product. Update product. My product name is what? Update product. So I have to call update product. Yeah. Now it's gonna work. Burger category price, whatever it is. Burger. Yeah. Yeah. So after creating, so we it's not like it's expected uh error, because after creating product we just redirect to the previous page. So but right now we don't have previous page. Let's see. Yeah, this is a new product, right? The price is 8 burger, and yeah, so also it's working. And let's see, just product details page. So this is a product details page. Product, just copy. So here I'm just importing all the basic stuff. Here I'm importing two things. Two function. This is a fetch product by ID and fetch product reviews. These two things, and motion, and then also add to cart. Right now we don't have add to cart, so we have to just comment out and React icon. Now also this is a React icon. This is the product ID, and navigate, use dispatch, and then single product. And this product loading, we name it just loading, product loading, and from product state. Also product review, loading from reviews, and then we call fetch by product and also fetch by product review. And if product loading and single product, if it's exist or doesn't exist, then show this UI. It's a spinning, and then just single product and assign here, and just update the rating. And the image, if you look at again, okay, this one, not this one. This is the, so we have image, and yeah, this is the image, this is the back button, this is the image, this is the back button, this is the icon, and then rating badge. We have just, this is the rating badge, and then main content full width. Right, so this is the restaurant name. And if you look at the mobile version, you can see like this. So then this is the price, add to cart, product price, and then add to cart. So now I don't have add to cart, just comment out, and then ingredient and product price. So this is the card. So right now we don't have card. So when we work with card, then we can just remove the comment. Ingredients, and this is a description, review section, so customer review, and then we grab the review length. If review length more than 0, then show this review. And review loading review, and be the first one to share your experience. No review yet. And just we are grabbing 3 review. And yeah, and this is just date and product review length, view all. So here basically now you have 2. If you have 3, if you have more than 3, then we can click, and then you can show, right? And this is the date. This is just basic UI and just basic concept, nothing else. So let's delete. Now we have, so if you go to review slice, okay, so we also don't have review slice. Yeah, that is the issue. Product details also don't have a review slice. So when you have created, then we can revisit this page, right? And then we have product card. So we have also product card. Let's this is a product card, and this product card, like here I put a comment, this product card going to use in restaurant product. This is the child component, and it's gonna use on in restaurant product and also trending product card page, right? So yeah, and here also I'm using add to card. So yeah, after doing this, we are going to work on add to card component. So this is a product, restaurant product ID. So where I call these things, so we are getting these 2 props, and this is a go to product page. Yeah, So if I click, then I can visit that product details page. And this is the main layout, right? So this is the card. If I show you, this is the card I'm talking about, product card. Yeah, this is the card. This card is same for, look at here, same product card. You can see the same product card, right? So yeah, so this is a reusable product card. It's an image container. So this is a div image container. This is a card body, and this is a bottom action line. This action line I'm talking about, you can see, right? And so here this is the image container, and we have this image. So we are grabbing from this product image URL, right? And this is UI, and this is the card body. So product name, product category, and price card and section. We are just calculating, and then add to card, right? Add to card. So I'm gonna do nothing because we have to create other things, right? And also we have restaurant product. Let's copy that code for restaurant product. And here also it's also going to use this restaurant in restaurant details page, and we have a skeleton. So earlier I told you that we can create a skeleton manually, and also we can use this skeleton library. So this is the best way to write a skeleton, because we have to do simple things. So this is a restaurant is coming from this details parents component, and here also we are using product card component, right? This product card, and loading restaurant and use selector, and category min price max price. If I show you this one, so if I go restaurant, yeah, so we can, let's say I want to see only burger, so I can apply, and here I only can see burger. This is just only burger. This is the burger, and also I can apply the min price. These three things I'm just creating. Apply filter. I'm just calling this fetch product by restaurant, and first one is restaurant ID, and second one is the category if exists, min price, max price, or undefined, and then reset filter. When you apply reset, this is gonna, let's say burger now, it remove all this stuff. So yeah, these are things, and then we call this fetch product by restaurant, then use effect. If restaurant ID exists, then we call fetch product by restaurant. And yeah, this is a flex box. Just we have this select, then we have loading with skeleton, and then product card. Here we are calling product card, and we are passing the product and the restaurant override. If you go here, so you can see these two props, right? And that's it. and nothing fancy, just these two things. All right. And then we have product card. So far we created all this stuff, and now in product details page, restaurant details page, just we have to, yeah, and it's the restaurant page, right? And yeah, so we also wrote the restaurant product, we wrote this restaurant product, the product details, all this stuff, right? And now, yeah, so now we have to write the other controller, then this is gonna work because all the things are related. All right, everyone, let's build up our next features, that is cart related slice and its component. So let's first start with its slice. So first let's put cart API .js and cart slice and cart slice .js. So let's go and copy so same things. I have to zoom a little bit now. So this is the Axios and this is the base URL and this is the Axios instance. Our first cart endpoint. So here just we are receiving 4 things: restaurant ID, product ID, quantity, and token. Then we call this URL. Right. So here it's carts, then slash restaurant ID slash product ID, and then we are passing quantity as a body, and this is a header. And look at our slice. Let's go to slice. So this is our cart slice. We just import from cart API, and this is our first cart to add to cart. So here just we are receiving 4 from component, 4 parameter like restaurant ID, product ID. These are coming from our component, and then we are just calling add to cart API function, and then the promise we assign here, and then we return this way. So we return the object, and we have rest data cart and product ID. So here cart and added product ID, right? Then we are, so this is our initial state. So here just first is cart data null, loading false, error null, and then checkout success false, swap pop-up false, and last added item null, client secret null, and order null, right? So this is our initial state, and then these are reducers. Okay, I can explain when we come to this point. First, add to cart. So it's a fulfill. Here we are not handling pending or reject, but I want you can do that, right? So yeah, because I'm pretty sure that's why, but you have to handle it. So instead loading, I make it false, and then cart data, just I update cart data with this action payload cart, right? Because here the payload is, it's not an entire object, because we are separately return object. We have card and added product, so we have to grab that this way, and then also you update last added item, and this is the product ID, and that's it. This is add to card. And next we have the get card API. So here we want to fetch all the card related information. So we are just taking we are receiving as a parameter token, and just we call with get http method, and here slice fetch card. So here just we are calling the get API, and here we are just returning this data and card, and then here we are handling three cases: pending, loading, then fulfill. Just we update card data with entire action payload, and for read case. The next API is quantity update. Here you are receiving four parameter. First is restaurant ID, product ID, quantity, token, and then restaurant ID, item, product ID, quantity. Quantity is the body, and it's the header. And this is a patch HTTP method, right? Let's check what you did. Here you're using patch, and here cart. Yes, also here you are using patch. So now I think, yeah. And this is the update quantity function, and just here we are calling and passing four things, and then here we are just returning cart, and then here we are updating. So first we update the cart data with the action payload, and here just we are calculating the total item. So I'm using reduce, and this is action payload, and we have restaurant, and then this is the accumulator, and this is the current item, and it returns accumulator plus current item. And if total item is 0, then false show up pop-up, right? So let me show you what I mean by that. So I have to go my real project, that is social overlay. I don't know, man. I have a lot of projects. This is my Foodify. And it takes 45 seconds because we are using a render free version. So yeah, it takes time. I'll show you. And then reject case. So here we are updating the error. Alright. So this is the update card quantity. And similarly for remove card item. So this is the remove item, remove from card API. This is another API function, and here we are receiving three things. Similarly, restaurant ID, product ID, and token. Then we are using delete HTTP method, and then here you are so just calling, and then we just returning response data card, and here just we update card data with action payload, and here also we have to update total item, and then yeah, same thing, because when you now I'm gonna show, then it makes sense, right? So let's say if you click on it, now you can show the pop-up. This is the pop-up. Why? Because here about quantity, because now the item quantity is not 0, so that's why you can see the show up. But if you reduce, let's say if you reduce 1, now it's closed. It's gonna be closed because we just set this way. And similarly for remove from cart, and yeah, let's say we add again, and then if you proceed to checkout page, and here you can remove. Now yeah, so it redirect to this car. Yeah, right. So that is the things we are going to achieve. And here we are just calculate the total item, and then we just make show of false, right? And the next is checkout API. This is the last one from this cart API features. And here just we are receiving delivery address and token. This is the delivery address. To go back and then browse something and then add, let's say. So yeah, this is the thing. So when we are trying to order something, we have to fulfill our delivery address. So yeah, and this is the checkout page, and this is the our checkout page, right? This is the checkout page, and here you can see how many product we have in our card, and this is the total amount. So we add, if increase, then now it added another product, and then the total is 24, right? And you can add how many. And now if you look at here also, it update the card instantly, right? 3. So how cool it is. But if you click here, so you can see the another, then you have to go a checkout page from here, right? Yeah, I think. And then and so here we just make it checkout success true, because this is a flag boolean value, and we need this client secret. So if you look at, so return, so here you are taking two things, delivery address token, and we are calling checkout cart API and return response data. So this is the entire object from backend. So inside we have client ID. So guys, the basic rule is you have to just console log to understand the flow of data. So based on that, you can fetch on your UI, right? So that's why if you notice, I put when I was trying or creating, so I just put everywhere a console log. So yeah, and then so this is the client secret. So we update the client secret, and then also we update the order, action payload order, and this is for reject case. And you also write a reducer. So I told you when you start our slice that extra reducer handle the third party third, like extra reducer handle the thunk related, async related concept or logics, right? So here inside extra reducer, we're handling API related data, but inside a reducer, so this is a reducer, we are handling regarding these features stuff. So here we are creating reset checkout state, right? So this is a reducers, and this reducer belong to these features. And then state checkout success, we make it false when you call it, right? So this is the checkout. And then hide pop-up. So I think you notice we're achieving this. this is a boolean value. If you look at now, so now it's hide, right? And even right, so let's say that, so if you reduce, so it's hide automatically, right? Because of this boolean value, so of pop-up, and then clear after payment. So when our payment process is succeed, we want to null the card data, checkout success, a client secret, and order, and then set checkout state. So we update the checkout success when you are when checkout page is successful. So action payload and then checkout success, we make it update. Client secret we update, and order also we update, right? These are our cart slice. So here you have to import. So yeah, this is a cart slice action. Yeah, if you don't use reducers, you don't have to pass this, but if you use reducer, you have to pass this way. So export const, and this is a reducer function or reducer action. So here you have cart slice dot action, and this is yeah, you have to mention. So that's how you can access. But for extra reducer, we don't need to mention it. Redux automatically handle that. So that's just, we have to export default, cart slice, and reducer. We can access that very easily, right? So this is the cart slice, and yeah, just you have to understand the edge cases, right? For quantity update, remove update. That's why we are handling these two things, right? If total item is 0, make pop-up false here also. That makes sense, right? Nothing else. And yeah, here just we make it true, so off. So these are just a few edge cases you have to keep in mind when you are writing any complex project. Let's build our next API, that is order API. So let's create order API file, order API.js, and order API order slice, order slice.js. So let's go to order slice and order API. We have so the same things we just are repeating, but here the endpoint is orders, and this is the first cancel order API. This is a cancel order API, which means this one. If you go to our logic, here you are, and your profile order, cancel order, your order. So yeah, so here you can cancel your order, right? So that is the things we are achieving. Yeah. So here this is a patch, and I hope we also make it patch in frontend in patch. Yes, now it's okay. So here just we are receiving two things, order ID and token, and then we call this endpoint using patch HTTP method, and this is the endpoint, and here you are just passing empty body because we have to, and this is a header. and this is the get user order API. Similarly, just we are receiving token, and this is the get method, and this is the seller order. All the seller orders you can see. If I show you the UI, your profile, then seller dashboard. So I think this account manage product. Yes, so if you click, and this is the manage product, but I view order. So this is the order you can see, and from here you can update the order status, right? So this is the seller dashboard, and yeah, so this is the get order by seller ID. So yeah, and then this is the update order status API. Order ID, restaurant ID status. This is the endpoint, and just we are passing as a body status because we are grabbing 4 things: order ID, restaurant, status, token. That's it. Yeah, this updation we are talking about. So yeah, these are just, and if you look at the order slice, so let's go and just order slice. So here I just importing all the function, API function, and this is the first cancel order. So this is the 2 things we are grabbing from component, order ID, token, and then we call, and this is the full data, right? We don't need, because this is a multi restaurant. So yeah, so let's just remove, and then you are just returning this entire data, and here just we initialize some a few state, that is user orders. All the users order we just listed here. This is the array, and seller orders, all the seller orders, current orders, loading, error. So first is cancel order. This is a pending case, just make it loading true, and for fulfill case, loading false, and update current order with this entire payload. And here also you have to update the user orders. So you just map through inside this array, and I'm checking if order ID and this action payload ID, if they are equal, then update this action payload inside user orders, or take it just order, keep the same things, the previous one, and this is the reject case, right? And the second thing function is fetch user order, all the current user created order, so user can see their order. So which means this is kind of history, so you can check whatever product you ordered previously. And just here we need just only token, and then we just called, and we are just this is the array multi-restaurant orders, and we return this restaurant data, and here we are just handling a second fetch for pending case, and this is the fulfill case. Just we update user orders with the action payload. This is a reject case. And then we have the second one is fetch seller orders. So we just call, and we are passing this entire response data, and then this is a fetch seller orders, and you should update seller order with action payload, right? So yeah, I'm saying again, when you are just handling basic things, we don't have to think about the edge case. But when you are deleting or updating, then the real challenge is coming. So for that, we have to think about the edge cases. Anyways, and last one is update order status. just we are grabbing and then we are calling and then we are receiving, we are returning this data. And now I think I'm just repeating same things again and again because we wrote a lot of slices. So yeah, our memory is habitual with that. And update order status. So for pending, this is loading through. And yeah, so here you are. We just look through the entire array, seller order. This is the array, and this is the order from this array. This order ID and if action payload ID, if they are equal, that means update this seller order with this action payload. Otherwise, keep this order. And this is a reject case, right? So this is our order slice. Okay. So when you are creating the UI, alright. So if you see any error, so first you have to log this data. You have to understand your data flow, and then the way you update your state. So you have to check out fast, right? If you are seeing unexpected behavior, right? So this is our order API. And right, if you look at, this is a export default order, just because here we are not using any reducers. That's why just we export. Then we have to update our store. Previous one we didn't for cart API, so now we are gonna cart reducer, and then slice cart slice, and then I'm gonna write cart gonna be singular, this one cart, and yeah, and then the second one is order reducer slice slice. Yes, and now orders, it's gonna be orders, and yeah, because this name is very important because you are going to access with this name, right? So we update our store. Let's build up our next API, that is review API. Review API and review slice. Review slice. So before writing code, I want to show you the. Okay, so this is the buyer, and so we already reviewed these things. Now we can, because this has been delivered. So after delivered, then you can put your comment on it. So let's, and yeah, this is a UI, so you can put the comment. So as a default, we just made 5. Yesterday you can change. This is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can put your comment, and let's say I like amazing product, amazing, and you can submit. And now, yeah, thanks, your review has been submitted, right? So yeah, so these are things we're going to achieve. So we have just to to endpoint, that is review API. So same thing, just the endpoint is reviews, and first one is create review. This is the post method, and this is the product ID, and this is the body data, and this is the header. Similarly, this is the get method, this is the product ID, and this is the product. Why product ID? Because we want to tell back, okay, this is the product ID we are dealing with. And then slice. Now, oh, okay, my bad. I just put inside slice. And let's go and grab slice. So this is the two things we are just grabbing, create a review API and from API. These are first function, product ID, data, token, and we are calling, and then we just assign the entire promise, and then we return that promise arrays data, right? So we are returning, and here we are. This is the product review as an empty array, then loading and error. And first case is create review. This is a fulfill. Just I'm updating new review and action payload review. We have this one, and here just we are, if there is no review, stop right away. And here just I'm looking for that particular index inside product review. If review ID and this new review ID, they are equal, return the index and update the product review, else unshift the new review. So it's basically saying, it's basically saying if already reviews exist, it's okay. Otherwise, just if you get new review, just update that state product review, and otherwise remove a new flash. Otherwise, then put here, right? So and and then reject case, and then second one is get review. So we are just calling this API function and by passing product ID, and then this is here we are returning the promise, and assign promise, and we are returning the entire promise. And for pending, make loading for or true, and then update the product review. If action payload review exists, or make it empty for rigid case, and then to export default review slice. So this is the reviews. We have another one, that is search, global search API, search API.js, and search slice, search.js. So first I'm gonna show you what search is all about. So let's say if you are a home page, you can search, let's say I search burger. Spelling is not burger. Search, you can see only burger, just only burger, right? But if you so here we are searching here, but the answer we get okay, this is our home page, right? So let's search burger, and then we are redirect to the Discord page. Just look at this page. Here you go, right? And result for burger is this. and you can call this on burger, you can call pizza, right? And yeah, so this is the global search, and you can filter out the things you want, right? So we have also filtering burger, pizza, biryani, whatever it is, cuisine, Indian, Chinese, Indian, lot of things we have, right? And so this is a search API. We already talked about review, and this is a search API. Let's go and grab search API. The same basic stuff, but here we have searches, a search, right? And yeah, like if you look at our, I think, let's see, backend, what you did, searches or search, searches or search, yeah. So yeah, it's correct. Here you got some mistake, man, my bad. This is the API. So this is the search, and search first is search global. So we are just receiving query parameter, and then we are passing a query as a params, and then we are returning this data from here, res data, right? So yeah, this is the response. This is the promise, and same for trending a restaurant. So fetch trending restaurant, and this is the asynchronous function, right? We're also returning res data. So this is the second one, get, and this is also get. These three are a get method, right? And this is a fetch trending or restaurant, because if you look at show you the UI, this is a trending. This is a trending restaurant we are just talking about, and this is a trending top rated dishes, right? Yeah. So yeah, these things we are talking about. And if you talk about slice, let's go and grab. This is the three API function. The first is thunk fetch global search. Just I'm receiving query, and then I'm calling that search search global API. Here just update, and then I'm just returning data, because already we are doing here. So that's why this is a response, and then we have this response data. So now just we are grabbing this data. Then just we are returning this data. If you don't want to do this, you don't need to, just you can handle here the way we did for other controller, other slides. But just here, just I'm showing you a different way so you can understand, even though we can write this way. And second one is the fetch. So here you are not getting any params or things, that's why we are using underscore, which means you want to ignore this field, but it should be exist, otherwise create async thunk, get confused. And then we are returning data restaurant, similar for fetch trending product. We are calling, and then we are returning. Here you have loading restaurant as empty, product as empty, fallback restaurant as empty, because if you don't want to see anything, you're gonna return as a default something. So we already handle in our backend, and this is a fallback product. If you want to show you, then you can see. So in our discovery page, we don't have any noodles or sushi or drinks related. So if I search drinks, then you can see this is a 3. So we have only 3. That's why. And here we don't have any product related, right? If you look at sushi, we don't have. Yes, we are just showing the restaurant, noodles, right? So yeah, here you are just showing the top rated restaurant. This is our fallback. This is a fast fetch global search as a pending. Here you are just updating restaurant, also product, also fallback restaurant, and also fallback product with this action payload restaurant, action payload product, and yeah, right. And then second is trending restaurant. For fetch case, just we are updating trending restaurant with this entire action payload. And for trending, we also updating trending product with action payload. Right. This is the search reducers, right? So, and this is the search API. And so far we have been, so we complete our entire API and user slice. Just we have to update our store. So let's update, and that is import review reducer. Now I think I have to reload. Okay, I have to zoom a little bit. That is so slice review slice. Also we have import search slice, and then reviews and then search. And this is our stores, and we already now AV API we just wrote, and now we are ready to go to complete our entire project UI. All right, everyone, let's build our sidebar. So if you look at our sidebar, so this sidebar we are going to achieve, and on mobile version, let's show you. Yeah, this is the sidebar on mobile version. If I change the device, let's say Samsung Galaxy, so you can see the beautiful sidebar, right? So yeah, you can see, and that is we are going to achieve. So where is the sidebar? So inside home we have the sidebar. Let's click that component, sidebar, sidebar dot js, and here you are. Component just go and copy, and this is the entire sidebar. So these are just the basic dependency. Like this is 3R, Clerk, sign in, sign out, and user button, and this is enabling, and this is icon, and this is also icon. This is a motion, and these are use navigate and use selector. And these two are coming from our main. So here we have to also app main layout. Now we have to like, so here we are handling the sidebar like toggle logic, because if you click here and you can see it's removed, right? So yeah, so this is the things we are handling here. So this is a component, and we are passing two things, two props. First is sidebar as a boolean flag, and yeah, second is as I said is sidebar, and this is a setter function. So these two are just, this is a state and this is a setter function. So but here we are handling, right? And so yeah, and this is the navigate, use navigate and toggle sidebar, and this is the function, toggle sidebar function. So we use the previous state, and then we yeah, so whatever the previous stage is, we just flip it. If it is false, make it true. If it's true, make it false. That's his logic is about. And then we create nav items helper function, and here just we are structuring our URL, icon, and this is a label, right? So yeah, if I want to change anything or add anything, we have to just change here, because we are going to use these things for sidebar as well as mobile bar. And here just we use selector to grab the card related data, because here you are just showing this, right? And if you look at now add, so to update this card, that's why we are doing things. And here we are counting, so we use reduce. So inside card data we have restaurant, and then we have total and group. So this is the accumulator and this is the current item. It's written also accumulator and current item. So yeah, we have to use a nested reduce, because I already talked about when you are working on card related features, because it's a nested structure. So we have first the top level restaurant, then inside we have also restaurant, then product, then item, the inside item we have product and quantity. So that's why we need to reduce. All right, and then this is the first mobile. We have this is a top header for mobile, and this is section for sidebar, and this is section for bottom navbar, mobile and tab. We have three, and top header 45, this is our name and user button. If you look at this one on our, so yeah, this is a header bar we are talking about for mobile version or tablet version. So we are using this sign in. This is the Clerk component and user button. And yeah, this is just Clerk UI. Appearance, element, user button, avatar box, and then yeah, this is our Tailwind. And then sign out, because if you sign out, then you can see this section. If you click on it, then you go to login page. And this is top nav bar for mobile. It's gonna be height for larger screen, fixed bottom left, and just UI, responsive UI, then div, and then nav link. So this is the nav item you already defined, and now just we map through and we use nav link. So here, this is our route, and this is a class, and we are using is active. Sorry guys, nav link unlocks this is active, because if you can use link, but link doesn't provide this is active, because so this is the is active guys I'm talking about. So you can, right now we are home page. Now home page is highlighted, right? So because of this is active. So this is the phone version. So when it is active, so this background a text, and this background like this, and text grade 16, and then we have another motion div, that is it's a relative for this cart section. So if item text is cart, then show the count, and count gonna be so if the cart count is more than 0, then show this UI, and this is cart count. And this is the span item text. So if you go to right, this is the item text, and these are item text. These are item text, right? So this is the for mobile, and similarly we have nothing else for sidebar. Just we have to hide for mobile version, and then say similar things is a logo and toggle. So here just we have toggle, and then this is the logo and button. So yeah, these are things, and this is a Foodify, and this is our navigation. So just we map through nav item and nav link, and we have this reactive, we have a group, relative flex, all the just UI. If it is active, then show this gradient background color and text and scale, and then if is sidebar open, if open, justify start, and otherwise center. And then for same things for cart, same logic, but here you have another things, that is sidebar open, so this item text right now. So let's remove. Right now you cannot see the item, but if you hover on it, you can see a beautiful tooltip. This is called tooltip, right? Yeah, because of this line. And yeah, this item text is when it's open, but when it's not open, then we are showing this way. So this is just UI absolute, left, full, and yeah. So this is just sidebar, and similarly we have this for this as well. Yeah, so sign out, and yeah, so this is a sidebar, right? And yeah, and now, and if you check our project, let's see, right now we are in the, so let's check. First cart item. Now product cart, does file exist? Product cart. Okay, so we have to now we have, and let's see product inside product card. Yes, add to card. So here we don't have, okay, import. Here you we have to import this add to card. So just copy, and let's see, and we have to import manually. Okay, so here you are importing, and yeah, so let's see what field resolve cart. Okay, I think it's not from here. Let's see. So we have, right now we don't have the cart, right, in calculator, so that's why. And but let's just him for a while, go back to, and then and now we have also something error. Let's see what error. That is, so now we have to create our home page, and right now our sidebar is logins, home page. Let's sidebar, and just we import sidebar here, and we have this home page. Let's say home page dot home page. It's called a home page dot jx, and let's rfc we have another for yeah, this is the home page. We have another, so home page sidebar, but yeah, why we're not getting this? No route match. We don't have anything, so that's why I got the idea. We don't have any home page. Yeah, so we can create that home page. Okay, so see your app. And this is our guys, so you get this code, okay, don't worry, and here you just we are comment out everything. So yeah, and this is our home page. Now we need this, right? Now we need this, and at inside route, okay, and this is a route, and but right, so I think I have to do this one here, inside here, and now I would say okay, yes, and let's import the home page. That is gonna be home, and home page so far. Yes, right now you can see, right? So this is the home page, and yeah, now you can see, yeah. So that are things. This is our beautiful sidebar, and you can navigate, but this page doesn't exist, but restaurant exists, and yeah, so this page also exists. Guys, we have one product, and profile doesn't exist, so card discovery, these are not exist, okay. So yeah, this is the things we are achieving. This is sidebar, and yeah, just you have to spend more time on UI, okay, but the logic is very simple, right? The more you practice, the better the better understanding you can get. All right, everyone, let's build up card related features. So first, it's gonna be add to card, add to card, and so what I'm gonna do, just go and grab, so add to card, so this is the add to card component. So this is the child component, okay. So here you using another child component, that is quantity button. So I'm gonna create this one as well, right? So first I import the basic use dispatch, use selector, use auth, and this is the function from card slice icon, and this is the, so here you are just grabbing two things, restaurant ID and product card. So wherever we are using this add to card, we have to pass two props, restaurant ID and card ID. Let me show you. So we are using card on this product, right? And if you look at this particular things, also you are using, now it takes time, and I show you another things, like yeah. So here you are using the cart, let's say increase, and if you look at, takes time. Yeah, right now we don't have, so let's add on. So and so here in this page also we are using this cart, right? And yeah, in this page we are also using cart. And if you look at any product, let's say from this product, here also you are using a cart, right? So yeah, so cart is very reusable. And so here we are grabbing two things, get token and easy login. And this is a card from, so here I'm not destructuring, but I name it cart. So you can also destructuring. And here also I'm finding the existing quantity, so I normalize it. And then yeah, if type is id object, then take it, otherwise take this one. And then existing quantity I start with 0. And if cart, and if you look at here, we are using nested if state, right? So first inside cart we have restaurant. If it is existed, then run this loop. So we have nested restaurant. So yeah, this is a group we call group because we have a multi restaurant. So yeah, then group restaurant is equal to restaurant id. If they are equal, so then find the item inside group. So if item product is equal to product id, if they are equal, then found, yeah, so if found exists, then update that quantity. So we are updating that quantity, find.quantity. And this is a handle fast add. So if there is no logged in, user not signed in, so you cannot do anything. Then we are calling add to cart by passing restaurant id, product id, quantity and token. And then this is a React fragmentation. If exit quantity is 0, then show this button, right? First, if you see, oh sorry, not here. So yeah, now if you look at, now we see this button, but if you have any card, then you can see this button, right? So yeah, this button. So that is the things. This is a quantity button, and now we have to create this quantity button as well. So let's create that quantity button. And .js. So it's very basic UI. So here I'm just importing all the basic stuff, and then update card quantity from card slice, and all the use dispatch and use spec and use state. And then this is so, and also here we are just taking three things: restaurant id, product id and quantity. And these are a local state, so we can handle locally. And this is a use effect. If set local quantity, so we are updating this with this quantity. And yeah, when quantity changes, so you can see instantly on UI here. Like this. So you are seeing instantly the increment, right? And then we also normalize. same. Then handle update. So yeah, so this is a function, and this function receiving the new quantity, right? If restaurant ID and product ID not exist, so this warning on the console log. And this is a token, normalize it, and then update set local, update that, yeah, this set updating, and then call dispatch by passing three things: restaurant ID, product ID, quantity, and token. Sorry, four things. And then update again, set updating. And this is just UI, so this is a handle update. Here I'm just a local quantity -1, local quantity -1, whatever it is, just add new one. Yeah, so this is a -1, this is a +1. So this is a quantity update button, right? So there is nothing about it. And we have another one is, so this is a 2, and so we create it. So now here we have in our product. So let's remove it, because now we have product. So now let's see our UI. So this is the UI, and this is a restaurant, and we have, so this is a restaurant. Yeah, this is a card. Let's see we are seeing or not. I think maybe we are getting some error. Yeah, okay, it's updated, because there is no pop-up, so that's why we are not seeing pop-up. But here also we don't have card, right? But now you can see the updation on the cart, right? This is our UI. So yeah, so now cart is working, and you can add, yeah. So if you see our database, let's see. So you can see browser. I think MongoDB changed its UI. Connecting to cluster 0. Here you are. Admin local test. And yeah, so we have order, yeah. Sorry, MongoDB change its UI. So yeah, it's a cart. Let's see. Yes, now we have the one cart, right? We have one cart. So restaurant, and the total is 16, and this is a restaurant 1. So we are adding 1 and 16. Let's say we right now we don't have, so that's why I cannot show you, but yeah, you get the idea. We create the card, and now this is a restaurant, and this is an array. So this object, we have the restaurant and item, right? This is the things. So we have item 1 and restaurant, and this is the top level restaurant. So inside this restaurant, if we add a new card from other restaurant, so you can see another object. Okay, so yeah, now our card also working, and now we have another is, let's create, that is cart list. So create cart list. Another component is cart.jx, and let's go and grab cart list. and this is a cart list. So here if you look at this one, our this one, so this is the cart list. This is the cart list. Okay, so you can see this is the cart. So this is the cart list, all the item you can see. Let's say remove, and we can add a different cart. Let's say this one, this one, and let's go here and remove this one. So yeah, these are three things, right? And yeah, so this is our Indian best restaurant, and this is the Burger King. So these are two restaurants, right? That's so you can see. So this restaurant have this two card, this two product, and Indian have this one. So that's why we are separate these things. That's the things I'm talking about, right? So here you are. So we, here just we import all the basic stuff, and also you are using another nested like card item render, because this is the card item render. So we are creating this amazing reusable component. So we called card item render, and so we are using, and then we are calling dispatch, navigate, get token, and then here you are just grabbing loading and card data, and this is a use effect, and we are calling fetch card, and here also we are calling fetch card. And if you look at here, you also our main app, here you also calling our, right now here we're not calling fetch app, but we have to call it. So we are calling fetch user, but we have to call it, otherwise you cannot see but if you, let's say right now if you refresh it, now data is persisted, but here now if you look at here, but if you refresh, the data no longer will be persist, right? The data is gone, right? Why? Although we have the cart inside our yeah, but right, so that is the things we have to also call here, and right, so this is our app. It's very important, and yeah, right. So here if you look at, then here you call this fetch cart, right? And so let's copy and we are getting the user ID from here. Okay, we have, right? So now right, so this is the app and so where is the product ID, cart list, and this is the basic UI, just loading your cart, and then just we, if empty cart, then show this error, your cart is empty, and this is a button browse. So we just navigate to home page, so you can browse restaurant, right? And then card with item, your card, and then card item renders. Here you are passing one prop, that is restaurant card and the card details, and then total amount we are calculating here, and then checkout button, proceed to checkout, right? So let's create our this card item component .js, and just go and grab card item, So here you are just using two. This is a quantity button, so we already created it, but now we have to get also remove card item, and this is a restaurant card we are getting from a card list, and then we are just checking if restaurant card and restaurant if they are not present, so just return null. And if there is restaurant, so yeah, assign here, and if item exists, then if item length is 0, return null. And this is the UI, right? So this is the restaurant name, and this is the card. And if you look at the UI so you can see amazing look. Let's see on Samsung. Yeah, this is the UI, right? And you can modify this UI. It's up to you guys. When you get the code, you can modify. So this is a grid 1 column on mobile. Yeah, so in mobile you can see one grid, one column, and two card on more than smaller. Then we just map through in item, because item have a product, and also we are checking type. If item product is object, then take it, otherwise take this one. And then price, quantity, total, and we return image, the product name, and then total, and this is the quantity button we already created, and remove card item. Now let's create this component JX. So, and the card component is this one. So this is the remove card, right? So this one I'm talking about. So if you remove, okay, so if you remove it remove the card, right? If you remove the card, now we have only one. Remove card item. Remove card item. Just it's a very, so this is the remove from cart. This is a thunk function, and we are grabbing two things: restaurant ID and product ID, and then handle remove that button and call this remove dispatch this remove from cart, and this is a icon. That's it. It's so cool, right? And these are just child component, and right, and this card this is the, and this card is like a page, so we have to import, but let me create the other component. And then we have card pop-up. So let's create card pop-up. Card pop-up dot jx, and if I show you the card pop-up, this one, I think you guys saw. Let me show again. So this is a card pop-up, right? And if you go any page, you can show. Yeah, you can see this. If you go any page, it's not gonna remove until you click here. If you go any page, it doesn't matter. Why? Because we put this card in our app.jx. So yeah, let's first create that chart pop-up. This is the card pop-up. And press here, and so this is all the basic stuff. and just we are grabbing this cart and this show up pop-up and cart data. If they are not present, then just return null. And here I'm just flatten the card item because card is nested. So as I show you here on our database, the card is nested, right? So yeah, we have this, right? It's nested, right? We have this, right? So you can see the layer, right? And you can check if you want to see the data, so you can put a console log on the thunk function, or maybe here also you can get the card, right? So this is the card data, so you can put here and then you can see the card, right? So here I'm just flattening flatten the data into array. So I'm converting everything into array. So the first for each the upper level, so this is the upper level. So here just look through the restaurant, sorry, and then each restaurant have the group, which means another restaurant. Restaurant could be a multiple restaurant. So and each restaurant have card item, and then card also nested. We have product and item, product and quantity. So this is so I'm just gonna look through, and then I'm just pushing the previous data inside this card and the restaurant and the product. Now it's become the array. So and get product. So here this is the product, and I'm checking image, and then X product and product ID, this found, otherwise keep this the previous one, and get go to card checkout. So when you click on it, and then here we are dispatching this reducer, height pop reducers. Why? Because here if you look at, so let's say if you click on it, so this card must be automatically false. So let's see, now you can see there is no card, right? The card pop-up is hide up. How? Because this way, so we call here, right? Yeah, we dispatch, and yeah, this is a close button, and then so here we are doing flatten because we want to map through. So that's why here you are using map. And get product, this is a get product, and we are passing that product from here. This is a get product, so we are receiving product. You can put the name, it doesn't matter. So you can put any the parameter name doesn't matter, because whatever you pass the argument, that is the matter. So you can take it the name, the way you put the name. And this is the image, and this is the price and quantity, and this is the item restaurant named, and this is the price. So here you can put the dollar, and and then proceed to checkout. So if you click on it, so you will be navigate to checkout page, right? And so, and now let's see our app.js, and so here you are. If you look at then fetch cart, we install here. So just now we need the entire app, because here we have app. So I'm gonna just so here you are just cart pop-up, right? This is a cart pop-up, and this is a fetch cart. Here also you are calling. So if you refresh, you cannot lose the data. So let's check out. Now you can see, right? This is our local host, and I'm reducing, right? Let's refresh. Now the data is back, right? So that is the thing, guys. That's why you have to call in the top level. So app hour is the main. So where we are calling a fetch user as well as the cart. Otherwise the data never persist. All right, now we have to create our checkout page. So let's create our checkout page. We create all the component. Now we have to create checkout page. Let's create checkout page. Check out page, jx checkout page, and this is the checkout page. I'm showing again, this is my, but this is the checkout page, right? So and this is the card item, right? So yeah, we're going to use this one, and yeah, and then place order. So just copy the checkout code, so here you are calling two things, fetch cart and checkout cart. Now all the icon, and this is the component, get item render, right? If you want to see like this, let's, yeah, now it's looking good, right? This is the card item render. So yeah, we are using this one, list page as well as checkout page. And then here you are grabbing these things, checkout success, card data, and client secret. This is the main things, because otherwise you cannot go to a Stripe page, right? And delivery address, set delivery address, and use state. This is the checkout page. This is the empty card state, and here just handling, this is the local state, like handling the state, the input field, delivery address, set delivery address, and I'm just calling the fetch card, use effect, and then handle, like go back. So after completing it, redirect to the previous page and handle place order. So yeah, I'm calling checkout page, checkout thunk function, and if cart doesn't exist, then show this shopping cart and then redirect to the previous page. This one, browse restaurant, make it to home page. And if checkout success and client secret and order ID exist, then redirect it to payment. And this is the URL, and we have to create this URL. And then this is just UI. Okay, this is a basic UI. So yeah, this is a button, and this is the main content and card summary. And then here we are calling this card item renders, and we have to pass these things, restaurant, card, and this is delivery address. And here you are just using like we are not using input for it, so here you are just map through, and one, because every input are same, so that's why just map through. And yeah, so you can use this way, and button place and order. This is the checkout page, right? And so now we have, let's say we have to import all the stuff what you did. So I'm just go and app.js, So you see we have order on card, right? So here we have protected route. These are private route, so only login user can access. So this is the first one, this is the second one, right? So grab this two one first. App route. So let's page E, import, and then also list, import, and yeah, now we have checkout and list. Let's see our local code. I think we get some error. Let's see what error is. Protected route is not defined. Okay, we don't have protected route. We have protected route, but yeah, we are not defined. App route, okay. So we are using here, I hope. Okay, we use up, but here not. Let's see. This is a protected route, right? And now I think yes. So now you can see this card. Yes guys, this is our local host, right? This is our local host, and here you can add new one. So if you look at add new one, and yeah, and you can remove it, you're gonna work and proceed to checkout. Now this is the checkout page. This is the checkout page, right? So it's working now, and everything is working fine, right? If you look at the URL, this is the checkout, and now we have another logic, that is for Stripe, right? So that is payment page and success page, right? So if you look at after, where is the checkout page? Because this checkout page navigate to this when checkout success and client secret and order ID, then it redirect to this order and payment, right? So yeah, so let's create that page, checkout page and then payment page. Payment page dot jx, and also we have payment page this is the payment page. So we have element, payment element, use Stripe, use element, right? So this is coming from Stripe, like load Stripe. So we already install it, and also we have the publishable key Here we have inside we have publishable key, Stripe publishable key, and if you forget to copy, so I'm going to show you again. This is our Stripe, and you can see this is a API keys, this is a publishable key, and this is a secret key. This secret key for backend and this publishable key for frontend, right? And yeah, so you have to grab it and then it's gonna work. So yeah, Stripe promise and load Stripe, then import meta env, and then order ID. So we are grabbing order ID and then navigate client secret order from this cart, and this is just logic, nothing else. So if user refresh the page or opens it directly, Redux will not have client secret or order. Without client secret, Stripe can't render the payment element. So redirect user back to checkout or recovery state safely, right? So that is the things, client secret and order. If so they just make them redirect checkout page and complete your payment. And this is the element, this is the checkout form. Here we are just defining Stripe element. This is a Stripe hook and also a use hook, and these are two important things. Handle payment, and if Stripe an element is not present, so you cannot see. These are very important, this element and confirm params. So we are using window location origin, so it doesn't matter where you are, it localhost or deployment, it's gonna always work. That's why we are using window location origin. So it's gonna grab your URL, then payment success, then order ID. This is a URL path. If error, so the error, update the loading, and this is the payment element, and this is the button, processing and pay now, right? And then we have also the success page. After, let's create the success page. Success page, and just this is the success page. So and if you look at here, Clerk after payment, this is a reducer. This is the reducers from cart slice, and this is the order ID from params, and we are calling this when the payment is successful. So we want to clear this payment details, like clear after payment, and payment successful, your order with the order ID, and it's a message, and then you can click this button and you can navigate to the home page. That's it. This is the all our UI, right? And just you have to import some basic things. These two things we have to import. App routes, and then paste here, right? So yeah, so import success page as well, and let's check out. So this is the our cart related UI, and all the things is all the cart related UI are done, right? And now we have to just check out. So at this point, now we have to revisit our Stripe configuration, because that is the main things. Otherwise, Stripe doesn't allow you to do anything. So if you look at, this is our Stripe route. So this is the slice Stripe, right? This is the endpoint. And if you look at the webhooks, this is the Stripe webhooks. So here we are handling all this stuff, like two things: payment intent and payment failure. Intent, payment failure, and succeed. Okay. And this is our app, and this is our API slice webhook slice Stripe, because our endpoint is Stripe, right? So now guys, if you back to the Stripe, this is the Stripe, okay, and you can see this is a console log again. So okay, yes, okay. So when you visit, you see this is a home page, right? And then this is a developer. So you have to just click here, and this is a overview. This is the webhooks, and you have a two option. That is, one is you can use CLI, and you have to paste the deployed UI. Okay, so I already show you. So yeah, so if you want to, yeah, this is my deployed URL, like Foodify. This is a render. Okay, and just look at that API webhook Stripe. You can also edit the destination. That is Foodify API webhook Stripe, right? This is the endpoint. And but if you want to use CLI, right? So first I'm gonna use CLI now, then I can use, yeah. So, and if you look at the secret key from front and back end, Stripe webhooks, and here you have Stripe secret key, right? And here you have to paste the Stripe webhooks, right? Because now we have Stripe secret key, that's good, but we need also Stripe secret webhooks. So, and I have to grab from here. Stripe, we have two for local and for CLI. So I have to paste here, otherwise it's not going to work. And this is for production, and this is for localhost. So let's just remove that comment, right? And so now the question is, how can get this localhost? Okay. Okay. All right. So this is the secret Stripe secret web secret for localhost, and this is a production. So production you can get when you add your description, and then yeah, this is a web secret. So just you have to copy and then you have to paste, right? So this is the Stripe webhook secret, right? Signing secret, right? When you are when you add the deployed URL, but without deployed URL, you can also check that out. That is by using CLI. So yeah, so earlier I told you have to install CLI, Stripe CLI in your terminal. So I already did. Just you can see, even you can ask ChatGPT. ChatGPT can guide you step by step. Just you follow the rules and you're good to go. So, and this is my CLI. Okay, and let's zoom a little bit. And so this is the Stripe. So I have to listen this endpoint because this is the endpoint. Okay, let's and Stripe listen double dash forward to then localhost. This is my backend localhost 500 slash webhooks slash Stripe. And if you click, then it generate. Now the Stripe CLI is available. Please update to this version, right? And you are using Stripe API version this one, and your webhook signing secret is this is the CLI, and this gonna work only localhost. It's not gonna work for development. So that's why I just put here, right? And update. And now I'm ready to go. So right. And let's check out our localhost code, right? So let's add the details, and we have to, and let's see if it's work or not. Place order, and now this is the yeah, you can see the URL. This is a payment page, right? So we wrote this payment page. This is a payment page, and yeah, this is a payment page, and we also, yeah, this is a payment. It's a payment endpoint, order ID. So this is a order and order ID, and then payment, right? And yeah, and this is a payment page, and where you are handling this payment Stripe related UI, right? Client secret, and then we have to now Stripe provide you a dummy card that is 42424242, that is Visa 4242, and then you have to click above. Now it's a 2025, so you have to put 16, 26, and any number. And then I'm from India, but it's not required to fill up, but it's gonna work. Say pay now, processing, and now payment is successful. Oh my God, man! Let's check out our database. Let's see. This we have order. Yeah, this is the payment method is Stripe, payment intent ID this, and payment status pending, and order status pending. It's not get succeed because it's not get succeed because webhook is not working. That's why. Yeah, the order status must be succeed. Sorry, payment status must be succeed, not pending. So there is a issue on webhooks, but you get the idea, right? Now the payment is working, but webhook is not working. Now I have to debug. Why is that case? Yeah, this is a local host. Yeah, because Stripe. This is the reason. Let's see, 404, which means it's not an endpoint. API webhooks is Stripe. Let's see, webhooks are. Let's see the endpoint. Oh, I wrote webhooks. It's gonna be. I have to add S, right? Now it's gonna work. Yeah. So let's try again. Add to card. Okay. And let's let the data, place an order, and 424242424242. Let's see. Yes, now it's working 200, which means now you can see the data gets updated. The new order. Okay, just I have to refresh. Oh, where is the refreshing option, man? Oh, the MongoDB UI is. Where is the refreshing option? Let's refresh from here. We have two. So guys, now you can see the payment status is succeed. Now webhook is working as well. Right? So now everything is, the entire card system is working. Alright, now let's build up our other component, that is dashboard. So inside dashboard we have first profile. Let's create profile.js and let me show you our profile. This is our profile. So if you click on it, it takes time to load. Okay, so now we have other is seller dashboard. So let's get that seller dashboard, seller dashboard.js, and seller product.list, seller product. Yeah, so this is the profile. Okay, so this is the profile page. You have your order, and if you are a seller, so you can see the seller dashboard. If you're not, you cannot. Right. So, and if you check the seller dashboard, so you can see this beautiful UI, and each button, to navigate you in different URL. So let's build up first this profile page. So dashboard, and this is a profile page. So copy that code and paste it inside profile. And so zoom a little bit. Okay, now it's okay. Okay, so we import use selector, use navigate, and this is a motion, and then this is icon, right? And this is icon as well, and current user from user, and if current user does not exist, then show this error loading profile. And this is a sticky header. I think every page you can see this sticky header like this. You can see all the sticky header. So if you go to seller board, so now you also can see this sticker header, right? If you go to add, now this is also sticker header, right? So this yeah, and then main content, it's a header, and if image exists, then profile, and then also this is just border, and the current user full name, and if current user role seller, then so restaurant order, other is food lover. So now on the seller here, so you can see restaurant owner, but if you're not a seller, so you can see food lover, and then action button, your order, and create a restaurant. But if you are a seller, then you can see this seller dashboard. If you're not seller, you can see this UI, and this is the footer, right? So this is a profile page. Now we have a seller dashboard. Let's copy the code as well, but we also import this one here. Here you also import, but I'm going to import at once. Let's create this seller dashboard. Seller dashboard. Copy it. So this is the seller dashboard, and we have use auth, motion, all the icon, and this is the current auth user and single restaurant from store, and here I'm calling fetch seller restaurant. Guys, this is the same things we are just repeating, right? And if single restaurant is not exist, then return, which means stop, right? Handle delete restaurant. So here you can handle this delete restaurant. So we need the single restaurant ID, and this is a confirm delete window confirm. Are you sure you want to delete? And if confirm delete is not selected, then return nothing, and then call a delete restaurant by passing single ID and token. This is the success toast. And if current auth user does not exist, so loading profile. And if it is seller, then only restaurant owners can access this page. And this is the seller dashboard. Manage your restaurant and orders. And current auth profile image, this UI. And then if loading exists, so this, otherwise single restaurant, and then button, update a restaurant, all the button. If you look at now here, restaurant, single restaurant, edit. So update a restaurant. So now it directs you to this page, restaurants, restaurant ID, and edit. This is the URL. Then update a restaurant, and then also add new product. So it can also it also take you to this endpoint, like this URL path. View order also, this is a seller order, and this is also same restaurant, and this page you already created. We are just now on navigating user, delete restaurant, and no restaurant. If there is no restaurant, you can see there is no restaurant, and create your restaurant. This is the seller dashboard. And now we have another one, seller product. this is the seller product, and we are calling this fetch seller restaurant, delete product, and then this is the UI and seller product, and same thing, guys. There is nothing to explain. I'm just repeating, and this is a loading, and your product, and then add your product. This is a UI. This is a card, and yeah. So this is a seller product, which means if you go and manage product, and this is a seller product. So this UI I'm talking about. This is a seller product. So seller can now edit, delete, right? This is a UI. You have 6 items, and now let's import that app route. Now we have this URL, seller product, now I'm gonna just copy the entire things and then I'm gonna paste. So because right now the time is not mine, just so yeah. So this is the dashboard, and we create this dashboard. All right, everyone. So I just create all the UI because the time is very limited, because I have to finish before 12 hours. So that's why I just create all the UI. I'm just go through fast. So I hope I can finish. So guys, this is the search page, and this is just search item. If you look at the UI, and this is a search item, and this is the UI, and this is my local page, right? And yeah, so just the UI and basic stuff, and then this is the search page, and here I'm just importing that search result, and then category item and search filter inside. If you look at inside, right? So yeah, and then discover, and then yeah, this is the filter, and this is the filter, this is search, and you can click, and this is the UI search result, and then we have the search filter page. This is the search filter page, and just this is the use state, cuisine, and categories, and handle search change, right? So just this is the UI and some basic code. I hope guys and just all the UI. So it's a very big UI, right? Yes, yeah, you can go through because I explain a lot others code. So for you, it's going to be very easier, right? And this is the search result. So here just we are importing this product card from this product and restaurant card from restaurant, and this is a skeleton card, and we're using that skeleton, and this is the empty state, and this is a loading. You select all the things we are grabbing from search, and then this is the URL search param, and this is the restaurant, and this is the product. Because if you look at here, so now let's say burger. Yeah, this is for restaurant, and this is for product, right? So yeah, and that's it. This is the search related code, and I hope guys you can understand by just go through, because I explained this is the same UI and same logic. Just I'm repeating here. And then we have other stuff that is our order. So this is the add review, and here this is the handle submit, and we are just calling this create review function, and this is the UI write review, and scroll, and this is how this one. So there is no order left, right? But let's check my one. So here this is the write review, and then you can, yeah. So I already saw you, so I think you understand. Sad review component, and yes, yeah. And then this is the order user. This is the order user. This is the order user, and yeah, this is the order user review, right? And if you check here, yeah, this is the entire order user component, and this is the seller order. This, here just we are calling seller order loading and all this stuff, and if you go get it, profile, let's seller order, view orders, and let's preparing. Now it's updated, right? This is seller order, and then yeah, so these three are completed. Now we have the home page. So we have home page, and this is the home page. We have home page. Here, this is our home page. You can see this is our home page, and yeah, so we have this category item, then trending restaurant, and then product. This is a home page, right? So that are the things we are first, and this is just subtle floating blobs. Like if you look at here carefully, so you can see, yeah, this is the UI. We have this blob, so amazing UI, and you have the hero section here, and then search, smart search bar, and then content section, and this is the food delivery, like the footer, and this is the sidebar we talk about. This is the smart search, and just we have handle search, navigate query, and same thing, just it's a input field, and then you have trending product. So we are using product card. So I already talk about this. So we're just importing here, right? Nothing else. Just we are fetching these things, and then we have the trending restaurant. This is the trending restaurant. So here you also, right, the same UI, nothing else. Just we are creating the card, and we are fetching this call. We are just calling this trending restaurant, and then fetching trending restaurant, right? So yeah, and this is our trending and all the UI. And if you look at here, I import all the app routes. So yeah, and don't worry guys, you can get the code from the description free of cost. Just you can copy and you can go through. If you don't understand any of those, just ask ChatGPT or any AI tools, they can help you. But understanding the code flow, that's very important. And I hope this throughout journey makes sense. And yeah, just now you can update the code the way you want, the things you want to add. It's up to you guys, and I want you to do it, because that's where you can learn everything. Just break things down, rebuild, break things down, rebuild. So your building skill will be very strong. And so and already we deploy, so we don't need to. And this is our local local restaurant. And if I change from back in the front end, then it's gonna be also so guys, you can do it. And the code is on my GitHub. The link in the description. Get and grab it.